the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry Hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0. So let's see what new updates there are. In Banpan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. Banpan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information even if cheating software is used, it won't be able to retrieve the positional data of other players. They will be obscured by the Fog of War system and won't be able to see anything. In previous versions, the Fog of War system was launched in a limited capacity for testing to ensure that the feature had a high accuracy rate and low impact on actual gameplay. In Banpan 2.0, it'll be gradually integrated into the main classic mode to ensure a fair gaming environment for all players. In addition, we've also upgraded the Banpan system's AI by building various machine learning modules. It can detect a wide scope of suspicious player behavior and impose penalties accordingly. If a suspicious player is detected, they'll first be isolated to ensure that other normal players are not affected. Further analysis will then be carried out to ensure that accurate assessments and penalties are given to these players. The new AI will greatly improve the accuracy and coverage of cheat detection and safeguard the gaming experience for all players. For match reviews, we've added a new Eagle review system, and authority will be given to some senior investigators. They can monitor suspicious players in real time to give more accurate assessments on cheating during a match, work together with us to ensure a fair gaming experience for everyone. Finally, we've improved the UI and overall process for reporting cheaters and checking report feedback. It's now easier to report cheaters than ever before, and report feedback is updated quickly and efficiently. We believe that Banpan 2.0 will vastly improve the player experience by cracking down hard on cheaters and upholding a fair gaming environment for all.
Apart from the new implementations to Classic Mode and the security system, we've also been striving to provide more interesting and fun crossover content for players, and introduce more fresh elements into the world of PUBG Mobile. Next, we'll reveal the upcoming major collaborations this year.
In fact, besides our development team, our players and creators have also been a crucial part of the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. Because of everyone's remarkable creations, there's more exciting, diverse, and rich PUBG Mobile content within the game and community. Since the launch of Topia Design Project in 2021, we've held more than 8 global creation competitions and implemented more than 30 items designed by in-game players, but I'm sure everyone's craving for more. Therefore, to prepare a bigger stage to showcase the creative talents of our players around the world, we'll also reveal our new upgrade plan to you guys. What is the 4-year-strong PUBG Mobile? A top-level mobile battle royale released in over 200 countries? A phenomenal IP? A global social hub? Maybe it's all of these, but surely there's still more to go for PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is now aiming to be a versatile game that incorporates and caters to everything. And a key step to achieving this is the Topia Design Project, PDP. For the new PDP, we plan to introduce an urban city block for players worldwide. We hope creative minds will collide and bring forth even greater content. Perhaps new characters to cosplay as, or new comics, or maybe lots of creative people of different industries will all create things for the game. The official announcement is coming soon, so we'll conclude with a preview video. Everyone, please look forward to it. Well, that's about all the main content we've got to announce for now. We'll continue to work hard and step forward together by continuing to implement optimizations and upgrades to bring you more interesting and exciting surprises. So please look forward to it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics.
Southeast Asia Games. SEA Games has returned to Vietnam after 20 years. PUBG Mobile is proud to be included in the official competition for the first time, becoming one of the 40 medal competition categories.
More specifically, PUBG Mobile had 2 sets of medal at 31st SEA Games.
There will be 17 teams from 9 different countries in the area participate in this esport. Thailand,
Brunei,
Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, and the host, Vietnam.
Individual competition will take place from 16th to 17th of May.
The team competition will start from May 18th to May 22nd.
31st SEA Games.
Next era of greatness.
Stay tuned for SEA Games 31, the PUBG Mobile competition. Broadcast live from May 16 to May 22nd on PUBG Mobile Esports revamped channels. PUBG Mobile, next era of greatness.
Welcome to the era of greatness. This is of course the last day of the 31st SEA Games happening in Vietnam currently for PUBG Mobile for the team category. Thank you so much for PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, LIVESTREAM and Quantum Studios for having this tournament. And also thank you to Viresa as well as VNG for organizing it. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo, and we can't wait to get this started. Last day, let's go!
Oh boy, this is where everything gets heated up. We do definitely know there's going to be the race towards the medals, Cloud. It's going to be gold, silver, or bronze, and that's it. And aside from that, it's also a glory that you bring home. Hey, I got my country a gold medal. How cool is that? Is it everybody else's dream? If you can't do for sports, you still have esports, by the way. So there's no age limit to it. So you guys who actually want to try it at home, try to practice now. Maybe in the next SEA Games, you'll be our representative next.
Yeah, and maybe you'll be the one to bring up the national anthem for your own country in the next SEA Games. You never know, right? That is always a very touching moment. But what else is great about this current moment is, of course, the event inside of PUBG Mobile itself. It is the PUBG Mobile X Evangelion, and this is the newest event inside the game. So you just go into your classic, you can choose this mode, and then there'll be this big Evangelion shooting a laser in the sky, something like that. Yeah, anime fans would know what I mean.
I can see that you're not a big fan of it.
I don't know.
It's a really cool
Not weeboo
collaboration,
enough.
really. Okay, but for you guys, anime fans, including me, this is going to be one of the most awesome collaboration we have so far. But aside from that, it's also a gift for you guys been supporting us since day one. It's going to be the viewer milestone. Do share the live stream because everybody will get themselves a prize throughout this prestige event, which I think we almost hit. We already hit possibly the milestone. Are we hitting it just yet? We have no clue, right?
No clue. But let's assume that we have not. Let's assume that we need more. So everyone, just share the live stream. Invite all your friends and family to come and watch because, of course, this is the grand finals, final day, and like what Chu mentioned as well, this is the race to the medal. And talking about racing to the medal, yesterday it was a Vietnamese day. So far, they're the one that's holding the record for the most chicken dinner in the grand final so far, with 3 chicken dinners, including 2 from yesterday.
Yeah, it has been a roller coaster ride for some of the teams, including the Philippines. But I have to say, right now, it seems very promising since day number 1 is going to be Philippines number 2. But the thing is, we're down to the final day, Cloud. We do know the fact that when it comes to the final day, everybody just push beyond their limit. And this is where everything, no more testing, no more experimental stuff. It's all down on the line. Everything is at stake here. And definitely the teams that's been, in the slumber yesterday, day number 1, desperate enough wanting that medal as well. And looking within the gaps of the teams, is still reachable for everybody.
Yeah, it's still like, even if you look at, okay, so considering we have 5 more games, right, and we consider that the podium spot at least the minimum number 3. So if we talk about, let's say Cambodia is currently at last place, they're at 39 points. The difference with Myanmar is say about 63 points. Of course, it's quite exponential, but if Cambodia can pull off something insane for like 5 games in a row, I don't know. Maybe they'll be the one pushing for the number 1 spot. Mathematically, I wouldn't rule them out just yet.
I mean, like, maybe 3 games in a row if they got themselves like 20 eliminations. That's the highest by far. 20 elimination points, still capped at that. Nobody's breaking up the record, but we might see a team that's doing that today. And don't forget about the Infinity and the Ties, because we definitely saw them starting to really refresh themselves yesterday and get themselves in a different tier yesterday as well. And now we're down to the last day when it comes to the tournament schedule in the squad category of the 31st SEA Games. So down on the 22nd of May, the final stage, the last day, everything is here. Whatever they work for, their lifetime investment, learning about PUBG Mobile, training, practicing, all the boot camps, is down to this last day to represent their country. We haven't got SEA Games for the longest time ever, and this is the time for them to prove it.
I know, right? After today, they'll be going back to their respective clubs, especially those who played as a mixed team, and they'll continue on their professionalized, so on and so forth. But for representing your country and nothing but your country is definitely today being the last day. And something that has yet to change ever since the professionally back in season 2 is the point system. Winner chicken dinner 15 points, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points, fifth place 6 points, sixth place 4 points, seventh place 2 points, 8 to 12 1 point, 13 to 16 unfortunately will not receive any point, and as usual 1 elimination equals to 1 point.
Yep, and this is to make sure that everybody familiar with the point system by now, even though you guys are very new, the ones that are actually just coming up from the sports arena, from every other category that's watching over for PUBG Mobile for their own respective countries. It's going to be point system if you guys are not familiar with it. And you guys watching at home, don't forget to cheer for your country. I've heard Laban Pilipinas, Go PH, a lot of Myanmar cheers in the chat as well. For Vietnam, there's going to be definitely one of their best performances here so far. Yesterday's performance including, and this is their home country. They need to have that pressure on. And for Brunei, it's definitely there's a good way to go. These are the teams that's participating. Each country have themselves 2 representatives, except for Cambodia and also Laos. There's only one of them. And for Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Thailand, Brunei, Indonesia, and Vietnam, each one of these countries have 2 representatives, and by far everybody's still in the race. It's still everybody's game, because we saw how was the roller coaster ride in day number 1, day number 2, totally 2 different days, different countries taking over chicken dinner, and different countries topping off the chart every single end of a match.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Laos, they would have had two representatives if not because of the qualify rule that they were the only team to be eliminated. Hence, they are down to only Laos one representing Laos themselves. But also speaking about the chicken dinner throughout the week, right? So Myanmar to they got one chicken dinner, but they are on number 11. So teams like this, they need to do a little bit more. But here is the schedule for today here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will start it off with Erangel, the classical map, followed by the big dusty map of Mirama, back to Erangel, and we will be taking a slightly longer break, about half an hour, before we jump back into Sandhawk, and we will end the day in Mirama. So far, Mirama has been kind to Philippines 2 times. In day number 1, we saw Mirama having an all-Filipino finale.
Yep, and definitely a lot of will change today. Hopefully, we get to see the rise of the second page or the rise of the bottom 16, because that's what we need right now. Bit more competitive, bit more competition to get things heated up here. And definitely, I'm looking for all the countries, and you guys really have to give the support, because this is the last day. Just to remind you guys, this is the third day and the last day for your country to grab either the gold, silver, or bronze medal and contribute into it the tally of the entire country's SEA Games accumulation of the medals itself.
Yeah, it will be. And also for those teams on the top as well, they cannot be complacent. Like what we saw in day 1. Day 1, Philippines one was superb. Day 2, they kind of gone missing. And Vietnam one, they took opportunity of that. They are currently at the number 1 spot. So teams like Vietnam one, they cannot chill. They have to be on the top of their game in order to maintain a spot. Of course, we're down to the last 5 games. It doesn't matter how you started. It matters how you end. So this is where it boils down to the ground. But speaking about going to the ground, let's head onto our arena ground just to see how our players are feeling today.
Myanmar's second team here, the players already. Look at how they're just warming up their fingers. And I always love this small fan, by the way. Just saying. Sometimes they have decorations on it. They have different sizes and different type of it. You can see all 3 players on Myanmar here. Definitely have different type of fans. It depends on their preference. But you guys watching at home, do tell us what kind of fan you're using as well. And the big one, the ceiling one, the small ones. But look at all the players. Definitely none of them actually smiling yet, because you can feel the tension, you can feel how focused they are, how desperate they want this to work, because definitely a lot of teams have a lot of interchangeable players yesterday, and some of them seem to be working really wonderful enough, but some of them just didn't work out.
I think I noticed as well that the Vietnamese casters, I think they're wearing their traditional outfit. So that's kind of cool as well to see. Yeah, that's kind of nice. And that's the fun thing about, like, in Southeast Asia, we're very diverse in terms of cultures. I think if you head over to other casters today as well, if I'm not mistaken, you can check out the Thai casters as well, and so on and so forth, Bahasa Malaysia casters and so on and so forth. Everyone will be downing their own national pride today, but of course here we are just enjoying ourselves just like these guys.
Yeah, that's true. We don't have any international outfit, can we? Can we?
Well,
can we not?
Can we not? I don't know.
We're basically the neutral guys. If we can be Mother Earth, we would be. But for Malaysian teams, this seems like a bit, I'm not sure if it's like tired, exhausted. Definitely it's a marathon. Come back to the teams of Brunei and also Myanmar. Definitely they are more ready. Look at Vietnam from the back line as well. They are so focused right now. But for the players, still chilling for a bit. But it's not all serious. And hey, that's a nice outfit coming up from our friend in the Vietnam caster side. I definitely always want to try. Yeah, you know what? It's like Vietnam outfit, traditional outfit, kind of remind me of a bit of similarity with the Chinese one, right? They like have sort of the cheongsam, but it's like, what do you call it for the guys though?
For the Vietnamese guys, I don't know.
No, I mean for you must have got yourself one, right?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. Honestly speaking, there is no name to it. I know, like, for the ladies they call it cheongsam, but for guys there's no real name to it. Okay, normally I guess in school, if in the textbooks they'll call it as samfu, but samfu literally translates as shirt and pants. So to me, it doesn't really make any sense. To me, it doesn't really make any sense. And there is no real name to it. But normally, if you talk to like Chinese and if they want to describe it, they would just call it like a guy Chinese outfit. You know, that sort of name. So there's no uniqueness to it in terms of calling it.
No, but I like the word, even though it's a very simple way to translate something, but it sounds really cool. I'm just saying, like if it's Malaysian, it's baju Melayu and baju kurung. For Philippines, I'm not sure what they call as well. I do know they wear a lot of whites, right? It's like sort of a white day for them. And for the Vietnam, we saw them just now. Cambodia, I love the traditional outfit. It looks, is it the same or not? Cambodians and Vietnam traditional outfit though.
I guess we need to ask our fellow casters on the other side though. Not too sure. Or maybe it will be easier, you know, if one day, you know, we'll be able to get we'll be able to go there, you know, be in the arena with the players, then we can really find out for ourselves, right? I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
But just asking, like, have you seen any Lao traditional outfit? I personally never seen one before. Indonesian, definitely, there's the batik. There's so many outfits for Indonesia. So we do know how the variety in the country itself is just so much. But for Laos, if you guys have any idea, if you guys are watching this, you're coming up from Laos, do tell us because we are dying to know. I never seen one. Maybe I'll Google it myself, Google one of the Laos outfit. But have you seen one? Never, right?
Not that I can recall though, so I don't know. I think it's the same question as what's the traditional outfit for Singapore?
That's tricky. That's very tricky.
Can we call Sis Jenny? Like,
Sis Jenny? We need you, Sis Jenny.
Yes, paging for Sis Jenny. She's currently casting, I think.
Yeah, but you guys watching at home, again, this is the final day of the team category for the 31st SEA Games. The run for the gold, the silver, and the bronze. Right now, definitely some teams looks very strong. We mentioned about Myanmar, we mentioned about the Pilipinas, Bagan Pilipinas all the way, and also there's the rise up have been rising up recently. It's going to be Vietnam. Have been very strong yesterday, and also Indonesia. And don't forget about Laos, they start to get themselves that consistency, but will it be enough? Malaysia is rising up as well, but aside from that, Cambodia, we're still waiting for them to pop up here and there sometimes.
Yeah, Cambodia currently at the last spot with 39 points, a gap of 7 points with Brunei 2, so a slight gap. And then there's Brunei 2 with Brunei 1, a gap of only 4 points, and then the gap is really, really small, like only 1 point gap or maybe less than 10 points gap. I would say one of the biggest significant gaps so far is between Malaysia 1 and Malaysia 2 at number 8 and number 9 happen to be at the midpoint mark, which is a difference of 12 points. So far, that is the biggest gap so far at the middle pack. Of course, at the top pack, we have Vietnam 1 now having a 16-point lead with Philippines 2, meaning a 16-point lead is about one game's worth, somewhat. So they could be comfortable for one round. Yeah, depends.
I think it's more than comfortable, but as long as you don't get executed quite early, like we saw yesterday when it comes to was it Myanmar first team that on the 4th game they got up quite early, so they didn't actually crack. Or the 3rd game they didn't actually crack the triple digit and the 99, right? They're very close to getting number 1 spot, but they went out quite early. So the teams that are actually on the top spot, the top 5 here, they have bull's eyes on their back, so they have to be extra careful. Definitely they will be in for the pressure later on. A lot of teams will try to take them down to stop them from adding more points towards the entire overall rankings. But at the same time, can the other teams actually do that? Do they have enough witness to actually outplay the teams that are on the top 5?
Okay, so if you talk about other teams, right? So these two teams, as a nation, as a country, they are scary and they can catch up, and they can possibly be the double country in the podium spot, which is Indonesia. So if we look at Indonesia 2, Indonesia 1, they're number 4 and number 5. The gap with number 3 is 12 points and 13 points only. So if both of them do well together, do not be surprised if both of them can be on the podium spot. And all this while, throughout the 2 days, we have not talked that much about Indonesia because they're like, okay, yeah, one chicken and yeah. But if we look at it as overall yesterday, they're actually doing fine. In fact, they could have gotten that final chicken dinner yesterday, except for the superb gameplay of the 2v3 on the Vietnamese.
You just reminded me of Lamborghini again. He was
Yeah.
insane yesterday. That was just miracle play all along. But we are more than ready. While we're looking over back to it, the players, they are prepared, putting on their headsets and all their gears up, and now down to the first match. Every single point will be counted as a diamond. We treat it as a diamond. It's so important. The Malaysian players setting up the prayers here as well, just to hope everything just turn on to their favors. And definitely it's not an easy task to set the tone for the first match. The pressure is really on.
Yeah, it's definitely on, of course, for both Malaysian teams as well. They are still in the running for the podium spot. And ladies and gentlemen, as usual, we will be starting our day in Erangel. So we match number 1 out of the 5 matches that will be played today, and we will know who will take home that precious prize, that precious podium spot that everybody in this tournament wants.
That's true. And just to remind you, Cloud, we never got any of the circle coming up from the southern part of the island yet, and Sonov's coming through base by far. Mostly we ended up either on the northwest or in the center of the main peninsula of Erangel. So we haven't got ourselves this small island. Will it be today? If it actually ended up there today, it's going to be really tough for the players.
If it ends up there, then the team that will be smiling is Thailand 2, because that's their home ground. And teams that are close by there, we have Cambodia on the right, Philippines 1 on the right. On the left, we have Malaysia 2 as well. So those teams will be fairly happy. But let's see if it actually ends up there. But first, as usual, we will begin to check out our flight path here in Erangel. And the flight path looks like it's going to come in from the left side. Or the right side is this? Oh, it's from the top. Shooting range to Milta Power.
Now, this is a very wonky flight path, a bit skewed towards more the northern side, which makes me worry. We mentioned previously there's a pattern between the flight path and the circle. It might contradict each other, so chances are, if it's really a challenging first match, it will ended up comprising a lot of Sonovska military base for the first circle to pop. But when it comes to this kind of flight path, it's not really easy. A long journey coming up for those who are dropping around Sonovska military base or Novo. But definitely there's only 1 or 2 teams that's going to drop there. But the ones that are actually dropping on the Jogo Pool area, Gokka, even Pachinki at the state, which are going to be Vietnam first team, the rest of them is all reachable with this kind of flight.
Yeah, even if we want to talk about like military base, right? So Thailand too, though they like to drop right in the middle of military base, we have seen them drop in the Novo before. Anyway, the entire island is theirs. Out of all the irregulars that we've seen so far, nobody even challenged Novo even. Everyone just lets them have their entire island. So they always have a really good start. It's just that sometimes the challenge is that, as mentioned by one of the interviews yesterday, I believe it was one of the Thailand interviews, they also mentioned that it's all about getting the communications in, and as a mixed team, that would be their expected challenge. But check out this circle. This circle, again, another 50-50 kind of circle. We've seen it so many times.
That's kind of true, very classical in this recent times. But do you think there's chances we might ended up around Ferry Pier? Because I have a feeling second circle will comprise a lot when it comes to the middle ground between these 2 islands. But Noah, coming up from Laos, managed to dodge the rundown coming up from Galaxy. Now, speaking of Bruneians, we were looking forward so much, but it's still reachable. Quite a hefty amount of points in between the gap. But it's okay, it's doable as long as they have themselves the mental fortitude we mentioned yesterday. They need to have the discipline, the communication between the teams really have to be on point here. And it's not impossible. They are one of the teams that always surprises us sometimes for both Brunei's teams.
Yeah, and they're definitely pumped up to surprise anyone for the last day. But talk about surprises, we already got a first knockdown here, and I believe it's from It's Honda from Laos, and the point will be given to Rabbis. In fact, you kind of think about it, right? Brunei too almost got one onto another of the Lao players, so they managed to escape that, but did manage to escape Rabbis. So yeah, I mean, this is the second time though. Yesterday there was a similar thing that happened as well. Galaxy got one over Laos, and I don't know, Laos just need to fix something for the last Erangel later on.
I have a feeling Laos. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
we talk about
okay.
Laos, and this is going to be Bagram. They are very separated, and this is not a great start for Laos. Definitely a great start from Brunei. They got 2 knocked down just now. Definitely got one in the back, the one that they knocked down previously, which was Honda. Didn't finish off straight away since they don't have any equipment yet. So they're straight trying to loot themselves first. I'm not sure what happened to the side of Honda. Is he being revived? And I do want to mention about Laos' strategic move right now is they're trying to separate part ways between the roster. We're going for 1-1-1-1 formation and try to loot as much as they can and have a checkpoint in between the rotation later where they're gonna meet up and unite. But the thing is, it's not happening here. It's just making the team having big disadvantage straight from the start.
Yeah, it's clearly not working out since yesterday for them. They're supposed to drop straight into Gatka, but somehow, like what you mentioned, they like to open up, like what we just saw earlier on, and that's where one by one they get eliminated. And now with that disadvantage, Lao will be playing with only 2 players for the rest of this round. And with that kind of disadvantage, Brunei 1, Brunei 2, even Cambodia can catch up to them, assuming that they have a decent round. So Lao, considering that we still have one last Erangel, I do hope that they go back to the drawing board for this.
They definitely have to, because they are the sole representative for their country. For the fact that, you know, for the other teams, they have like their second team or the first team to rely on in case they didn't make it, or in case they made a mistake. There's a backup plan for it. They have a second team. But for Laos and also Cambodia, they cannot afford to even make one single mistake, because the moment they went down the entire team, there's nobody else to help them to get in the race of the medals. This is a lot of pressure on them, but they have to face the fact the reality is there. They need to make it really, really strict when it comes to making like small mistakes straight in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll be able to fix that. I mean, besides this, there's like 4 more games to go, so anything can happen. You never know if you'll be able to push to the top. So you just don't give up hope, and you just believe in what you are able to do. And speaking about believing though, Philippines too, they need to believe in themselves that they'll be able to catch up with the #1 spot, because currently Philippines too, as compared to their other country, Philippines 1, or other team, Philippines 1, they are doing a lot more consistent.
There, I have to agree. If you compare also the other countries, the team that the closest to having the countries and the teams that are actually the closest to have double podium seats or double medalists in the run is going to be Indonesia and also the Philippines. If they can close things up with 2 of their country members and 2 country teams actually in the top 3, they really hit the jackpot here. But can they actually do it? Because all the other teams down there, basically, they're done experimenting. If they're not warmed enough today, they have to be straight just heated up, because there's no warming up time anymore. And we do know Ramon, he played so well recently. Speaking of the Philippine second team, Shazam, Newbie, Ramon, and also Range, this is going to be their main lineup for today. But they're quite taking up the open space here, which kind of worries some, because do they have enough equipment when it comes to taking long fights?
Yeah, so they need to consider that as well. Of course, loot is a RNG thing, and the spawn really depends on what you get. But at the end of the day, you need to be able to work with what you get as well. You can't be too choosy. And for Myanmar 1, they interestingly about Myanmar 1 is that they are actually pretty consistent as well. They're only like what? The last 3 games yesterday was the only time where they dropped out of the top 10 spot. Other than that, it's like number 7, number 3, number 6, number 9 even was their worst before the last 3 games yesterday. So they are fairly consistent, and they always go home with something, with at least elimination points. So Myanmar 1, despite us not talking about them that much because they are not flashy to say, they are actually one of the teams that can make it into the podium spot.
They are already, but all they need to do is the consistency, or push out even higher to get the gold medalist. Why not? This is going to be our athletes, and contributing to the country is no bigger honor than anything in the entire world right now. Noah, they already lost 2 members here, already start with a bigger disadvantage. And the thing about compounds, getting in one quite early is really useful when it comes to trying to loot yourself and avoid any conflicts early. But when it comes to getting out of it in the middle phase of the match, after you're done looting, that's a bit of a problem, especially where you've been surrounded by Thai first team here, which entirely comprises of a FaZe clan, and they are very aggressive.
Yeah, good news is that they didn't stop at that house. If they stop at that house, that's it. But now we move on to Vietnam versus Malaysia one. So it's going to be Jumper at the forefront. They're fighting around the areas of school. Malaysia one, they rotated from Severny down here. A Jumper almost taken out with a nade, and McLaren tries to finish him off, but not able to do so.
He needs to move. McLaren is actually moving in the same direction again, but he got clipped down, connected. McLaren taken down by Flax. And that's going to be retaliation coming up from Vietnam. Second team for Rory and McLaren, making sure the IGL taken out. Jumper is done. But for McLaren, he's hoping for him to actually be revived. Flax knows there's no IGL. It's kind of hard for them to make the call right now. Frankie trying to actually turn things around. This is going to be a short Frankie, not the Frankie coming up from Vietnam, by the way. Monkey taking out Noah. I'm not sure about what's happening to Laos.
Oh! Wow! Flying car came in, but unfortunately Magix was not able to finish up the job as Mart lands nicely and takes him out. So it looks like for Malaysia one, it's not looking good for them as they already lost 2 players very, very early on.
Flying cars indeed. Back to its Romeo boy. Myanmar separated between the buildings, which the whole team Brunei is. I'm not sure what happened to them, but they are monsters today. They're not thinking too much. Just go in. They got themselves Zico knocked down, but look at the net coming from 1 second. The projectile and the angle is just perfect, but it's not enough to knock one person down. Close enough. 1 sec, cooking up another net while they're trying to revive Zico. Banley. It's a bit risky for him to actually revive his mate, but they sure enough got this compound for themselves. This building is there to take, but Loki on the other side, that flank is so precious.
Oh, Kyle needs to recover his teammates quickly as 1 sec starts to move in, but 1 sec is still hesitating his move at the lower ground. The nade will be tossed into the second floor, but it will not connect. One has been up. He needs to continue on to pick up his teammates, but he needs to reset quickly. Zico goes down. Now 1 sec is at the corner, but unfortunately nades from Marnet is enough to take down Brunei too.
Valiant effort coming up from the side of Brunei. Definitely they try to step up the game here, but it's just a bit too reckless. I have to say, Loki really make a space, a huge one for the teams, going at the blind spot, going for the flanks against the Bruneians. It was risky move, but well worth it as they bank in more elimination points later. But when we talked about the circle, here comes the third circle, the second circle still, which pops into, which I mentioned previously. We'll be looking over one just on top of Therapia later, Cloud, because if it does, it's really problematic for these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem for Indonesia one as well if they get eliminated by Philippines one. Philippines one held the podium spot for the longest time, but they dropped the ball yesterday as Indonesia one tries to get more from Brunei one this time. On the left side, and we can see Cole is currently down. He needs to be picked up with 10% of health left. Micro Boy not making easy for them as Red Face will secure the elimination onto Cole.
Now, Micro Boy and the rest of Indonesia first team have to be extra careful. If they attract way too much attention, which already are being sandwiched between Brunei and also the teams coming out from the Philippine first team. So they have to decide which angle to focus on and how many people they have to have the manpower on it in certain corner, because if they're a bit too focused on one particular vision, which it will be tunnel visioning down towards the side of what's in front of them, they will be backstabbed from the back by the Philippines. While the Philippines try to scout out in case there's any third party coming in, seems like a bit clear for them. The only team they have to focus right now is just the Indonesian team in front of them, and there you go. This will be possibly a bridge fight.
Oh yeah, we have not seen a bridge fight for the longest time. Let's go for it. As Malaysia too closest to the bridge, now starting to move in together with Thailand too as well. They may clash into each other. An early fight may happen. Thailand too, we can see from the map, is going across, or are they going to go towards the middle of the bridge? Or are they just going to gamble for the military base?
I think they're just gonna go gamble for military base here. There's so much at stake. At the same time, it comprises more if you compare with the main island. It's just like what 20% of it if you compare with Sonovska military base, which have more like 40% in it. In between that river, that's a problem. But lucky enough, we got ourselves a new bridge, new platform building on the side of the bridge. There's definitely gonna be a bridge fight in between as well. Snipes didn't get himself on the light tower, which is gonna be a bit problem because he's on the lower ground. But definitely give him so much information about the information of the Vietnam first team, cooking up the next Snipes, hoping to toss onto somebody to connect it, but it just exposed himself a bit more.
Yeah, it's hard to connect for that kind of angle. As Vietnam won, they now have the peak of this lighthouse. I think both teams, they may want to hold for now, but for Snipes, it's a little bit risky for him as he's kind of caught out in the open. If he chooses to move back to his teammates, he will be seen. So you need to be careful with that kind of move and when he will move. As now we can see Cambodia starts to move in. Bond gets one. Bond can get second one, but no, DBS is just too strong for him.
These are the team that actually fight on the right side bridge, which is going to be really, really far off from the other side of the bridge here. And they take a longer rotation, but is it really worth it? Both teams chug in by the Blue Wall Zero Cambodian team. Survive for a bit, just taking up the painkillers to boost up. Astro going to save him himself a bit more. Porsche just making it so hard for them. They try to fill themselves up with the blue, really hurting them, burning them alive. But Porsche have no option as well. Both teams might go down easily like this.
Yeah, the thing about the Cambodia is they like to always play on the outside of the zone, and well, for now we're seeing the results don't really favor them, but Vietnam too, they are kind of extended their stay. Not too sure if this is good for Porsche to stay around anymore longer as he only has 2 first. Astro will pick up his teammate Jisoo. Zero is still alive, but they are tanking out the blue. It's going to go on to the 4th phase of the circle soon.
They don't have enough utilities to tank it anymore. They have to force a fight. They have to cut across Zero. He doesn't have any more time. We're talking about a couple of seconds only. And Porsche, he's forced to actually build this one as well. Everybody just, you know what? We call it a truce for a bit. Just move forward and try to get ourselves across that bridge and onto the other side of the island because they're way far off. And the moment the circle shrinks even further, look at this. It's just really worth gambling for the Thai second team.
Exactly, it's worth gambling. It's crazy. They managed to get the circle and right smack in the middle of it. Not only that, the house, the compound that Nier has, it's one of the prime positions. Even Fluke, if he got that high ground, it's a prime position as well. So this is a really, really smart, bold move from Thailand that paid off.
Yeah, Indonesian team second one going to join in as well, but for the side of Jan Force, where is Ryzen, his mate, his duo, his best mate for now? And they've spotted out and some of the players actually jumping into the water, so they try to take the advantage. And the Vietnam teams are desperate to stay inside of a circle while swimming over. There will be a lot of fishes to fish from these guys. And the ones actually on the platform definitely having a good time, but damn rude. Taking the watchtower on the other side while not being spotted out by Luxy because there's only one window up top on the second story. But instead of Lambo, Rabies, and the rest of Vietnam team, the first Vietnam team, which ranking number 1 right now, opt out to go for the swim. Same goes maybe Indonesian team, but not really. They're right on top of a bridge. They don't need to go anywhere.
Yeah, they don't need to. In fact, they can just wait for people to come to them. So now they're playing kind of like a gatekeeping role. As we can see here, Ryzen will get one. That will be the first knockdown for him as he tries to spot out the rest of the Vietnamese currently swimming. Finn will be gunned down as well. Ryzen, he knows someone's there. He wants to go for the shot, and yes, he will take the shot finally, but it will not land onto his opponent.
He spotted the silhouette of the merman Rabies inside of that water. Definitely tried to pin a couple of them down, but it just didn't happen. Well, Kato just arrived. He docked himself at the borders. But Fluke have making sure he got himself the highest vintage point, the widest view to see everybody who just swim across. And Vaffel made it through, but the problem is how he get out from there. Flukev has his eagle eyes wide open. Look at that, 360 degrees, maybe 180 degrees more, because he got his back covered by his teammates, but the ones coming up, swimming across and dog themselves like Vafel. Woo! So close.
Oh, very, very close. He's jumping for his life, but Finn, unfortunately, he can't jump for his life as he gets eliminated by the zone. Flukev still being the Coast Guard, trying to stop other players from coming in. And as I mentioned, this house, this compound is a prime position. That's why you can see both of them there. But now Myanmar, they're trying to force their way through. But it looks like Gen Force will need to fight against Myanmar.
Oh, Gen Force really trying to play around the corner, ring around the rosy, cooking up the nade, hoping it to connect. Both of them actually thinking the same way. But who got one first? Oh, that's really Gen Force nailed it.
Wow, that is extreme game sense coming in from Gen Force with the one nade. He gets that one top down, now Ryzen by one to secure another one onto Thailand. Ryzen almost getting it onto Ventores. He tosses out the nade, forcing Ventores to move as well. Hopefully be able to land the nade onto Ventores, but it will not connect. Ventores is still alive, but now Ryzen knows exactly where Ventores is at. Cooking up this nade, this will surely land onto Ventores. Ventores moves away, but that nade will still get him.
Feels like different category for SEA Games right now. We're in the swimming category because Sims like it. There's so many swimmers in the match right now, and Ryzen just gonna pin them all down. But no, it's gonna be Philippines first team. Oh, wait, what? How did they even got that? Have been quietly sneaking around the corner. The Thai got that first, but apparently Philippines got the circle. But the Thai's being actually rewarded with one airdrop. But we're not done with the bridge fight. Look at the graveyard. Around the bridge area is just too saturated.
Around the bridge and around the watery area, it's just insane. But I do agree with you. Where did Philippines come from? How did they get onto the high ground just on top of military base? That's crazy. No one spotted them. And now they are in a superb position to even gatekeep the Thais.
Now Malaysia rushing into the platform of the bridge. They try to take a fight head on against Ryzen. He's already waiting and heard their footsteps. Information collected and definitely relayed. It's 2v1. It's too much for him to handle by himself.
Oh, now Yuhai at the forefront. They do not have the circle, though. They need to continue on moving as Luxy tries to stop Malaysia from coming through. Suavel, together with Luxy, they will be the dynamic duo towards this end. But then again, at the same time, the blue is starting to close onto them. They know they need to move. They know they cannot stay here any longer.
Nobody wants to be here. Definitely, so many players being knocked down just on top of this bridge. Saying good for the Myanmar players, but Indonesia, they need not waste any more time. They need to go for the rest of the team. They're on top of that bridge. They need to move. But look at how the Indonesians are. The first team of Indonesia, Red Face Allen, over the Thai first team, having such a good Thanksgiving Day. This is just given to them easily for those swimming in the water.
Well, looks like Vietnam 1 have been eliminated. This might be a little bit of room for Philippines 2 to actually catch up. But speaking about Philippines 2, they're eliminated at 8th place as well. That number 1 spot might not change after this. But for the rest of the other teams, there's still hope for them to come up to the podium spot, especially for the 2 Indonesian teams is still alive.
Luxy going into, trying to transfer into the circle, quite far off, not that far off, just 100 meters away. All he needs to do is just drive that Dacia, get into it sneakily, and nobody notices him yet. By the side of Snipes, what is that shot coming from? That's the furthest distance we've seen today.
Oh, that's definitely something. We'll go into the record books. We need to check that out later on as we'll now fight towards the 6th place of the circle. Flukev goes down. Gotuni tries to find their opponent on the other side, but Gotuni may need to let go of Flukev. Flukev will be taken by Redface, and it's going to be Indonesia again.
This is near playing, and this is nearly he got this one wrong. He got one, almost knocked one down for Indonesian first team. And being stopped, being denied the entry to the circle. But Nick counted for it. Stone tried to actually help him, but can he make it enough? Well, Nick have nothing to take coverage from, hoping to actually get at the back of Dacia. Oh, this car is really risky one. They need to build this one Stone. He might just have to go for himself alone. While Tony and Nia trying to approach him slowly into the smoke, hopefully for him to actually revive them. But the blue is cutting it very short for them. Look at how it will burn them in just 20 more seconds.
20 seconds should be enough for them to reset themselves, but is it enough for them to cross the rope, or is it enough for them to fight Indonesia 1, who currently has a little bit of advantage as Alan spots them out. Alan knows exactly where they are. Alan's now going to play for placement points, but Philippines won the prime position that nobody knew how they came into. Now they have everything on their side.
They had a very long journey, and this is their finishing if they want to. They short in terms of just one man. Saying goes for the second Thai team. It's going to be 1v4, 1v3, v2, v3. Back towards Demigod. That mini 14 is really hard to control with the recoil scoping in, but Demigod just going to cook up the nade, hoping he will actually avoid the Thai second team to advance towards them, making sure they cannot even move near them. Demigod, there's nowhere near towards them, as they will now look very far from the side of the Philippines first team.
Oh, there's going to be an elimination for Indonesia 1. Now it's down to Indonesia 2 to represent the country. But at the same time, Thailand 2 is in this as well. Indonesia 2, Suave starting to move in together with Luxi behind him, giving long-range backup. Gotuni is still alive. For him to pick up Stone is going to be tough, as Stone's trying to call to Gotuni, but Stone, can he make it in time?
Demigod, he really wants to pick over to Rafael, but in the meantime, there's also got Tanya on the other end. He has to be extra careful which one he will look up for. Definitely it's going to be the Thai first, because they are more aggressive when it comes to firepower. Dropping the nipple. Luxi just did him a big favor, taking out Thai team at the third place. It's going to be Indonesians versus the Philippine first team here. Rafael slowly coming in, but right, they got the corners. Luxi is down.
Oh, that is tough. That is tough. Now it's down to Suavel, the last man standing for Indonesia, unless he can clutch 1v3. This could be Philippines. This could be it for Philippines. Philippines 1 could make that comeback. They're starting to move out to Suavel. And here it is. Philippines 1 is here to dominate SEA Games.
Bagan, and we have to say they fought it so well. Whoever this fought him just now, it was insane. Where did they come from? All the way? Did they take the boat? Did they actually walk all the way towards the southern part of the island? Because we did actually saw the tides. The Indonesian second team were back first. Where did they pop out from? And it was well worth it to play a very strategically, very methodical team. We mentioned about them being quiet in the second day, but here comes them, starting off their final day with the first chicken dinner in their hand.
Okay, Mon Boy is extra happy. Alright. But for that drop spot, they dropped into military, they dropped into Milta Power. And how did they end up there is beyond me, because we saw earlier on the bridge was kind of packed as well on the right side, with Cambodia playing the gatekeeping role against another team. So when did they slip in? Did they slip in after? Did they slip in before? I'm not too sure. We really need to look at the replay. But what I can say is that there is a on-point timing rotation coming in from Philippines to take that prime position, and that was supposed to be Thailand's spot, but Thailand, they chose the house on the bottom. Nothing wrong with that. It's just Philippines. How did they get in safely? That is beyond me.
I have to say, they really put in the line Lakat Matatak all the way towards Novo Ripnoye. Straight on, when they saw the circle shifted, they actually move. I think what's logically speaking here, they might move towards the right side of the bridge before the other two teams, the Cambodians, were fighting just now, and they go into Novo Ripnoye, maybe playing at the outskirts of it, at the coastline of Novo, so nobody actually spotted them out. Because just now we saw when it comes to Indonesian coming up from the Sonovska Island, there's nobody inside in the island, except we didn't see the corners of Novo Ripnoye. So there's possibly they have been camping there for quite a bit, and they've been waiting for so long there. Just have to say, they really gambled it out for the circle, just how the Thai team did back then as well.
I have another theory. The other theory is that they took a boat from the south side of this Milta Power, the boat from south side of Milta Power, and they went into Novo because if they were to shoot straight into Novo, Thailand 2 actually dropped first into Novo, so they would have clashed very early on. So maybe anticipating that, they say that, okay, we will still go to Novo, but we won't go to Novo as early or as fast. So the best is that they still loot in the Milta Power area, and then they take the boat to Novo. By that time, Thailand 2 would have left that area. They would have continued on to do their own thing, and that's how they got that entry into military base hill.
I mean, like, if you think about it, right, for this time to play the boat game, it's not really that bad, because if you got yourself like maybe two boats to work with, one will be driving the boat, the other will be shooting every swimmers there is. Like we mentioned, it feels like a swimming category for sea medalists this time, but it's actually PUBG Mobile, guys. But speaking of which, is actually they can actually get a lot of elimination just by doing it, but nobody actually tried to do that because it's a bit too risky if your boat actually being shot down. But nevertheless, still congratulations to Philippine team number 1, which coming out from KJ Esports, and that was a really good turnaround event for them because they're still in the run for the gold medalist here. Even though we got ourselves Philippines in the top 3 now, in top 5, definitely they're gonna push up a lot when it comes to the ranking later on.
Yeah, the difference between them and at least that third spot is about 17 points only. So with that, but we also must consider that some of the Indonesian teams actually did fairly well. Oh wow!
You mentioned yesterday we never had one elimination from any MVP, but today we got another surprise.
You have never seen an MVP with no eliminations, right? Right?
But I think more shocking to me is the 0 longest eliminations. So how did he got himself that 723 damage with no distance in between? How?
So because the 0 is eliminations, right? So without eliminations, so that makes sense. So the story that I'm reading here is that basically he's the one that dishes out all the damage and everyone steals it away from him.
No, the thing is, there's no distance when he actually does the damage.
Yeah, because it's based on longest distance elimination. And without an elimination,
oh yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Now, and it's not the distance damage, right? It's distance elimination, so he doesn't have an elimination. There you go. Thanks for that. But
it's crazy,
match
right?
standings. I know, that was insane. It was baffling. Back to the match standing. Even though they got themselves that chicken dinner, but still have to remind why they got themselves the MVP. But look at number 1 with 9 elimination points there. I have to say this is one of the highest eliminations aside from Malaysia's second team, which is going to be 8 eliminations. But the rest of them really secure well enough. We have 2 Indonesian teams on the top 4 here. While the Philippines got themselves that chicken dinner, but it's just 1 point away from being number 1 in this match. For the Thais, though, they're still in the run here.
Yeah, because Philippines, they play... Because of that kind of rotation, you just need to wait at the hilltop, so you don't really get much action. Indonesia too, on the other hand, we saw them fighting on the left bridge like nobody's business. So they got a lot of elimination there. Same goes for the other Indonesian as well, Indonesian 1 as well. So they kind of like have a similar pattern. But looks like we're going to compare between Luxy as well as Rankit. And in terms of stats, Rankit, he got majority of his team's eliminations.
That's very true. But he got shot down by the side of, if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the Thai teams from the second Thai teams who actually on the rooftop. But for Luxy, I have to say it was a very valiant effort. Same goes for Rankit. It was winning up the team with a lot of elimination. Aside from them getting them chicken dinner, that securing the team with 4 extra elimination points. I'm like, I'll be surprised if they go for head-to-head with 0 eliminations as well for this time. But lucky enough, we got ourselves a 3 and 4 eliminations.
Yeah, I know, right? So at least we had. If we get another head-to-head of like 0-0, I don't know what to say. But that's a new record. So now in our PUBG Mobile casting careers, we can safely say that. Have you ever seen an MVP with no eliminations? There you go.
Yeah, we're definitely going to remember Alan for the rest of our lives now. But back to his elimination and damage output. So for Indonesian second team, they got themselves, even though they got not really that chicken dinner, but they still secure the first placement when it comes to the overall ranks in the first match of our final day here because of they dish out quite a lot of damage. But same goes for Indonesian first team. So they're really going all out aggressive here for the Indonesians.
Yeah, they want the points in the bag because there's still a possibility that we can see both Indonesian teams actually in the podium spot. And I wouldn't be surprised once we tally up the points, right? We might see them there after this. But besides that, 3 teams, unfortunately, will go home empty-handed. No eliminations as in this round. That's going to be Brunei 1, Laos 1, as well as Malaysia 1. The rest of them, they at least got something back from this round. But for the Indonesians, we talked about the Indonesians before, even at the club level, even like when they were BTR or their respective clubs, right? It's always like day one, you don't really see them do that well. But if you give them time to warm up, you give them like the second day, the third day, all of a sudden they will go crazy.
That's true. And this is the third day. This is the final day. This is where they will get crazy. But the thing is, I noticed that both Indonesian teams are actually quite high up there in the top 5 based on their last performance. But here will be our outstanding team, our match 1, our final stage, final day, day number 3. Philippines at number 1 because they got themselves that chicken dinner, but Indonesian second, Thai second team, and Indonesian first team. Both Indonesian team are really probably will conquer the top 5 right now. Same goes for the Philippines. They are very close for both countries to get themselves in the gold medal run.
Okay, yeah. I mean, these are the teams like in the middle, right? Except for Thailand today, a little bit on the bottom. Teams in the middle. Teams at the top, we have yet to see them got on the charts as the outstanding teams, but yet at the same time, they were not eliminated that early, but everything just happened so fast because of how much action there was on the left bridge. We need to wait for the official scores, which I believe will be in the next graphic. This will be something that I really can't wait to see. I can't tell by now, you know.
That's true. We fail on mathematics back then, but still Vietnam at number 1 spot. But it's really close for these guys to catch up. The Philippines second and Indonesian second team are chasing up for the gold medalists. Yeah, while they're sitting at silver and bronze at second and third place. Myanmar first team being pushed down to 4th place. We're hitting all the triple digit for most of the top 6 teams there. Indonesian first team and Philippine first team at 5th and 6th. They're really closing up the gap. While Thai first team taking out 93 points. This is where the gap quite a bit stretch between. Malaysian first and second being pushed down to 8 and 9, but still maintaining their spot previously as well. But for the rest of the team on second page, do they still have the shot for the medalist run here?
I think yes, because we have to. Yes, there's a possibility because it's like 1 point. The difference is like 31 points with 4 more games to go. It is still possible, so I won't rule them out just yet as well. But what I can say is that some teams are starting to step up the game again. Especially we got to give it to Philippines 1. Somehow they managed to solve the puzzle of that kind of circle. That circle is what we call pretty scammy, right? It can look like it's like on top and all of a sudden it goes all the way down, and only Thailand solved that puzzle completely. But let's hear it from the Philippines. How did they actually get across? Let's go, hosts.
Đội tuyển đã xuất sắc giành được winner chicken dinner trong game thi đấu mở màn cho ngày hôm nay. Hãy cùng Thảo Trang phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào Rankit, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Ngay lúc này thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào với một chiến thắng mở màn cho ngày thi đấu hôm nay?
Hello Rankit, congratulations on your victory. So how's your feelings about today's matches?
Masaya ako kasi nasa amin yung circle matapos last circle sa amin lang yung circle habang bumabaril lang kami ng mga hotdog sa may gilid-gilid ng tubig kasi ganda ng pwesto namin eh.
He's feeling very happy, and then when the last zone was in favor in their team, it was a big and a good luck for them. It's a time for them to kill enemies.
Okay. Philippines 1 trả lời rằng là họ rất là vui về chiến thắng này. Khi mà ở cái vòng bao cuối thì họ rất là lo lắng. Tuy nhiên là đây là một cái sự may mắn rất lớn và họ sẵn sàng loại bỏ bất cứ ai mà ở trong tầm ngắm của họ.
Vậy theo bạn thì tình huống nào là tình huống quyết định dẫn đến chiến thắng vừa rồi của đội mình?
So what's your decision about lead to the victory?
Yung nagpanalo sa amin doon yung sinakyan naming hotdog para tumawid dun sa military base. Tapos naka-rotate kami ng walang tao, nakakuha kami ng spot na maganda.
So the strategy that they made for the victory is that they found a boat going to the other side of the island. So one of their teammates got called that they need to rotate immediately, And then as the zone closes and in favors on them, they immediately got the victory because they didn't hesitate to pick more enemies, and that's why they get the chicken dinner.
Ok, vậy câu trả lời đó chính là khi mà vòng bo tới thì họ tìm một chiếc thuyền và họ chạy sang chiếc đảo nhỏ, rồi sau đó là họ tìm một cái lợi thế rất là thuận lợi, và ngay tại lúc đó, thời điểm đó thì họ đã có thể có một cái họ đã tập trung với nhau để mà loại bỏ enemy, kẻ thù trước mặt họ, và do đó là dẫn tới một cái chiến thắng rất là nhanh.
Vâng, đó là một quyết định rất là thông minh của các bạn, và hy vọng rằng các bạn sẽ giữ vững được cái tinh thần này và thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu đầu tiên của ngày hôm nay. Ngay bây giờ, mời các bạn nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the mini-map is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has two quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
Flags by sound down, tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sound down, tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Yeni sezon yeni Camı darkımı bu barkin ancadan. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedolgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عطبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي من هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارضك كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, kill another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya nggak ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. bendera putih, lo yang kibarin. Taking over the game, squad lain gue ratain. Biar history winning streak, gue yang jelasin. Wow, wow, bandera se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira, ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer, red shot, inimigos diluindo. Olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente. Persistente, insistente, a dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Facem moi cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vin acasă pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki her taraf alevler içimde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go.
Yeah.
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and you guys are tuning into the running for the medalist coming up for the 31st SEA Games Vietnam. I'll be your caster here today, which will be Chu and Circla, and this is brought to you by Tencent Games, Project Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And thank you for hosting this verse, and also VNG Games. And speaking of running towards a medal, there's so many teams is still up for the grab, Cloud.
I know, right? It is still very open. And earlier on, after that first round, we saw a swap onto the podium spot whereby Indonesia too climbed their way above Myanmar 1 into the number 3 spot. Now, we did see a slight of a comeback here for Philippines 1 as well. They got a chicken dinner that brought them onto number 5. And they are currently knocking on the doors, going back onto the podium. But talking about the podium, let's talk about not yet the podium, but the arena.
Yeah, the players, we can see Jumper is a bit devastated for now, while the rest of the team try to calm themselves down with a couple of drinks. While inside of the Filipinos, the Filipinos are more than ready. We saw their cheering. Philippines second team here, definitely on the silver spot as they place themselves at second place, very nearby, but will it be reachable? Indonesians are rising up to the occasions today. We're talking about Rising, and the rest of the teams are more than ready with their heat pads, making sure their fingers are warm enough for them to actually do their best later.
And Malaysia 1, of course, they're still in it. They are currently at 82 points. For the podium spot, the difference is 29 points. With 4 more games to go, it could still happen. And now on visual, we have a Brunei, 1 will be playing, and this time we see Cole will be in the lineup as well. Brunei 1 currently at number 14 with 50 points. It's a bit of a tall order for them to get onto the podium spot, but nevertheless, it is the last day and everyone wants to leave with a strong impression.
Up to the 6th place currently, if you talk about points, definitely Thai first, both Indonesian teams and both Philippine teams actually in to run for the medals. And this is going to be one of the celebratory, which is going to be Indonesian, also professional player, female. I'm not sure which one of this because they both got themselves twins, just like how Luxy and Zuxi do.
Oh yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, one of them is seeing Yuhai, I think.
And one more, Ryzen. Wait, what?
Ryzen?
I think that's
I just don't know which
possibly.
one.
Yeah, because they are twins. Sometimes when we look over Luxy and Zuxi, the same gets for us. Like, are you Zuxi or are you Luxy? But it's always a pleasure to look over for female passionate into gaming audiences. And maybe one of their family members is actually in the arena playing. They try to give the supports and love and cheering up to give the morale boost for the players, but will it be enough? Definitely, it's going to be really helping you guys watching at home as well to give your favorite countries, your favorite teams to actually give them the support. There's going to be Indonesians really cheering up all the way to Vietnam in the arena of the players sitting right now, watching their favorite and their loved ones playing. And the players are more and ready to go into Miramar, the very big desert, dry and dusty, but it's not going to be as dry because we do know a lot of blood will be spilled here, as all the teams are really bloodthirsty enough to get themselves in the highest spot that is.
And did anyone notice the Vietnamese casters that actually changed their outfit? They were wearing something different in round 1. Yeah, they have time for that, right? Interestingly, yeah. So they wore something different in round 1.
Are they the same people though?
That I can't confirm because the scene switched fast. But for the outfit, I'm pretty sure it's different. But if you talk about changing casters after one game, maybe not. Doesn't happen usually. So I guess it's the same people with different outfits.
It usually happens in offline stage because of, it might be exhausting for them to actually drag all the way, just not like we do. Like we have a lot of stamina, right? Right, Cloud? But we don't have the stamina to change our outfits. We can't exhibit any outfits today, thanks to being neutral. But let's not waste any more time. We want to get into the game, and this is gonna be the second time of the day. We're getting into the match number 2. It will be the first Miramar of the day, but the second last Miramar as we head into our final day of the 31st SEA Games final stage.
Yes, this will be the first Miramar for the final day, and this time it's going to come from El Azahar to the left side of Monte Nuevo. So teams that like to drop on the southern side, notably teams like say Laos, is going to be a bit far for them to drop into Chupacera. Los Leones as well as Impala for both of the Vietnamese teams is going to be a bit of a drop for them, but I think they can still commit to go towards there. It should be okay for them to land there. It's just that they need to be careful of the two Thai teams that normally like to drop in minus Generalist as well as Picado. Hopefully don't bump into them as they hit their way onto their drop spot on the southern side. So what's going to be important, of course, is going to be the circle. We've seen a couple of middle circles. We only see one southern circle, I think, and that's about it. But a lot of it has been somewhere around the middle.
Most of it is actually specifically on top of Power Grid. We have to specify it as well. And the one, the southern circle, was actually on top of Los Leones, which was the event circle. Kind of hard to play, but seems like we might have a southern circle possibly today, according to the first game pattern. But never mind that. Power Grid is still in there, but high chances are we might end up in Minas Generalis or even La Bendita at this point.
Yeah, we've seen this, I think, on day one, if I'm not mistaken, this kind of circle before. So it's interesting to see that some of the teams that's currently in the middle of the circle, their regular drop spot. We can see Thailand too, right smack in the middle of it. Vietnam, who normally drops in Impala, not too far away. Los Leones is still within the circle as well. So both Vietnamese teams that are in it. Of course, let's keep our eyes onto those teams on the podium spot for now. Vietnam 1 will be on a clear. No one will be contesting them around them as they head into Impala. For Philippines 2, on the other hand, Philippines 2, they like to drop into power grid, so it's still within the circle. And Indonesia 2, they are also around the area of Monte Nuevo. So it's also right smack in the middle of the map, which is close by with the circle.
Yeah, but the thing is, Cal, up to 11th place within one game, if they got themselves 20-ish eliminations, definitely not even 20 is fine, as long as they got themselves double-digit eliminations plus a chicken dinner. It's more than enough for them to push forward up to the rankings where they might actually contend for the medals. And this is reachable up to the 11th place, which the gap, speaking of where we're heading over, it's less than 60. Definitely around, not maybe not less, but more also approximately 60 points up to the 11th place. And the gap up to the 6th place is not even 30 points in between. It's not even half that we mentioned in the 60s. So this is just one game to flip the coin over and one game to bring the morale down or boost up for one of any teams in any countries.
Yeah, that was the advantage taken by Indonesia too. They took that one game just to flip the coin over, like what you mentioned, and now they are in number 3. But of course, 4 more games to go. And I would say there are still many teams that are able to take that top spot. So that also means that teams like Vietnam 1, teams like Philippines 2, they need to be careful. Now the gap between Philippines 2 and Indonesia 1 is like only 1 point.
Don't compliment them too much. You saw how Vafel just got stuck with a minivan just now. He tried to reverse, but you know how heavy the minivan is. It's just... I can't even... it broke me.
Well, it happens commonly in Miramar. You know, like a lot of pictures and all that.
That's the minivan is at the cliff, and then there's like... How do I say? It's really a steep cliff, and then it's just you can't reverse because how heavy the minivan is. I'm not sure what's going to happen to Vafel for now, but definitely I know he will figure out something to get out from that situation. Back to it, the Philippine first team. We mentioned about them being a bit quiet yesterday, but today they're really pumped up. This is the last race. They're at the finishing line. All they need to do is just all cylinders out and just go for the rush towards a medal.
Yeah, for both Thai teams, so including Taiwan, who's currently Thailand 1. Taiwan is not in the SEA Games, so just saying, but Taiwan. Yeah, gotta get that right, guys. And they're currently at the number 7 with 93 points. So the difference with at least the 3rd spot is like what 18 points, so that's not too far away. Even one game could flip the coin, but it also depends on whatever happens on the top. But for Thailand 2, on the other hand, the gap is kind of far, so it's a bit tough for them, I can say.
For the top 3, basically all they need to have in mind right now, the idea is that don't get eliminated before there's only 5 teams left. That's it. All they need to do is just hang on to their survival skills and wait until there's 5 teams left, and it's okay for them to go down after that. And they need to make sure they hide themselves very well, but if there's an opportunity and you're on the blind spot or the flank side of your enemy team or the opponent's team, it's okay to go for, just open up your shots fired. It's okay. But this time, they cannot afford to get out early. That's it. Because if they do, so many teams easily just ease into the top 5 ranking and just swap over to the top 3. They just can take you down, pull you down just within seconds.
And that's why it's easier said than done, right? Like, you want to get into the top 5. I'm sure everyone wants to get into the top 5. If you can get into the top 5 basically for every single round, you're pretty much crowned champions. So the tough part is trying to stay alive. Now, this is always the question, right? Do you play passively? Do you play aggressively? Both of it has their own pros and cons. Passively, you might end up on the outside the circle, trying to chase the circle, and as you try to make those rotations, you will get gunned down. When you play aggressively, on the other hand, you have a tendency of losing fights as well. You can't possibly win all your fights. So this is where it gets very difficult to strike that balance. I often get asked the question of like, oh, is it better to play on the outside of the circle or on the inside of the circle? My answer is that there's no answer. It depends on how comfortable you are in playing at the other day.
Now, also adapting to it, the team that actually you're fighting against is always going to be different lineup every single game, every single season. We talked about SEA Games, even some players are being swapped in and out, so that's definitely going to change the dynamic about how the team's going to perform. Plus, we talked about the key is consistency every single time, but how can you be consistent with so many changes in the match itself? Yes, it's the same map, but it's going to be a different flight path, different circle, different sometimes drop spot for these guys, because based on the flight path itself, it's just so hard to maintain something that never can be changed. Well, there's so many environmental things that has been changing every single second, every single minute of it. Now we're looking over to Philippines second team. They're definitely taking the higher vintage point because they want to stay safe as long as they can, because they are on the second place for Philippines second team here at number 2 spot with 112 points. Easily can be cut off by Indonesian second team, just 1 point shy behind them.
You know what? For the millionth time, I don't know. It's always a trend for Laos, right? They always lose somebody very early. They just lost one person to Malaysia too. Early on, we saw Yuhai getting that first blood, and again, it's happening to Laos one again. Considering that this is a new map, yeah, you can say so, but it has happened since the past few days. After this, they'll be going back into Erangel. If they lose one person again to like maybe the Vietnamese or the Bruneians, I don't know. They just need to really reset themselves and relook at everything that they've done.
Yep, but I'm glad at least Vafel actually changed to pick up Trop. But back to Islao, I agree with the fact that it didn't work out for them when they they're trying to go for the 1-1-1-1 strategy. It just, they need to stick as a team. But this might be a circle. If it ended up just on top from Impala, it would be very interesting to watch. But lucky enough, we're just having a bit minor Impala in it, maybe just at the outskirts and also at the rim of the circle. Most probably we're going to have to end it up around Minas Generalis, because the circle really favors that area, maybe on top of Jagyot as well, between those two places.
And guess who's in the circle? Just look at who's right in the middle without any challenge. It's going to be Vietnam 1. In the middle without anybody around there. And Vietnam 1, again, they really know how to be in the middle of the circle very, very early on. They're just ruthless when it comes to that. They're just like, okay, they just point at the middle. They say, okay, we'll go there. Wherever the best compound or the best high ground, we will just be at the middle. That's all.
Yep, the skills to reading into the circle is really one of the highest, most wanted skills when it comes to calling off the shot, especially if it's down to the IGL. But it's okay if the IGL can read the skill, as long as their teammate have one person that can actually predict and doing it right, and they can actually have that discussion among themselves during the game, and they have to communicate, because it's going to be ongoing all the time. The communications are wide open for the players. But Galaxy, they got themselves a really tough start today, but hopefully today they're gonna, get up and just realize they have no more tomorrows. It's gonna be ended up today. It's gonna be down to the last few games today, and they're done. They really need to, even though how exhausted they are, how tired they've been for the marathon, it's down to this last day here.
Yeah, it is. And definitely every one of these teams, whatever position that they would have at the end of the day, they want to go home with a good impression. They want to go home with saying that, okay, we have definitely done our best until the last game, and that is pretty much that they can do. And I think at the end of the day, as long as they do their best until the very last game, they can go home with their heads out high. They can go back to the country knowing that they have done all they've given it all. So teams like Brunei will be looking to do that, even Cambodia as well, even for Laos as well, they'll be looking to do that. But now we're coming back into the map, and again we do see Vietnam. Just look at their position in the middle, unchallenged.
for now. We're looking over on the south side, are creeping in slowly, but it's still quite far. Maybe like 300 meters between Vietnam and first and second team, while another 200, maybe less than 200 meters. It's going to be 100 meters away. Malaysian second team just approached on the backside of Vietnam second team side. But speaking of the circle, I have to say Cambodians are actually gambling that this might be the only compound if we need to take, if it ended up in Minas Generalis for the next few circles. While Philippines second team are rotating and very proactive, trying to find eliminations, taking the high grounds. They're trying to go on all the edges of Minas Generalis on the crate area there. It's going to be them trying to find whoever's trying to move, but that's just wrong timing for the Cambodian players.
Again, Cambodia looks like they're suffering from this rotation. Philippines too will be very happy to collect those elimination points as they still look forward to trying to get that gold spot out of Vietnam, trying to snatch the golden spot out of Vietnam for now. So they definitely want all the points, as much points as they can get in the bag. Now Thailand too, on the other hand, 75 points difference, but they definitely wouldn't want to go down without a fight. As we talk about fighting, looks like the circle shifts up north and expect a lot of fights to happen on the southern side as Philippines too stepping into the circle.
Yep, right now the Vietnam teams are approaching very close by as well. I'm surprised why the Cambodian team just now, they want to move because they got, yes, maybe the reason why, because they got themselves a very low ground, but they have themselves that compound to work with, so it's okay for them to stay there for a bit. They are still inside of a circle. That kind of really put them disadvantage, in a big disadvantage the moment they lost themselves a couple of members along that process to transfer towards the place they want to be in. But the teams that are coming out very late, coming on from Impala, it's going to be Malaysian second team, while we have Laos coming up from out of Lambedita. Los Leones, we just have Vietnam second team approaching to the side of Laos team. Well, Cambodian team, they got themselves this compound. They are very fast when it comes to rotation, but along the process, like I mentioned before, heavy casualty on that side. They lost Zero and Jisoo quite early on with no elimination points yet on their side.
Yeah, very interesting that they still pulled the trigger despite them only having two players giving away their position. But I guess it's just more of a power play. They want to show some confidence in terms of holding on to this area. But it's also interesting to note that they are using a single buggy for two players. That is very, very risky considering there's only two players left in this round.
At least they got it quite right this time. Nobody's actually shooting at them. But the ones actually in the turmoil is going to be a side of Laos. They lost one member, so might in the process of losing one, if not, still keep on picking. But Star-Lord, what a nice counter fire coming up. McLaren trying to rotate the other way around. They're playing at the rim of the blue zone. While this is quite a risky one, they have very small space here for Star-Lord and the rest of Laos team. They need to move towards a more bigger space. It's kind of risky for them to actually stay outside of a circle and also at the edge of the blue, but it's okay for them still. They are safe and sound. Global from Brunei start to shoot against Myanmar. We got one knockdown. It's going to be Baby Loki on the ground kneeling for help.
Wow, how many teams are they fighting? Barua just gunned down Malaysia one in another angle, and Global is keeping Myanmar busy on the other side. So they're keeping teams out from multiple angles as Global tries to secure that elimination point from afar. For now, Brunei one managed to get 2 elimination points in the back, and they still maintain a full squad, but Global is not able to connect those shots as Myanmar one, they are playing well with the slopes.
This is very strategic coming up from Brunei first team here. They definitely have a lot of information and a lot of teams surrounding them. Definitely they're going to keep the pressure on, making sure they cannot even move. And Global making sure he's going to do that with his SLR. Baby Loki being revived, but the terrain, the rocks and the nook and cranny is just so hard for him to actually land the shots on. The angle is quite difficult unless Global actually reposition himself, but probably he might jeopardize the entire team integrity and in the whole team survival. He's actually moving from his spot, but the circle shift upwards again, right on the outskirts of Senede Patron. But also the teams are actually in the center. It's going to be Brunei's second team, Myanmar touching a rim, and Thais coming up. The second team of Thais coming up from the southern part. They got themselves stone, an upgrade of loot from that airdrop as well.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting circle, especially for the Vietnamese. Now, Vietnam one, we can see them making a left rotation. They're just going to avoid the high ground that currently Thailand as well as Cambodia have held. So they're going to avoid all that and be objective, go straight into the middle of the circle. As we can see, Galaxy gets one to Ozone, Philippines 1 going up against Myanmar 2, and they'll be happy to get that knockdown onto King.
The third party coming in as well is going to be Malaysian IGL Jumper, Malaysian first team. But he's alone quite up front, very separated from the rest of the roster. It's quite risky. He has to actually go for this engagement. The whole team of Philippines just taking such a great entrance towards the side of Myanmar. Just now, Jumper coming up from behind. But Myanmar, it's quite far from them to actually reach out towards the Philippine. Magix is also not able to give aid towards the IGL, which is going to be Jumper too much up front towards the Philippine teams. And now they're joining in and gonna reunite with the roster to move in sync. Well, we have Mott on his knees. What is happening to Vietnam second team?
Oh, Vietnam 2, they are fighting here, but looks like Philippines 2, they have been eliminated though by Vietnam 2. Blink and you'll miss it. Vietnam 2 just eliminated Philippines 2 and Choo. That means that the number 2 spot will be compromised.
That's true. It's very open for the third and fourth place to jump up to second place immediately. While Philippines first team Damigod is just trying to farm for eliminations here. Damigod on the highest spot with that M416 spot out Jumper. Managed to take cover in the very last minute, but Frankie and Jumper trying to work wonders here while Magic going for the flank side. The last flex in the process. Only 3 men on the side of Malaysian first team. 1 knockdown. It's going to be Frankie. Damigod is just having hawk eye vision onto the Malaysian side, making sure they cannot even move forward. They deny their entrance towards the side of the circle.
Oh yeah, Philippines 1, they do have the circle advantage. It is on their side. And they are keeping Malaysia 1 out of the circle at this moment. As the circle, as the zone will put pressure onto them anytime soon. Then we got the long range onto the side of Magix. Will not connect his shots, but all he needs to do is just to power play them and keep them outside of the zone.
I think Rankit definitely heard the footsteps for Magix. Already ready his Molotov and his hand grenade. Jumper being revived, taking back on the revenge towards Damigod. Rankit knocked down. Magic's gonna finish off the job. He climbed up. Now same goes for Frankie. They're gonna go on for the rush and push. Here comes with the micro Uzi. Frankie blindly shot. Didn't connect. It's right across him. But he managed to revive Damigod. But they managed to get away with it. Smart. Again, a shot on his knees. Whole team of Philippine first team eliminated here by the side of Malaysian first team. Frankie must take over. Maybe they got themselves in the top 5 if they managed to secure a chicken dinner this time for the Malaysian first teams.
And the rivalry between Jumper and Demigod continues with that elimination. I mean, they met multiple times in Myanmar. Their rotation always clashes. But now we move over to Vietnam 2, going up against Gen Force from Indonesia 2. Indonesia 2, of course, currently at the 3rd place. Gen Force cannot bow out at this moment. Gen Force currently all alone as Gen Force will be taking out the blue at the same time, but Vietnam on the left. Gen Force, he prones, he will not pull the trigger just yet. Porsche putting pressure to the other side as Porsche will need to move as well. He's currently on the outside of the zone, but Porsche will be gunned down by Flukev.
The Thais taking the high vintage point of view and a big advantage. Force has been very daring being the front line for the team, but the sidelines, the flanks been taken out, falling without him realizing that Gen Force trying to play for the team. They're creating so much space here, but the Thais taking the high grounds, really pinning them down so hard they can't even move, not even an inch. Bear coming up from the first Thai team with the Scar also on the high grounds, but they're really not into the circle yet. They're just touching the rim of it.
Oh, yeah, at least they are in it. Rather than some other teams, they are currently on the outside, just like Myanmar 1, who is currently stuck on the outside of the circle, together with Global from Brunei 1 as well. They're stuck in the same area, and look at their geography. They are on the lower ground, and Thailand 1, they have the high ground advantage. It's going to be tough to win them over, but Loki gets one sec, wants to finish up the jump. He wants to secure this elimination point. Myanmar 1 definitely wants to go back onto their opponents by Global. Looks yummy as 1 sec will secure that elimination point.
Fifth phase commencing as we're looking over a lot of teams still inside of the blue zone, which they're tanking quite a lot of damage. It's going to be more than 1% there, and it's going to be the 3% every second, and one more team out, which is going to be eliminated by the side of a Thai. They are just going all out monsters there, and look at the elimination points. The high is going to be Malaysian second and Thai second team, while Myanmar remaining with 2 members. Loki on the ground bleeding out. 1 second, have so much responsibility for this team.
Oh, Beer, he wants to collect more elimination points. Of course, Thailand won. They still stand a chance to get into the podium spot. They want to eliminate Myanmar as One Sec now needs to climb. But One Sec down to 10% of health. One Sec will be gunned down from left and right. And Thailand won will secure the elimination point. 2 points in the bag for them as they move over to Myanmar 2 versus Malaysia 2.
Down to 8 teams, but the fire is being shot towards the Vietnam side, which are going to be Frankie and V Choi being pinned down by Carter, who's gatekeeping the more Myanmar second team, Monkey, and also Finn, who's being shot down just now by the Malaysian team's QB from behind. The rest of them, they're trying to play flank here, and QB is the thorn from the stabbing from the back, and Monkey tried to open up the space for the Myanmar 2 side. He's the remaining member. He can't actually just revive Finn, and that's finished off by the side of Malaysian second teammate. QB and you are just pushed forward. We're down to 7.
Oh, okay. Teams are dropping really fast in this round. 20 more players, and we're only the 6th circle. And now Luxy, he wants more points for himself because Indonesia too can still climb up the charts onto the podium spot after this. As we look at the circle favors onto Indonesia 1. And both Indonesia 1 and Indonesia 2 actually, they're in the circle.
That's true, and also the ties are in there as well. So the problem is right now, can they hold on to it as they're still engaging in a very long-term fight here? Luxy trying to finish the dot straight away. They need to take a breather. Can they actually finish it off? Venturas taking him down. Never mind, it's going to be Danfoss first. Buffel taking down Venturas, and now Near taking on onto Luxy. Buffel with UMP9 taking a huge upgrade of loot, but he can't even reach there. He wants to go for the death box, but the Malaysian team stops him from afar. Jumper and the rest of Magic's Malaysian first team just passing by and have been in the verge of dropping down, but they spotted them out just yet. Malaysian versus Malaysians in the corners of the circle, while the rest of the team, the Thais and also the Indonesian and Vietnam at first place, still holding on with 1 player remaining.
Oh, Suavel, unfortunately he'll be out. That means Vietnam 1 can continue to pull away that top spot. They still have 1 player left. And now the next one, probably going to go up to the podium spot. Still has a chance, this Indonesian 1, playing with 2 team members. There's going to be Potato as well as Kato. But they need to deal with Godtuni, who has the high ground advantage at the moment. The good news is that they are somewhat in the middle of the circle. And Flu Camp will be gunned by Frankie from Vietnam. And Vietnam 1 will secure another point in the bag.
The last person for Vietnam really make it so hard for the Thais right now. Frankie, remaining member for the side of Vietnam first team. Now Magic has his eyes onto as a Thai second team. Stone is being scouted out. He definitely knows exactly where Stone is. While Jumper keep tabs on Tony, who can't even move. Look at the Molotov. The pressure is on Jumper set, making sure he got himself that high ground. He can't even move forward. But Tony do have 1 tree to actually take covers on. Now it's down to which side the circle shrink first and who will be favored by the 7th phase later on. This is the 6th phase. We're down to the very late game here. And remaining 5 team down route taking on Jumper. The Malaysians are fortifying each other right now, while Tony just keeping the tap towards Indonesians, whose Potato and Kato is trying to push forward, but Tony have his eyes onto a lot of angles here because there's so many teams want to take him down.
Almost getting 1 onto the Malaysian side. This is going to be a civil war here as Yuhai goes forward, and Yuhai will eliminate Malaysia 1 down to the top 4 teams now as Stone tries to get more elimination points for himself. Damru will finish off Godtuni, and now we have a full squad of Malaysia 2. They still stand a chance of getting this chicken dinner.
Oh, Stone finally out. Indonesian and also Malaysian, the only one remaining. Vietnam first team still got themselves in the 10th spot here. Definitely still maintain that number 1 spot for now. But Kato, Yuhai, and it's gonna be Malaysia getting themselves their first ever chicken dinner. And this debut meant so much for them. And this is gonna be a huge jump. Can they make it to the top 5 for this match only?
Top 5 is very possible now for Malaysia, but can they make it into the top 3? This could be their start. With 3 more games to go, it is possible. It is mathematically possible. They just need to keep their consistency. Malaysia too, finally getting their first chicken dinner, and in fact as a country as well, getting the first chicken dinner this time. Unfortunately, they had to go through a civil war, but this is just part of the process of getting to the top, as you will need to eliminate everyone in front of your path. 14 elimination points for Malaysia too.
That's quite a lot. I have to say that's going to jump up straight to the top 5 if they manage to do so, because most of the team from the 2nd to the 5th place, Cloud, they are being taken out quite early, except for the Indonesian teams just now, which I'm not sure, was it? I think it was Indonesian first team, maybe the second team, both of them still in the top 5, top 6 as well. But most of the teams that on the 2nd and 3rd spot been taken out early. This means there's such a big chance and opportunity for the rest of the team to snatch away that medal spot, which is going to be a 2nd and 3rd place. Vietnam 1st place, they still survived to the last top 3 there. They might maintain the goal placement when it comes to the overall ranking.
Yeah, it's for sure. They are unchallenged towards the end when it comes to their other closest competitors. Towards the end, Vietnam was the only one still alive. I think they've got number 3 earlier on, so they're definitely on the top. Not only on the top, they would have pulled away a little bit as compared to the number 2 and number 3 spot. But for Malaysia too, they might just climb themselves into the top 5. This could be the first step into glory of getting the next gold medal, or not the next gold, the next medal in general for Malaysia.
And this is their first ever interview. We get to see the Malaysia players getting their interviews finally. But I'm hoping for the other teams that didn't land themselves at chicken dinner will also show their faces on the screen how proud they are to actually say, hey, I won a chicken dinner for the Malaysian contingent. And they definitely, their parents will be proud of them. Their daughters, there's no daughters, their sons, their children, their family, their loved ones, their friends actually taking part in SEA Games. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. This is crazy big. This happens like once every 2 years at least. And no matter what happens at the end of the day, right? No matter what happens at the end of the day, whether you get a podium spot or not, you want to leave with a strong impression. And to do that, one of the ways is also to get chicken dinners. And for Malaysia to at least get this chicken dinner, whatever the final result is, at the end of the day, they still got themselves the chicken dinner. They still earned themselves the interview. They still earned themselves the limelight. So at the end of the day, you still want people to remember you for the fight that you have put in, even on day number 3.
That's true. And you can even screenshot yourself to make sure that you got yourself your proof of existence when it comes to SEA Games, the 31st SEA Games. Look at this. I really played it. And nobody can deny that, because when you get interviewed, when you show yourself that you're that strong in this tournament, nobody can deny that you're such a good player. And all the sweat, blood and tears, everything being pushed down to this point where it's so rewarding to get that chicken. It's just so hard to get it. You saw how the circle shift, it's already one problem, and how the players rotate is so unpredictable.
Yeah, and considering that for Malaysia too, they normally like to drop in Monte Nuevo, so it's quite a distance for them to travel as well. It's not like the circle just lands on top of their head. It's very, very different. Even like other teams as well, arguably they had an easier entry. Like Vietnam 1, we saw them from Impala having an easier entry. But for Malaysia too, it wasn't. It was a tough one for them. And this is an all-new record again shattered by Yuhai himself, the 3rd MVP. He is holding the record for the most MVPs for a single individual so far again.
And most of his eliminations are actually in the CQC, close quarter combat, less than 63 meters. That's really, really close. And he managed to survive of all his eliminations, by the way. That's the longest. That's the longest. So the shortest, imagine that, there's no distance in between.
Yeah, I know, right? There's like what 63 is almost it almost hardly exists, and considering that he got 5 eliminations, that means like others could be even lesser, could be like just right in front of his face, something like that. And this is just crazy. So recently I've talked to someone, right, and he mentioned that this person mentioned that Yuhai can be easily said as one of the top, at least the top 30 best players in the world individually. So not a surprise that he is currently the most MVP holders in the SEA Games.
But look at their elimination points. They're almost 30 points. It's definitely going to shoot them up high up there. They might snatching the top 5, might even the top 3 if they want to. With 14 elimination, with 29 total points, placed at number 1 is going to be Malaysian second team. Well, look at the ties. They're still in there, taking so much elimination with 7. And the Indonesian first team still maintaining the consistency at 2 eliminations at 3rd place. Well, we have another Malaysian team really going all out for the Indonesian and Malaysian today when it comes to eliminations. It's always more than 1, more than 2, and 6 for the side of Malaysian first teams there at 4th place. And Indonesian still have the consistency for second team with 3 eliminations. Closely follow up the Vietnam first team, even though they got themselves at 3rd place when it comes to surviving just now, but they placed themselves at 5th place with 1 elimination points. But I don't think it will hurt that much when it comes to overall standings for the Vietnam first team.
Yeah, definitely. Vietnam 1 will definitely still be on top, no doubt, because all of their closest rivals have been eliminated before them. So notably, like even their closest one is Indonesia too, have been eliminated, and it will not be a threat for them after just 1 round. Philippines too, just look at them. They only managed to get 2 points, so there's no way that they can challenge number 1 spot. In fact, they could drop down to the next spot, maybe number 3 or number 4. But let's check out the head-to-head between Yuhai as well as Fluke.
Yep, when it comes to longest elimination distance, I still want to point this one out. Fluke, this is pretty normal. This is what normal looks like. 184. That's quite far still. But for the longest, 63. Out of 5 eliminations, that's the longest. So how short it can be, like all the other eliminations, the other 4 eliminations. But when it comes to damage output, definitely more towards Yuha. And that's crazy because he's tanking, he's the entry fragger, and he's having really close CQC. But his damage received is lesser than Fluke.
You know, if I were to read the numbers here, the numbers just tell us this story. The moment you see Yuhai, you're gone. As simple as that. Like, you're not able to even touch him, and then you'll be gone. And that's how the whole story is telling us. That's how the whole data is telling us. Very short distance, a lot of eliminations, a lot of damage, and and less damage received. So that is how the story can be painted. But now let's check out the eliminations and damage for all these teams. At least nobody went home empty-handed.
That's very true. I'm loving this kind of trend here where no zeros on the mark, except for a 0 like behind, not at the front. But I'm a bit sad to see that the Bruneians really go all out, gun blazing with 1000 over damage, but the elimination doesn't actually tally up with their eliminations and their damage output here. Definitely to be stolen away when the knockdowns. But if you come to this kind of graph, there's only 3 teams going full aggressive for this Miramar map. Is it going to be Thai second team? Malaysia, both teams are really pushing more than their limits here.
Yeah, I think for that, right, for Brunei's case, you got to blame like maybe Thailand, or you got to blame like, I don't know, Myanmar or even Malaysia, what is up for stealing all those
Vietnam
eliminations.
second team?
Oh, Vietnam second team, yeah. Vietnam second team. Where? Oh yeah, Vietnam second team. Yeah, they only got 5, but their damage output is somewhere there. They could have stolen it. That's possible.
Possibly. But when it comes to the outstanding teams, the only team that got double elimination points here is going to be still Malaysian second team with 14, with 1,900 over for damage. It's really one of the best output damage when it comes to as a team, as a unit. But when it comes to Indonesian, it's still consistent single for Thai second team. Vietnam first team, they really fought hard for their survival just to make sure they maintain the consistency to be in the top 5 every single round, and that's the only thing they need to do right now.
Yeah, they just need to be consistent at this point because they have opened up a decent amount of gap. That's number 1. And as long as they maintain consistent, like let's say a top 5 finish with 3 more games to go, it's very possible for them to take home the goal and raise their national anthem in the arena. But let's check out the confirmation points. So yes, Vietnam won 137 points. Just look at the gap right now, 29 points gap with Indonesia too. But Indonesia currently all of them in the podium spot.
That's very true. And this is a very scary prospect for Philippines' first and second team. Look how much things have turned. Straight being pushed down to 4th place. Before this, they were in the second. Myanmar first team as well being pushed down to 5th. Philippines 6th place for Philippines first team. Malaysia second team, still not enough to climb up to 5th place. But they're slowly creeping in. That's going to be like less than 10 points in between for the first place for now.
Yeah, I know, right? Putting aside the placements, you just look at the points. They're super close, right? Like what you mentioned, right? Even like if we talk about Malaysia too, with the podium spot at least, it's only 12 points difference, and then it goes down to Thailand 1, which is about 19 points difference, which isn't that bad if you consider that there's like 3 more rounds to go. So it's still very open for a lot of these teams. And I would say that for these teams, they shouldn't give up hope at this moment. But that's all from us. Let's hear it out from these teams, whether they think that they still have hope to get into the podium spot or not. Let's go back to our arena for the interview.
Đã xuất sắc giành được winner chicken dinner trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với mình phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào QB, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Cái vòng bo cuối cùng rất là căng thẳng, bạn phải đối đầu trực tiếp với cả hai đối thủ là Việt Nam và Indonesia. Vậy thì bạn đánh giá sao về những pha xử lý cuối cùng của hai đối thủ này?
Hello QB, congratulations on your victory. So for the last round, you faced with Vietnam and Indonesia. So how is your thought about these two rivals?
So, waktu kita orang di last circle tadi, kita orang dapat bertemu dengan Vietnam, which is kita orang tahu fight power dia orang memang kuat, tapi because of dia orang tak cukup members, so kita orang just clear apa yang ada dekat depan. Same goes to Indo, because kita orang just akan cuba untuk bunuh siapa yang ada depan mata kita orang, because we need all the points, all the kills, so we need to focus on that.
Okay, so QB said that for Vietnam team, the rotation is good, but then they met Thailand, so Thailand just give them a hard time. Same goes to Indonesia. Indonesia need to clear Thailand first in order to go into the circle, but then Malaysia won, third party them, and they eliminate from the lobby. So by we seeing that, the information, it helped us to get a lot of kills, so we just do our best and get the winner chicken dinner.
QB trả lời rằng là đối với lại team Việt Nam 1 thì họ có một vị trí, một cái lợi thế rất là tốt ở trên bản đồ, tuy nhiên là đã bị Thái Lan loại bỏ. Còn đối với Indonesia thì Indonesia đã loại bỏ được Thái Lan, tuy nhiên là Malaysia 1 đến và cho họ một khoảng thời gian khó khăn. Vì vậy thì họ cũng đã tính toán được timing để mà đến loại bỏ được tất cả các team.
Các bạn đã có được những pha xử lý cuối cùng rất là thông minh. Một câu hỏi cuối mà Thảo Trang muốn hỏi các bạn, cho tới thời điểm hiện tại chúng ta đã trải qua 2 game đấu của ngày hôm nay rồi, thì các bạn có tự tin sau ngày hôm nay sẽ giành được chiến thắng hay không?
So up until now, you turn into the second match, and how is your confidence about a victory, about becoming a champion today?
So for today, kita orang sangat-sangat rasa kita orang memerlukan point untuk dapatkan medal for Malaysia. Nak tak nak, kita orang akan cuba sehabis baik. Setiap game yang berbaki ni, kita orang akan cuba pulun all out lah, sebab belum tentu untuk next SEA Games kita orang akan dapat main, mungkin orang lain. So this is our time to shine.
Okay, so according to QB, he said that we need points in order to get medals in SEA Games. So we might not know whether we're gonna represent Malaysia again in next SEA Games. So we need to all out. We give our best for the remaining games, so that we don't want to feel bad. We don't want to feel regret after this. So we're just gonna try our best.
So QB nói rằng là team anh ấy sẽ cố gắng nhất có thể, tại vì họ đang cần rất là nhiều số điểm để mà giành được huy chương vàng, cũng như là họ muốn đối với SEA Games lần sau thì họ sẽ có mặt để mà đại diện cho đất nước của họ thi đấu. Nên là bây giờ họ sẽ làm tất cả mọi thứ, sẽ rất là cố gắng để mà đạt được huy chương vàng vào ngày hôm nay.
Cảm ơn những chia sẻ của QB và chúc bạn may mắn trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 2 của ngày hôm nay rồi. Mời các bạn nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút trước khi chúng ta đến với game thi đấu thứ 3. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time.
And this is the halftime game, ladies and gentlemen, for the 31st Southeast Asia Games for the category of PUBG Mobile Team. Brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And thank you to Virus as well as VNG for organizing this tournament for all of us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We can't wait to get this next round started as the race to the podium spot is heating up.
It's definitely more than heating up. It's burning, actually, because we're looking at the changes of the sports, Cloud. It's just so much. It is too much for us to handle. It's too extreme because we have to include, can Vietnam first team maintaining first spot? That's one thing. And so many teams are clawing their way up unpredictably. Oh, look, I love her hair, by the way. Part of her black and white. It's so hard to do that, but she did so well.
Very interesting hairstyle. Something I cannot relate. But just look at the Vietnamese fans as well. Wow. Of course, this is the home ground, so not too surprising that we see a lot of Vietnamese fans there cheering on for their team, waving the Vietnamese flag. At the same time, we do see the supporters of the other teams as well. Laos is there. I see Laos. I see Thailand. I see who else? Yeah, and everyone else in between, I guess.
Yep. And just to remind you guys, I think this is the first time PUBG Mobile. Hello, I think this is Baby Law for a reason. You guys can check her IG out, by the way. This is the first time PUBG Mobile is under the banner of SEA Games. So officially, all the PUBG Mobile players right now are called athletes for their own country contingent. And this definitely will be bringing a lot of weight, a lot at stake here when it comes to taking that gold medal, that silver, or even bronze. Every single medal will contribute to us, each respective country contingents. And right now at the top, we have both Indonesian first and second, at second and third place here.
Yeah, Indonesia, they're starting to rise up. I mean, we day one, they were like, okay, somewhere in the middle of the pack. Day two, they start to show a little bit of consistency, but not too glaring just yet. And all of a sudden, right now, they are holding the number 2 and number 1 spot. Even if Indonesia, they're able to get a double podium finish, it would be insane for that country. As an average, as a country, that means they reign supreme. But of course, right now, if they want to go even higher, it's going to be Vietnam 1 standing between them and the gold medal, a difference of about 19 points with 3 more games to go. Man, oh my! I think we're just good. I think this is going to go down to the last game of who will either be champions, gold medal, or will get into at least the number 3 spot.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to even down to the 7th spot here, it's so close, all hitting the 100 over marks and points. We're talking about one game to change everything. A double digit and a chicken winner. That's going to be the flip of the coin entirely for the overall ranking, including the first place here. Vietnam first time, the only top 5 team that didn't execute or being eliminated quite early in the previous match. Now the rest of them have to put this as their number 1 priority. Know this priority straight in your heart. Place it so well that you cannot be one of the first few teams to be eliminated. They have to make sure they survive until the top 5. It's okay not to get too much eliminations. It's okay not getting too much that chicken dinner, as long as they maintain at top 5. That's it.
Yeah, at this point, sometimes we can consider that a chicken dinner is a bonus. Just look at what Indonesia is doing. Indonesia 2, no chicken, no problem for them, but because they have been super consistent in recent times, a lot of 3rd place finish, a lot of 2nd place finish, a lot of top 5 finishes as well. So this even brought them up to a 2nd place finish as compared to some other teams, like for example, Philippines 1. 3 chicken dinners so far, but because of the level of inconsistency is there, they were brought down onto the number 6 spot for now. But of course, all hope is not lost yet. They can still climb up to the podium spot. We'll need to wait and see. And in fact, all hope is not lost for Philippines as well. They can still do a double podium finish. They are as close as Indonesia in doing that as compared to other nations for doing the double podium finish. So keep your eyes on the Philippines too.
And by the way, this is going to be our last Erangel for our final day of the 31st SEA Games PUBG Mobile Team Division. And this is going to be it. The last OG map. And whoever's strongest here, whoever feels like they are most confident here, really have to give it all out or they lose their chances when it comes to Erangel. And this is where everything will change. Because of this going to be the center of our day here, our middle game. This is where either the gap will be stretched even furthermore, or will the gap will be overtaken by a very different team entirely. They're going to push way up high there, take all the medalists down in the very last minute.
Yeah, and I really want to know if Laos learns anything from their previous Erangels. They got kidnapped very early on by either Brunei or either Vietnam. So I want to see if anything changes for Laos as a start. But let's head on to Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the final Erangel and the SEA Games, as the flight path will be on the right this time from Novo up to Saverni. That means Laos, who likes to drop into Gatka, will need to drop somewhere in between, get a vehicle, and hopefully survive as a full squad into Gatka.
Yep, even though this flight path is not really cutting across in the center of a map, but it's easy enough for the players to drop anywhere they want, wherever they want to go. It's reachable, and it's not impossible if they got themselves vehicles even if they want to drop into Quarry or Dogopo. But back about our game just now, there's a bit of a something just happened as well. So we're gonna have a bit of a remake. So maybe the flight path will change after this, Cloud.
Well, we just wanted more airtime. Let's put it this way. So you get to see a little bit more of us, and it's the last day anyway. You get to see more of us and less of the game. But of course, you still see the game later on, which will happen later. How's the flight path? It's very likely to change, of course.
Yeah, and this is where we casters get to see, Ma, look, I'm on SEA Games. It's the 31st SEA Games, Vietnam, and my face is on it. Like, Ma, see me. Like, yeah, can we tell that to our moms? Would they be proud of us?
I don't know. Wow, suddenly
so
that sounds so deep. I don't know. Mom, are you ever proud of me? Oh my God.
But the moms of the players definitely are proud right now for them to represent their country.
For sure.
We're just representing ourselves here, Cloud.
Yeah, we're representing ourselves. We're representing all of you enjoying the SEA Games together. So we're all here watching the SEA Games together. Everyone's at home and enjoying the beautiful Sunday as well. You know what? Sometimes because of this SEA Games, I forgot what day it is. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, it's a Sunday already? Okay, because it feels like every day there's something happening, whether it's with PUBG Mobile or whether it's other categories of SEA Games. I even watched I was watching the under-23 football the other day as well. So there was just so much to watch. But in this era, right, it's so easy for us to access watching whatever we want in SEA Games. Like, oh, I feel like watching football. I just go to like one of the channels and I just watch. It is so accessible now.
Yep, wherever you want. It's very, very accessible. If you get what I mean. But back to it about esports. So SEA Games getting into esports is very new actually. And so far I have to say, Philippines, I'm giving a lot of respect to them right now because they're one of the strongest contingent when it comes to esports as a whole for the SEA Games, our 31st SEA Games this time. They want a lot of medals. Now they want to add maybe 2 more here for their medals when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, actually, if I kind of think about it, right, if I'm not mistaken, at this point in esports category, Vietnam and Philippines across other esports title, they are currently at the top spot. So it's either Vietnam or Philippines is number 1. We need to look back at the tally, but as far as I know, they are.
They're here for PUBG Mobile as well. They're taking every single esports title.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's what I wanted to say. So if you look at it, right, Vietnam is currently number 1 and they have a decent amount of gap. It's likely they will still be number 1 after this. For Philippines, both of them are eyeing for that spot. So imagine if like 1, 2, 3 is all like Vietnam and Philippines. It's basically they're ruling the entire esports world.
Come on, other countries of Southeast Asia. We need to be stronger as well. Wherever you guys from, give your cheer to your country. This is the SEA Games. This is the first SEA Games after a long time. I think it's been postponed as well, actually, for the SEA Games because of a pandemic. So be sure to stay safe at home, and hopefully we get more esports title get into SEA Games in the future as well, because just so much game title out there that deserving the highlight and spotlight as well. So you guys who want to get yourself the honor and the glory to actually represent your country, start practicing now, because it's not impossible. We saw how the Myanmars, the Brunei, the Cambodians, Laos even though they are not really always under the spotlight of when it comes to the pro league in PUBG Mobile, but they still deliver so much.
Yeah, they still have their highlight moments, definitely. So it's not impossible. I mean, if you talk about like SEA Games, it happens 2 years once, right? So for you aspiring players out there, and like what QB said earlier on in his interview, he also mentioned that he doesn't know that in the next SEA Games will he be involved or not, because there are just so many aspiring players out there who want to take that spot. So all of you can also do the same. But talking about the same, it's the same flight path, Choo. What are the odds?
Oh my god, this is really scary now. Okay, maybe the first circle haven't popped, so you'd never get either it's going to be the same circle or not, but exactly, is it really exactly? It's exactly the same flight path. Entirely new map, but exactly the same flight path. Now that's interesting. But where will the circle pop? Will it be right on top of Pachinki again, or will it be another bridge circle that we saw earlier today? If it does actually happen, but never mind. Seems like we got ourselves Jogopool. Feels like, was it yesterday's game, Cloud, that we have sort of this kind of circle?
Yeah, it was yesterday's game. The game that Laos actually did decently well because they held the Gatka Mountain. But speaking about Laos, okay, I expect them to do something different. And yes, they are not disappointing me, going straight up against Malaysia too.
You mentioned about Laos, they're definitely loving this part of circle because they are performing really good and they're not segregating this time. Both of the players coming up from Laos, Starlord, and there's also the whole team of Malaysia being shot down with such a good momentum with a shotgun.
Okay, there's Yuhai and Yuhai with Snipes, the duo who will take down the rest of the members from Laos. But the other two team members from Laos, I think they are heading towards this house, so they need to reset quickly. Honda together with Jesus. Okay, can they make it in time? Maybe not, because by the time they reach, Malaysia would have reset it. And Honda, I'm not too sure if he wants to continue on to fight then.
And they definitely cannot reach it on time. It's more than 200 meters just now, including Jesus, who's actually playing PUBG Mobile.
Right. The Almighty is playing PUBG Mobile. But yeah, I guess it's PUBG Mobile for all, I guess.
Don't call him Jess. But Honda is not done yet, taking on back to its QB. Oh, they lost Starlight, they lost back, but they're not losing more. They're gaining damn root on his knees as well. You high and Snipe, we just revived you. How are you guys being knocked down again? They are too open. You'll be sacrificed, yeah? Lao said, you take two of our guys, we're gonna take yours as well. You are even with us now.
We just revived you, Damru, revived you. But unfortunately, you still go down. We cannot help. This is when Snipes and Yuhai will just go away. But Laos didn't disappoint me. Yes, they did something different. At least this time they just didn't lose players. They lost, but at least they came back too. So, okay, fine. Laos is just going at it.
There's too much heavy casualty for both teams too early. We're just minutes into the match, and they already lost one of their best members for both teams. This is going to be a big problem for both Malaysian and also Laos, especially Malaysians who got themselves just the momentum in the last match. Now have to live with the decision that they lost that momentum, not as good as the previous match they had done just now. For the side of Indonesian second team and the first team, they are in the run for the goal. But how long can they stand here? How long can they defend the second and third place? Because if look the point right now, they're just a couple of points being tailed by the side of Philippines second and Myanmar first team.
Yeah, they're very close on the top, right? So let's look. If you look at the numbers, so Indonesia 2 and 1 is only 1 point difference. Indonesia 1 and Philippines 2 is 3 points difference, and Philippines 2 with Myanmar 1 is 1 point different. And then Philippines 1 with Myanmar 1 is like 6 points difference, and then 2 points difference. It's all just like what, a single digit difference. Only Vietnam 1 at the top with a double digit of difference. So again, because if you look at it from a point perspective, that means it's still a lot of hope for all these teams, considering that we're 3 more games down. An average, let's say if you do well, you will get like what, 15-ish points or so. If you do above averagely well, and that will definitely shoot you up to the top. So these teams, they can still keep their hopes high.
That's very true. Especially you mentioned about the double digit. The only team that kind of stretched to double digit is the Vietnam first team, but the double digit is just not that much. One game of 30 points under the condition that Vietnam team first actually being eliminated definitely will push somebody else to the first place. Now, the Vietnam first team definitely playing this very extremely safe. Maybe they try to take elimination points when they are secure enough. When it comes to the counted, if their calculations are already precise that they won't be taken down towards the second place, it's okay for that. But the thing is, it's just 19 points, and that double digit is not convincing enough for them to actually relax or even breathe for a bit. They can't stay comfortable. They can't be complacent because of how small of a gap of each of the team that following up down to even, I have to say, to the 10th place.
Yeah, it's so small of a gap that even if this is the last game, 19 points, it can still be an upset for a 19-point gap. So in order for them to have a comfortable, maybe the last or the second last game, they need to continue to get more points in this round. So they need to still play at the top of the game. Now, just looking at the circle, I guess a lot of players, so far the meta that we've seen so far in SEA Games is that a lot of teams like to play in the middle of the circle, majority of them. So we can expect that a lot of fight can happen in the middle, but at the same time, those teams that like to play in the middle as well happen to be those teams that are currently on top. So yes, we can expect fights, but it won't be like a big risky fights. Unlike teams that maybe they consider themselves nothing much to play for, like Laos, then they would take those risks. But teams like Vietnam will still play their gameplay. They will still take necessary fights. If not, they would just leave it.
I agree with the fact that most teams taking the center of a circle or rarely inside of a circle or even playing at the rim in the circle or around the circle kind of secure themselves in the top 10 right now, because whoever rotates really late, they're always being gatekept by the teams that are actually touching a rim of a circle. So they have to make sure they're never late to the party, and we definitely know some teams are rotating so late. It's good if your late rotation just giving you a very clear pathway to get into the circle with no teams in between. Like example here, maybe on the northern side of a map, which there's not many teams actually coming up from, maybe up to Zalgi. But the problem is the circle kind of might be ended up on the day before, which is going to be on top of Gutkam Mountain, or maybe at this range, we might looking over to shooting range. Might be the last few circles there. So crossing the river on top of Rosshawk, they have to make it fast right now.
Yeah, on the note of whether you play a little bit slower or you go straight into the middle, if you play it slower, then you need to be prepared to win your fights quick before the zone gives you pressure. And we have seen success with some of these teams who actually like to play that kind of play style. So, but the main thing is that you cannot be caught on the outside for too long. If not, it's not going to benefit either the team that you're trying to fight or either yourself as well. But we're going back into the circle right now, as we can see most of the teams playing in the middle. We can see a lot of the teams actually thinking that the circle will be on the north. Interestingly, considering that I think it's 60% towards the south.
Well, it's right now it's hard shift towards the southern part, because it comprises quite a number. I think 40% of shooting range on the northern side of it are being closed off here right now. This is a very good reason why a lot of players are very saturated on top of Roshog. Well, nobody's actually surprisingly taking that Gatka Mountain yet. We definitely have few contenders up there. If the circle hot shift to it that side, we saw that coming and we've seen that before as well. If you got yourself the highest ground on top of that Gatka Mountain, you have your loot, you have luxury enough to camp up there. It's definitely a feat to have that prime spot.
Yeah, Laos love the Gatka Mountain, but considering that there are only 2 players this time, I doubt that they will want to take that kind of prime position because it's going to be hard to defend with only 2 eyes. And considering that there's a big area that has a lot of entry points to it, if they still have a full squad, then they might consider to go there. But looks like it's up for grabs, as what you mentioned. Let's keep our eyes onto there. So as I think that there is still a room to play with the Gatka Mountain. Going down is easier anyway, so if anyone can take the top spot early or at this point, it will still be good.
Back to school for Cambodians for now. They didn't lose any members yet. The thing about this kind of warehouse component I really dislike, if it's first few minutes, the first phase or even the second phase is so great, but when it comes to the 8th phase or even from the 4th phase forward, you can't get out from the compound. Buildings are really important when it comes to what type of it and what timing you're using it. If it's more houses like this, really good with a lot of buildings to take covers from in case you're being rushed in first. In this case, it can be Flukev who take down a nose and Stalker helping him from the other side.
Okay. I guess everyone's just trying to steal away these eliminations at this moment. Just look at how open this area is, right? Even Cambodia, they're not letting this go just yet.
He was reloading. He was hoping to get that elimination, but he's just, no, I can't get enough time to reload my magazines right now. Just give it away towards the side of a... oh, never mind. He still got it. Ozone. Finished off by the side of Cambodian's team, Stalker. He loves to stalk from side and the flank. But the thing is, the Thai second team kind of stuck in between here. There's so many teams hovering around this compound. Myanmar is closing in as well.
Oh, at the same time, we can see Senko being taken out by Alan from Indonesia and finish off, in fact. So Brunei won. They will lose 1 player as Alan needs to recover himself. Anyway, Red Face is there to give him cover fire as Brunei 1 chooses to not continue on this fight. Now, the good news is that both teams are in the circle at this moment. Red Face gathering information of their rotation so they would know somewhat of where Brunei 1 would end up at. Red Face, a few tabs onto global, it will not connect. Not a big issue for them as their focus will be on the 3rd circle.
This on the shooting range area for now. But it's not inside circle. Well, I don't want to say I told you so, but this is exactly just like how yesterday ended up, and nobody's still taking up the Gatka Mountain. The first one to be there is going to be the Thai first team. The second Thai, on the other hand, in such an ordeal, there's so many teams stopping them from moving forward.
Okay, this would have been, the Gatka Mountain would have been Malaysia 2's one of their favorite checkpoints. But the same problem with Laos. They do not have enough people. They're only down to snipes as well as Yuhai. So they wouldn't be confident enough to take that Gatka Mountain just up front. Yes, they can slowly try to go there as what Yuhai is currently doing, but to really defend it, considering that they have to fight against maybe the Thais or maybe even Vietnam who likes to go into the middle of the circle, it's going to be quite a big feat for them. So I'm not too surprised to see that Yuhai and Snipes right now, they're just waiting by the lower end of the mountain on the left, and they're just going to play a little bit safer this time around.
While Philippine first team just cutting across Gatka Fields, going straight to it on top of the Gatka Mountains as well. Now this is going to be the most heated spot, the most wanted point where everybody's trying to check in there as soon as they can. But can they do it as Snipes and also the Malaysian second team, even though they are still giving a lot of pressure, while the Philippine second team fighting against the Cambodian who try to shush them away to go for a different rotation entirely. They can't get into the circle.
Oh no, Philippines 2, the team that has a chance at the podium spot. Unfortunately, they'll lose one towards DC. Cambodia, they're just being a nuisance to Philippines 2. Philippines 2, not only they lost that podium spot today, but now they lose another player. They may continue to slide up, but all hope is not lost yet as they still have 3 team members left. Anything can still happen for Philippines 2.
Now back to Brunei 2. Galaxy trying to open up the space for the team, trying to navigate around how they want to approach Cambodians, who's actually quite spread out. And it's going to be tough because Astro on their blind spot way further and trying to conquer around it. And with the DP-28, the pizza gun really works wonders on the side of Astro right now. But they have to be careful. They're not alone here. There's one more Indonesian team from the back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're being sandwiched at this moment because it's the third circle. Everyone's getting closer and closer to each other as DZ preps on the nade. Kao, on the other hand, managed to get a revenge onto Jisoo, knocking him down. And now DZ will need to cover his teammate as Brunei is starting to move in onto Cambodia. They need to finish this fight fast as the zone starts to close in onto them.
The outskirts of Roscoe will not actually be inside of a circle right now. Stalker being burned by the blue. This is going to be a bit tough for them. This is what we mentioned before. You don't want to be actually sandwiched between the blue zone and the players. The blue zone is not your best friend. And Astro making sure they know that place here as the Brunei is being shot down. They can't even run and be burned off. What a nice precision and spray come out from this play. Astro now tapping it up with M416, making sure Ryan Bentley will be taken out by him and himself alone.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a revenge here coming from Astro X, securing the elimination point from Brunei 2. But now we move over to Myanmar 1 with only one sec, the solo player left, going up against Malaysia, one who has the high ground advantage against him. But unfortunately, these two teams, they do not have the circle. 20 more seconds on the clock. All these teams need to move as they are on the other side of the peninsula.
One sec of all the nades being tossed by all four players of Malaysian first team. He still survived and managed to get away from it. Still open up bridges of smoke. Puff of smoke saving for now. A lot of Molotov even. Too much resources being used on one person. They are very committed coming from Malaysia first team here. They want to decimate whoever's right across them. But in the meantime, they need to move. They need to transfer into the circle because right now they're not in the safe zone. And we mentioned this multiple times. The blue zone will burn them alive. And the next one really gonna hurt as every second is gonna burn them 1% each every single time.
Oh, counter fire here. Frankie will be gunned down by Brunei. And Barua gets Frankie. Can he get more out of Malaysia? And Cole will come in and ensure those elimination points. Goes to Brunei 1 as Magics will be gunned down by Barua as well. That means Malaysia 1 will be eliminated by Brunei's first team.
Bruneians already push up their morale the moment they saw the Malaysian teams won just now. They can do it too. Now Vietnam best player Lamborghini trying to scat out for all the players trying to push in, and he will make sure they can't breach wherever they're at right now. There's no way for them to actually get into this without going through the shots coming out from Lambo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Gizo is still alive. The last, I believe he's the last. Yes, he's the last representative of Brunei too, but Gizo's position has been compromised. He's been shot at and he only has 12 bandages, no first aid at all, as he needs to evade the exploding vehicle. Currently, Gizo is right in the middle of the circle. He can still stay put here and hope and pray that he can get placement points in the bag.
At least 4 seconds taken for the bandits to work for each one of them. But there's going to be Justice from Lao going in for the push and 416. But that's not going to be saved by anything because Indonesia pushed out from behind. And that's going to be gone entirely for Lao.
Oh, Newbie with the long range onto Thailand too. Newbie from Philippines too. They need the points in the back as well. They want to go for goal. And Indonesia too. Ryzen now right in the middle of the circle. They know that there's another team right beside them. That's going to be Thailand. Indonesia too. Spots out another team, but no one's going to pull the trigger just yet. Trigger discipline is going to play a big role as we approach the fifth circle.
Jan Force, Indonesian, Vafel. They are really in the line to get themselves that gold medal, and they will try their best. 2 elimination points in the back. Both Indonesian teams taking 3 and 2 elimination each respective team. Even the points right now are tied at 120 points. While Vietnam first team lost, they have 1 members, but they still have 3 remaining. They're very strong.
Whoa.
Back about the circle, it's going to be right on top of ruins here. 3 teams, make it 4, with Thai second team touching the rim as well. Indonesian second team is already in with Myanmar second team, while Philippines newbie, and I think there's one more player with Philippines second team is in there too.
Oh, and Indonesia too is in the middle of the circle as well. And look at this, Vietnam 1 is on the outside, so it's a disadvantage for Vietnam 1. And considering that we're still 14 teams, if anyone gets eliminated at this point, that means no placement points at all. So Vietnam 1, they need to work their socks off to get into the circle. 10 more seconds on the clock, and we will see warfare unleashed soon.
Oh, look at that exchange of hand grenades, maybe, and smokes, but I'm not sure if Beer. Is that a hand grenade just now being released by the other side here? Because definitely that caught Bear in a panic mode for a bit. Straps tight. First team trying to actually push their way up by building a bridge of smoke. Seeing this for Lambo, who tried to finish off Kizo straight away. The last member of Brunei, second team here. Kizo hanging on to his life, but Lambo greeted him. Here's going to be the Death Angel, but never mind.
He doesn't know, but and unfortunately, finally, he gets eliminated by Lamborghini as Brunei 1 gets eliminated as well, back to back with their civil, with their brothers from Brunei 2. And now we're down to 12 teams left. 5 elimination points for Myanmar 1, and Myanmar 1, they want their podium spot and they want their medal spot back.
They're really close, cut across to the third place. Even the first place, if they perform this very, very remarkably like they expected. But play zone, finish off Bear. In the meantime, we have Indonesian team slowly approaching and creeping into Philippine first team here. They're trying to scout out how many players and how are they doing behind those trees. We have 2 Indonesian team sandwich Philippines first team in between. They are stuck right now. There's no exit out for the Philippine first team.
Oh, and Myanmar 1 have been eliminated. That means the gap can be open between them and the top spot. But here we go. Luxy representing Indonesia 2. They're playing right smack in the middle of the circle. They're trying to get as many elimination points as possible. And they're going to start with Alan right here. 3 elimination points in the bag. Gen 4 spots out 1 from Malaysia, but not going to pull the trigger just yet.
Oh, looking at Indonesia versus Indonesia right now. One of them will drag the other down. You stay second or third place. I'll be in the number 1 place. Well, Jan Force making sure he covers every single thing. He did so much space for the team here at the back line, while the Philippines are struggling to revive each other out. Ranking is still there, and Rat Face will be the next target coming out from Jan Force with an M16.
Oh, but look at the circle. It still favors Indonesia too. They still have the circle. Then they're sharing the circle with a couple of other teams. But most importantly, they still have the circle with a full squad. This could mean that they could go up to the board. But hang on the horses yet. Vietnam 1, they are still alive though. But they need to fight against Cambodia just right beside them.
This is difficult for Indonesian second team, honestly speaking, because they are at the edge of the circle, and the ones actually conquering the circle is going to be the Myanmar team. And looking at the state, Vietnam first team is still in there. They've been hanging on in the very thin thread with only 2 players, but still taking number 1 spot with more elimination points there. While Myanmar second team taking down Cambodians, Jan Force is still making such play. It's so important and crucial for the team. That angle tells so much, but Vaffel making sure the Thais can't even move forward, and there will be gatekeep to enter the circle is just such a huge challenge for the Thais.
Oh, Gen Force, definitely a force to be reckoned with, as we can see him dishing out those damages. And Indonesia too, they currently have 7 elimination points in the bag. But look at the top 3 spot. Vietnam is still in this. Indonesia 1 is still in this as well. So they cannot let this one go just yet. Luxy tries to get one of the Snipes, and Snipes is out in the open. Not much option for Snipes. Luxy may finish him off, but it's going to take him some time as Snipes will be taking out the blue. 50% of helpless Snipes may want to give himself to the blue, but Luxy will be gunned down by Snipes from afar. Counter fire by Snipes!
But that's not going to be eliminated for the Malaysia, as they be eliminated first with that knockdown not being finished off straight away. But the war between the Indonesian first and second team is not done and dusted yet. Both teams are struggling to get in the same spot here. We're talking about same angle of circle, which at the same place, they're taking the fight against each other, while the other teams are a bit occupied with Myanmar, who's actually in the center, as well as the Thai still surviving. Vietnam first team is still there with 2 players, while 1 player bidding out. Indonesian first team have the most players alive. Is a huge advantage for them. As long as they don't get executed and make any mistakes, nothing can be made. Like small silly mistake, they cannot afford to do that.
Oh, look at this future. 1, 2, 3 is still in this, and then you have a gap, and then you see Thailand 1 at number 8. That means the 1, 2, 3 may remain. It just depends on who's 1, 2, and 3 after this. And Indonesia 1, they currently have the circle, a little bit of it by the rim, but they're going up against a civil war here against Indonesia to the gunfire coming in from Red Face as Red Face. Can he get it? No, he can't. One last pick of health left. Red Face couldn't connect the last final shot.
8 elimination points done by Luxy just now to make sure that he got himself more points. Kato on the other hand, 7 points, and he's the last member for the team. One of the teammates is not going to be saved here because it's too open, it's too risky. He just needs to hang on. It's very thin chance that he might get himself that chicken dinner with Myanmar 3 players still taking the strongest compound on top of that circle, while Astro just hanging on to his life, his dear life furthest away, but still touching the rim of the circle for now. Kato taking a bit of a backstab towards Indonesian second team, but finished off straight by the side of Indonesian second team.
Yeah, the civil war has ended with Indonesia 2 supreme over Indonesia 1, and Indonesia 2 currently they're playing by the rim of the circle. The circle just shifted towards no man's land. Myanmar on the other hand, they have a three-man squad still active as compared to the other teams. Only 1 left. So now Vietnam 1, their objective is just to hang on for positioning points as long as possible. As Ice gets one nade on the Gen Force, this could be his opening into the circle.
This is huge for Thai eyes because especially Thais, they need that spot, and Vietnam eliminated right now. Open up Indonesian second spot, definitely got a chance to cut them down and take the first spot as the gold medalist if they want to, if they can get more eliminations. But Ice on the other hand, he can try to get on the top 5. He can take down the Indonesian second team. Rise have been taken out, but Ice Molotov plus that shots coming out just now, and this is gonna be Ice pushing forward. It's 1v1. Indonesia, they don't have the numbers anymore. It's the same as everybody else except for Myanmar's second team.
Oh, Ice hesitating, so this could be an opening for Indonesia 2 to reset themselves as Ryzen will be picked up by Luxy. Gen Force will need to wait his turn, but then again, Ice is not going to push any further forward as he will hold on for positioning points. We are now down to the top 4 teams as King will be in the compound. Myanmar 2, they still have a 3-man squad. They have a good advantage here together with the compound, but it depends on where the circle will go next.
This is theirs to take for Myanmar's second team. They want the debut of chicken dinner. They want themselves that chicken dinner so bad. Not debut, they already got a chicken dinner previously. But this is consistency. We're talking about the last game and the last day here. Everything laid out and folded for the side of Myanmar's second team. They got themselves that compound. They got the circle. All they need to do is just hang on. All the side of Indonesian second team, now they get to reset as Ice just going to sit back for now and not going to push in. He's lost his window of opportunity. Same goes for Astro. There's 2 single players. 2 teams of solo players there will backstab Indonesia the moment they try to move forward, while Myanmar team, on the other hand, that compound will save them so much, including Circle still drop on top of them.
Yeah, Astro X and Ice definitely will be the kingmaker in my opinion. Whoever they shoot will firstly review themselves and maybe get knocked, and that could be an opening for the other team. And that is it. Astro gets one onto Luxy, but look at the circle. It seems to favor Myanmar a little bit more as Astro secures the elimination onto Luxy. That means Indonesia down to 2 players left.
He shredded his vest. That's most really a big favor to his Astro side. The Cambodia player really gave his all to win this one. Indonesian Ryzen and Gen Force just having a hard time. Is a flat line, but the smokes really plays a big part for the Indonesian team to actually move forward as the Myanmar climbing down their high horses. They're coming out from that compound, and Astro is just in front of Ryzen.
Oh,
Gen Force taken out by Ice Fuzz, and Ryzen was taken out by Astro. This is going to be a big problem. Never mind. Still, Indonesia still survived. Ice check down, maybe the
Oh, and Ice lost the fight against Myanmar 2, but then again, it's up against 3. So Myanmar 2 securing the second chicken dinner in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. But Indonesia 2 continue their level of consistency. They will be pushing Vietnam for that gold medal spot.
And also, that was on the verge of making something great for the side of Ice. I have to say, Thai Ice was really pulling every string that he can, pulling everything out of his pocket to make sure he can survive that long. That's a feat for the Cambodian player as well, for Astro. But Myanmar, they had everything unfolded for them right in front of their eyes. They got the compound, the predictions were right, the circle ended up on top of them, and that bridge of smokes, it gave them so much space to just transfer back into the circle the moment they lost it in the last minute. But for the Indonesian side though, they got what a whopping number of eliminations. This definitely give them a huge impact when it comes to getting that first spot, because Vietnam first team was eliminated a bit, just a tiny bit early than we expected.
Yeah, and when it comes to the total number of eliminations, not too sure what that, how many did Vietnam 1 got, but Indonesia 2, definitely they got a good number of eliminations earlier on. So, well, I don't expect them to overtake Vietnam 1 yet, but the gap will definitely be shortened after that round. So we'll just need to see how far of a gap it is. Oh man, this is just going crazy, man. With 2 more rounds to go, oh my goodness, the players are sweating.
I personally feel, because I saw last time that I actually saw Vietnam first team, right now they are devastated. Because they do know their elimination just now was less than 5. I think it's round 3 at most. So this will actually hurt them quite a lot, because the distance, the gap of point between Vietnam first and Indonesia first team and second team is just 19 points away. And that also secures a lot of numbers elimination coming from Indonesian team. Now, where do they stand for Indonesia's second team and also the Vietnam first team? How will they fare?
And let's not forget about Indonesia first team as well, Indonesia 1. They just, if I'm not mistaken, they were just behind Indonesia 2 in that previous round. So the last we saw them was at the number 3 with 117 points. It is possible for them to still retain that number 3 spot. Obviously, it's going to still go to Indonesia 2 above them. I just really want to know like how many points of a difference between Indonesia 2 and Vietnam 1 after that game. This is just crazy. On the other hand, Philippines 2, I don't think they did. They were definitely behind Indonesians, so don't expect them to overtake the Indonesians for the podium spot. But I think the gap will still be close enough, considering that we have 2 more games to play, for them to overtake it.
For Myanmar's second team, though, they're quite far down there, so it's not that worrying for the medalist run, unless if they got themselves a abundance of eliminations after this. That's going to be a total different story, which is not impossible, by the way. And speaking of which, Indonesian first and second team, they were at tie. When we were watching the game, they definitely got themselves at 120 points, both of these teams. So we can also try to figure out whether Indonesia first team, if they got more kill volume or more elimination of volume, then it's going to be them cutting off Indonesia's second team to get in the gold medalist run. But these 3 teams right now is really tight. It's all down to, can they stretch the points even further when it compared to the 4th to the 10th place?
Yeah, let's see how far it is. But before we go to the points for the teams, let's check out who's our MVP for this round. And the MVP will be awarded to Astro X with 5 eliminations and 1,007 damage. That's a lot. And he was the last man standing for Cambodia as well. So you got to give it to him. He was the kryptonite to Brunei 2, as Brunei 2 eliminated most of the Cambodians. He was the last man standing. Of course, Astro X, he's a veteran in the PUBG Mobile scene. Glad to see him getting his MVP spot.
I still remember how he used that DP28 just now, just shot from afar. There's going to be one of the longest eliminations as well. We do have 300 over if I'm not mistaken, but this MVP with 1,000 over damage, he did so much for the team. Between him and Ice, I have to say they're both MVPs possibly, because they're so close of getting that chicken. But because of this circle, there's no compound and not having enough manpower. The only thing that put them at huge disadvantage in the last minute.
Okay, so here's a little bit of a preview before the overall charts, right? So 23 points for Indonesia 2. Myanmar not going to be a big Myanmar 2 not going to be a big impact, I would say. But so 22 points for them, and then we have Cambodia with 16 points, followed by Thailand with 12 points. Now just keep an eye on Vietnam 1. Where are they? 11 points. So it's a 12-point difference. Okay, that means that
You're calculating.
yes, I'm calculating. That means that Vietnam 1 will still be number 1 after this. Indonesia 2, obviously they will be closing up the gap. But for Indonesia 1, 11 points as well. So Indonesia 2, the 1, 2, 3 will not change yet after this. But the gap is just, again, closing and closing.
That yet is such a poison for the players. This is just really incredible. I'm loving this. I'm honored to be sharing this moment with you, Cloud. And also when it comes to the head-to-head, this is going to be Ryzen, another one of the best players in the world here, being compared with Myanmar's King. This is just so good. Look at the longest elimination. One more person that's have 3 elimination, but the longest elimination is actually 76, with damage received lesser than the side of Ryzen, by the way.
Yeah, he's so good that you can't see him. Yeah, he's that good, he's that fast, he's that agile. But yeah, I mean, no doubt one of the best players in the world, Ryzen. He has earned his title officially as well, so you can't take that away from him. But King, he did a lot of work as well. We got to give credit to him. 439 damage dished out. Unfortunately, he only got like 3 eliminations as compared to Ryzen. He did a little bit lesser, but most importantly, he managed to secure the elimination points. So that is where it all matters. But here is also the overall eliminations and damage for all our teams.
Sadly, the Philippine first team, they got themselves really good start today, but suddenly it just down and down with 0 points there. They got the damage output quite right. Same goes for Vietnam's second team. They were incredible when it comes to yesterday for the Vietnam team, and also in the first day quite consistent, but they lost that momentum here. I hope the Philippine first team, they got back on their feet, because the Philippine second team tried to maintain the consistency. But we mentioned this before, Cloud, when it comes to the third day, this is where things really hits up, and it will punch you in the face if you're complacent. Indonesia and Myanmar definitely shows that they have their fangs out when it comes to the final day.
Man, it's tough to see Philippines won though. They did really, really well on day 1. They exploded the scene, but day 2, they were pretty much to say not performing.
A bit quiet.
And
yeah,
very, very quiet indeed. Day 3, they started off well, but then again they just go missing for the past 2 games again. So consistency is definitely a problem for Philippines 1, but consistency is not a problem for our outstanding teams in this match.
Yep, but when it comes to outstanding teams, we have to give it to Myanmar's second team. It's a roller coaster ride for them. They showed up in the first day when it comes to getting that chicken dinner, but they lost in the second day. A lot of teams being quiet for second day, but when it comes to Indonesia, they start to be really stepping up their game when it comes to second and third day. Yeah, the Thai first team and Cambodia, I'm loving the fact they have this fire in them when it comes to the last day. I wish they're actually putting up this kind of performance starting from the day number 1, but it's not really easy to adapt with new challenges every single day.
And this is what we want to see as well, right? As part of a good sportsmanship. Like, despite you being at the last place, despite you have nothing else to play for, you still give your all and still put in a performance, and you want people to remember you for that at the end of the day. So it's nice to see Cambodia actually still pushing it through. But here it is, the official numbers. So Vietnam won, still at number 1 spot, 148 points, but look at the gap, only 7 points difference with Indonesia 2, 141. Indonesia 1, 128 points. Myanmar 1, 8 points difference with Indonesia 1. Now, there's still a lot of opportunity for Myanmar 1, even Philippines 2 as well, with 116 points. Thailand 1, 110. Philippines 1, 108. Malaysia 2, 108 as well to break into the top 3 spot. The difference up onto Malaysia 2 is only 20 points. With 2 more games to go, it still can be done.
But for the race of the gold, it's just 7 points in between these two teams. The stretch is where the silver and the bronze medal is here. Now, we might have both Indonesian team. If they keep the consistency, they can gain 2 medals, contributing to as a contingent, giving the overall medals in SEA Games 31st within one game title, one esports event, and one esports SEA Games, 2 medals. That's huge, Cloud, including might be a gold. But the thing is, the other teams down there, they still have a run, have a shot with 2 more games remaining, and we're done. 2 more games. They have to really give their all now after this a bit long stretch of the break. But before that, we get into the winners interview, so you guys stay out and stay and listen what they have to say, because definitely we will learn a thing or two, including the teams actually playing there. When they listen to the interview, oh, this is what we should be thinking about. So let's jump straight into our host who's having the winners interview right now. Host, take it away.
Chiến thắng trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Cùng phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào Monkey. Bây giờ chúng ta đã đến với game thi đấu thứ 3 rồi. Như vậy là chỉ còn 2 game đấu nữa thôi là sẽ biết chủ nhân của tấm huy chương vàng. Bạn tự tin bao nhiêu phần trăm? Bạn tự tin rằng mình sẽ giành được thứ hạng nào tại SEA Games 31 này?
So hello Monkey, congratulations on your victory. It's already the third match, so how is your confidence of getting 1 medal today?
Yeah, normal.
So they still have 100% confidence on getting at least 1 medal.
Okay. Vậy Monkey trả lời là bạn có 100% tự tin là sẽ mang được 1 tấm huy chương về trong hôm nay.
Vậy với quyết tâm này thì Monkey có muốn gửi lời gì tới các khán giả ở quê nhà luôn ủng hộ cho bạn để các khán giả cảm thấy yên tâm hơn không?
Do you have any words to your fans, supporter or family in your country?
ပြောချင်တာတော့ဒီအရှိမကျွန်တော်အတင်းကကျွန်တော်ခက်ခဲပေါ့နော်အများကြီးရှိနေအချိန်မှာကျွန်တော် comment အောက်မှာကျွန်တော်အားပေးနေကျွန်တော်တငယ်ချင်းတွေမိသားစုတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးပါပေါ့
So thank you for supporting them even in it's not their best day. So yeah, he want to say thank you for still supporting them. Thank you.
Monkey muốn là gửi đến lời cảm ơn vì tất cả các fan cũng như là gia đình đã ủng hộ bạn. Bạn sẽ cố gắng thể hiện hết mình ở trong những cái trận cuối cùng.
Cảm ơn Monkey với những chia sẻ vừa rồi. Thank you and good luck. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 3 của ngày hôm nay. Bây giờ mời các bạn hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại ngay với game thi đấu thứ 4.
PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode improvements. Hello there PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the Ranked and Unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap Attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic Mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General Improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic Mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanında ve dolgurantayız olay tamam.
عيوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, kill another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin. Wow, wow, bandera se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow. Bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol, ao pôr do sol. Sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro, meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre ao mesmo topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira, ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer, red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face moi cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine ca de pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sayıda hak eden olur.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic Mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban-pan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban-pan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interaction.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the 51st SEA Games Vietnam, which is also the squad division for PUBG Mobile. This is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Commercial Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And also thank you for our hosts today, which is going to be Ressa and also VNG Games. And we will be your casters, your storytellers. I'm going to be Choo Choo, and there's going to be Sir Cloud. We are hyped up. We're down to 2 more games, Cloud.
Two more games, and we're going into the tricky map of Sandhawk after this. Now, just a little bit of a recap. Vietnam 1 is still at the top spot at 148 points, but the difference with Indonesia 2 at this moment has been cut down to a single digit, and that is 7 points. Followed by Indonesia 1, a decent amount of gap, I would say, of 13 points between Indonesia 2 and Indonesia 1, and then followed by Myanmar 1 with only 8 points of gap up to the podium spot. So a lot of swapping can still happen as we head on to Sandhawk. But before that, let's check out how our players are feeling at the arena.
Oh, if we are already feeling tense and also hyped up here, definitely they are, I don't know what else to describe this. Something that's you can't describe with words right now. They have so much weight. The country's weight is on their shoulders for every single country. Definitely, will there be any teams that taking 2 podiums? Any country, they're going to take 2 podiums by the end of today. And we also know the fact that this is going to be Sandhawk is a wildcard match. Definitely a lot of teams will go really crazy when it comes for eliminations.
Yeah, if you want to talk about a double podium finish, it could still be, obviously Indonesia, they are at the forefront for a double podium finish, but it could still be Philippines depending on how this round turns out. So this round will be very, very crucial because when we go into the final round, pretty much it depends on what kind of gap are we talking about, and would that really impact either the top spot or even the podium spot for these teams. But right now, as we can see here, Vietnam 1, they're actually doing okay. It's not that they're bad today, they're fine, but they only depend on placement points for the most part. They need to continue on their level of consistency to get both placement points as well as elimination points in order for them to secure the top spot. If not, after this round, Indonesia might take over them.
Yeah, but because Vietnam first team, they know what's at stake here. They know their priorities, which are going to be the first one. The most and foremost important thing to do is not being eliminated. Every single match today, they perform in a manner where they have to survive up to the top 5. That's what they're going to maintain today. That's their objective for today. They don't yearn for any chicken dinner anymore. All they need to do is just maintain where they're at, and that's the hardest thing to do. Not being caught by surprise, not being ambushed, and always prepared and alert in case somebody tried to backstab them.
Yeah, sometimes getting a chicken dinner is easier than being consistent, because you can just get chicken dinner once and that's about it. But if you want to remain consistent, you want to get like top 5, top 3 in every round, that is super, super hard. Now, these are the faces of Vietnam 1. We see Frankie at the end there. Earlier on, before we went on to the break, we saw Frankie. He was devastated, like what you mentioned, right? You described it well. He was devastated that they couldn't get more points than they should have, because despite them still holding the number 1 spot, the gap is close right now. This game could determine whether they still fulfill the number 1 spot or not. But
the twins.
Oh, that's a nice snack. I wouldn't mind a bit of that.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell them apart for me personally, but I think the Indonesian fans definitely know which one is the other. And the twins, they have so many twins in PUBG Mobile. That's going to be the pro female player that witnessed just now for Vietnam. They have their banners up. I wish we're there. You know, I wish we can wave the flags for our country as well. But for you guys watching at home, it's okay. You guys can wave your flag in the comment section. Give them the support that they really need and what they really want. There's so many people watching right now, and definitely you have one favorite team. It's okay if it's not your country, you can still support them because you're a free person, okay? You're a free man. So, but for those of you that still tally up the medals, this is a time that your country might put in the medal tally up for their own contingent, your own country.
Yeah, and maybe like what you say, right? Either you support a country, or maybe some of you are neutrals, and you say that, hey, I just like this player, or I like this certain club that the player comes from. You can continue to support them as well in the comment section, because at the end of the day, they still after today they will still go back and represent back their clubs and get back into their professional lives and continue on their journey as they prepare for the next SEA Games. So 2 more games to go. Everything matters, whether you are in the running for the top 3 spot or not. 2 more games to go. This will also be the impression that you will leave to your followers, to your fans, your supporters who have been tirelessly supporting you all this while in the comment section.
And plus, we saw all the players, they put their headsets up and on. It means that they are ready to go for their second last match, the only Sunhawk we have here today, and the last one as well. And look at that, the Philippines, they're looking happy, but who knows what's inside. And there's going to be this female Vietnam fans definitely will have more followers later on social media. For us too, you guys who've been supporting us casters, Dimitri and Sir Cloud, you guys can follow us on social media as well. And thank you so much. We love you guys always. Small love you. It's a heart, by the way, if you guys haven't got a clue. Thank you so much for supporting us. We don't really mind having people supporting us too. It's so positive for us. It just makes me happy.
Yeah, just say it, right? You can also follow us on multiple social medias. We're everywhere technically, so you can kind of follow us. Just say, you can find us through our handles down here. But what we're gonna find next is we're gonna find a lot of action into Sanhok. Now, this is normally the trend, right? In the last few games, you would expect a lot of fights happening, a lot of early fights. In fact, in one of the Miramar maps earlier on, like Circle 5 or Circle 7, there was like only 20 players. Circle 5, Circle 6, there was only like 20 players left. So if that can happen in Miramar, it can definitely happen in Sanhok.
Hey, you don't want to blink your eyes, because the moment you blink your eyes, you miss the graphic for the map just now. Definitely, it's going to be Sanhok, where Sanhok, the smallest map, you can't blink, because everybody will be desperate when it comes to the second last match of an entire final stage of the team category for 31st SEA Games. PUBG Mobile, we're almost at the close there. Who will get the second last chicken dinner in the finals?
Yeah, oh, and this flight path is just unkind as a final Sanhok here from Cow onto the side of Camp Alpha. That means teams on the southern side that likes to drop on the southern side will find it difficult, including one of the Vietnamese teams, I'm just saying. But the good news for Vietnam 1, who's currently in the running for the number 1 spot, they'd like to drop into Paradise Resort. It will be an easy drop for them. Other teams that will find it a little bit difficult is Brunei 1, and then we have one of the Indonesian teams as well, which is not good news. They have to drop a little bit further down onto Camp Charlie. But then again, that's just the first drop. What's going to be important, of course, is going to be the Circle, who will favor. But before we talk about the Circle, we already see a first knockdown here onto Monboy from Philippines 1.
And that's going to be Thai, second team, got Tony. Going to push forward straight the moment. It's quite a distance, 100 meters away. He's still running on his foot here. For Tony, it's a very small map, so definitely it's reachable for him. Straight taking out the rifles and finish off. It's going to be the first blood. Monboy didn't actually get to even perform in the second last match. And the last one for Sanhok as well. And straight back towards his bench. And it's going to be resting out and looking up for the rest of the team. But for Thai, second team here, definitely a good start.
Yep, definitely a good start for Thai too. In fact, if they do take these 2 rounds really, really seriously, like they can get a, like let's say the best case scenario, a double chicken dinner, they can slip into the podium spot. So it's not impossible for them just yet. But let's keep our eyes on the Circle, and the Circle will be on the right. And guess who is in the Circle? Vietnam 1's in the Circle, Indonesia 2 in the Circle as well. Indonesia 1 need to travel a little bit.
Now, this is going to be a tricky one, because we do know how the heart shift of Circle has been getting really crazy lately. So there's no way for the players to actually really tell where they have to take. Well, definitely it's going to be the main island here out of these 3 small islands. Well, mostly will be how to cross over Painan. Will they take the bridge for Malaysia's second team? Will they take the northern bridge towards Camp Alpha first, then going into there, or they will cut across straight? Because the moment they cut across Painan, there will be a lot of players coming out of boot camp to pin them down. They have to move fast for the players that's not inside the circle here.
Yeah, Painan is a tricky one because the moment you move out of Painan is a lot of hills. So to a certain extent, you have a little bit of a risk in case of teams that like to drop into Kuari. They can take care of the hillside. Teams that like to drop into Kuari is Laos and maybe also Philippines too. They're just side by side with each other. So team Cambodia dropping to Painan, the moment they move out, they need to be aware of their surroundings, especially on those high grounds.
Personally speaking, I feel like it might be favoring to Ban for the last few circles because when it comes to this sort of fair circle pops, high chances we might ended up there for the last few ones, starting on 4th phase to 6th phase. But if it ended up on top of Quarry now, that's very tricky and extremely challenging for the players.
Yeah, especially if it's inside a quarry, because if you fight inside quarry, the movement will be slow. So it's an area that players just don't want to play in. Like you're slow. There's very little cover. You can probably play by the ledges, and that's probably about it. And it's just not fun to play inside a quarry itself. And if it does end there, of course, Philippines too will be happy at least because they drop into the areas of quarry. But speaking about Philippines too, it looks like Jesus is gonna sneak out onto Shazam. Jesus!
This is a very sneaky Jesus, by the way. With a Vector in his hands. I'm not sure if the Philippine second team actually noticed this, but this definitely will actually be very painful if they really got ambushed from behind because they are looking forward. Nobody's actually anticipating anybody from behind except for Ramon, who's actually still inside of the compound. But Shazam, this is really tricky. I think he heard Jesus trying to stand just now, but I'm not sure. He's still not swapping. He's not switching over for his position. Straight, what a nice clean spray there. Straight head on elimination, but Jesus! On the ground, Shazam. I'm surprised he didn't see Shazam there.
Yeah, Shazam was staying put, so he maybe a little bit of tunnel vision onto the lower ground, so he didn't notice Shazam, he managed to counter fire onto Jesus, and looks like for Philippines too, they might not lose Newbie as they'll be able to pick him up, but Shazam is going to secure that elimination point. Philippines too, of course, they're in a more crucial position as compared to Laos because they are still trying to gun for that podium spot.
Oh, there you go. Honda now trying to counter fire. Laos they separated again, but this time it is kind of come to fruition about the positioning. They're trying to open up a wide angle for the players. They're trying to play it around the corners. Each player have to survive with their own individual skill, but Venturas keep on spraying on Shazam. Shazam got caught in the turmoil. He's got sandwiched between two teams here. But Venturas couldn't finish him off straight away because of the terrain. That's a hill, it's high ground. And Venturas not high enough, he's not tall enough at this state to actually see through what's happening on the other side.
Yeah, that's super close, right? If only he was a little bit higher. But now we move forward to Beruang, taking out Ryzen from Indonesia 2. Not the news that Indonesia 2 wants because they want to hold on to that spot to at least challenge for the #1. But Global is staying put here. Beruang still has yet to complete the elimination as Ryzen will be picked up, but Global will be going up against the entire Indonesian squad. Tries with the DBS but cannot connect those shots as he will be eliminated.
You definitely know. The moment the whole team of Indonesian second move in unison to rush forward, you can see the fate of Global just now. Is a scary prospect to be him, but Beruang couldn't do anything because he's quite far off. And just now, I do notice about Vietnam first team, they knocked down on one of the Thai players, if I'm not mistaken. And now they got revived back up for Thai first team. I'm surprised how Vietnam first team is going all aggressive, even though they might jeopardize their first placement here.
Oh, will you be surprised with this as ranking goes down to Galaxy? H2R is there to back him up, and Galaxy will be finished off by H2R. Philippines won. They lose Momboy, but they will not lose Rankit.
rapid response coming out from H2R really saved the situation instead of, eliminations done there. He saved rank in that really tough spot. But here comes Cal from Brunei second team fighting against Malaysia, but the Malaysians have the high grounds. They definitely can see through that very small structure. He tried to barricade himself for Brunei second team. It's going to be tough for them to find a higher ground than the Malaysians since they are having a best view here. And they just have to work the things around the corner. They have to take a longer rotation. They have to go for flanks. It's impossible to fight head on at this stage.
Kyle will be nailed down, but they still have Zico together with Kizo. Very, very similar names, mind you, going up against Malaysia. One jumper, going to go up against his opponent there from Brunei too. But Kyle, anytime, will he be picked up? Looks like it's going to be a bit tough as Zico will need to prepare for warfare.
Yep, and Kizo is there to help him as well. The ones in the warehouse will have a bit of a problem to exit out, but Magic's found Kyle first. While we have Cambodia versus Myanmar next, they have one man down and definitely will be picked back up on his feet. But DZ have Stock on his side joining in. Marnet spotted out. It's going to be a bit of a tough place for him to stay there for quite a bit. Romeo will try to go for the flank side. Found on the side of Astro, but couldn't land any shots yet.
Oh, and Zico shot by Demigod. Okay, so I think he's been shot on by Philippines one from afar. So now that means that Brunei 2 only has one last player left. But now we give focus on the Cambodia versus Myanmar 1. Of course, Myanmar 1, they want to secure the elimination points. They want to be back on top. They want to be back on the top 3 at least. Cambodia, unfortunately, they will be playing without Jisoo. So 3v4, a disadvantage to Cambodia, advantage to Myanmar with the high ground to their side. But unfortunately, at the same time, Kizo will be eliminated at 16th place for Brunei 2.
It's going to be tough for them in the second last match. They tried their best, but apparently the best is not going to be enough. Hopefully, we get to see more in the next match coming up from Brunei second team. But on the side of Myanmar first team, they're still in the run. They are on 4th place right now, just 8 points away to 3rd place and bronze medalists. But they can just go for the 2nd place and even on the top place if they want for the gold. We're not done yet as the circle shrinks, quite centralizing in the first circle. We still have no clue about where it will favor later on until the hard shift begin.
Well, we'll need to wait and see as most players looks like they decide to go into the middle. But now we put focus onto Marnet has been knocked down. Romeo tries to save his teammate. Still can be done, but unfortunately, as they always say, Romeo must die.
Oh, Stalker almost clutched this one out, but 1 second trying to fight against Astro, who has the high grounds. But Astro climbing down from high horses, found 1 second. Myanmar first team, this is a bit of a problem. They need to win this fight if they want to get the bronze medal. They're at 4th place, but Loki trying to make wonders here with his UMP, trying to go ring around the rosy. He just clutched for the entire team. Baby Loki is a man now.
Oh yeah, he has grown up definitely. And the good news is that Myanmar 1 survived. Everyone survived. Everyone will be picked up by Loki. And like what you said, they are still in the running for the podium spot. They cannot afford to lose that fight. And true enough, they didn't. And they are still in this to get that medal spot.
And the best case scenario to get themselves that reset time that they needed because nobody else is passing by. Back to it, Philippines 1 and 2, both of them having it a go for a bit. And spotted out Newbie from Range's scoop. His crosshair definitely ready to take him down. Newbie running. He's still holding his fires for Range. It's a bit hard for them, but he's not going to take any shots yet. Definitely going to leave it for a bit. And Range, Ramon, Shazam, and Newbie. Each player got themselves one building to guard, and every single player is looking at the different direction for now.
Yeah, they need to take care of their flanks. Cannot be too tunnel vision, looking at one area. So not too surprising that we can see that the spread here for Philippines, 2 of them looking behind, 1 looking in front. Most importantly, they look at different angles as it's still the 2nd circle. So it's still kind of big, still a lot of space for other teams to play. So they don't want to get backstabbed. That is how they take care of the compound, they take care of the area, and I think they're doing fairly well for now. It's just that, unfortunately, they'll need to play with only 3 team members for the rest of the round, considering that they are still possible for them to get up to the top 3.
Indonesian second team. They got themselves 1 elimination point. Only 6 points away from first place. All they need to do is to maintain this and get more eliminations, even the chicken. And it's definitely theirs for the gold. But with the rest of the teams, even up to 10th place, possible to get themselves on the stand towards running and racing for the medals. Damn rude. Spot out Myanmar. This is going to be the first team of Myanmar that we saw earlier who got themselves 4 eliminations and trying to cut across the third place. Damrit shot 1 down.
Ooh.
1 second is down. Damrit just going to rush forward and they try to move in unison, but he's waiting for the comms from the rest of the teams. He's hesitating and this gives so many space for 1 second to be revived back up to his feet.
And both these teams are poised not too far away, so they definitely have interest in trying to take out each other. Of course, Malaysia 2 behind Myanmar 1 as he tries to spot out Marnet. QB scopes out to the left, but not able to find Marnet on his crosshair as Damrud. He tries to reset himself, low-key, putting pressure onto the other side. No big reason for these two teams to actually commit to each other, considering that they are still in the circle, but nice when you get one with Baby Loki. But because of the gap is too big between them, and Sanhok is not a map that you normally have vehicles, it's just more of like power playing against each other, and I don't think they're going to commit for now.
Yep, Myanmar first team definitely, they got knocked down twice, but definitely not be eliminated, any of them. They got themselves the space, like you mentioned, the distance is quite too far off between these two teams. Maybe 200 meters away from each other. Caused them not to get into this fight. Definitely respecting the territory of Malaysia based on the warning shots coming out from them. Continuously spraying and keep tapping on their shots here. For Yuhai, though, he repositioned himself on the back line, making sure he covered every angle possible. The rest of the team are taking 4 different buildings on the crossroad. Back towards the next circle is still very generous. On this, like right in the center, it's gonna shrink. Now, this is gonna be the hard shift later on. Cloud. We do know the third circle will determine which compound they really have to take next.
And besides the circle, one team looks like they're not interested in the circle. They're focusing on the healing game, and there's going to be Indonesia 1. Look at the spread. Micropro is way up north, and the rest of them are down south. So Micropro is just more like doing the scouting work and say that, okay, this area is clear, and then the rest of them, they're trying to gather as many first aids as possible, and definitely they will be playing the healing game without a doubt. Now, for the circle, it looks like it's a nightmare circle, as what we talked about earlier on. It's around the area of Kuwari.
It's a bit risky, honestly, for Indonesian first team to play that because they're very close towards Myanmar first team. Myanmar first team already got themselves 4 eliminations in the back, so they're very close to cutting across for the third place. If they pull down, yes, they might win in terms of healing game, but if Myanmar first team actually get a lot of elimination, we do know they love to go aggressive when it comes to Sanhok in a small map, any maps actually, for Myanmar team. If they can rack up the number of eliminations, they definitely can secure that third place. So, Indonesian first team, they have to actually get abundance of first aids. Make sure they can survive that long to outplay Myanmar first team.
Well, to answer the question, I think speaking from a psychological perspective, Myanmar 1, the pressures on Myanmar 1 as compared to Indonesia 1. So, if you're under pressure, yes, you want to go and collect those elimination points, which is true enough, you should. If not, 4th place doesn't mean anything if you don't get up to the podium spot. So by forcing yourself to do that, you may end up making mistakes. And that is where Indonesia 1 can still capitalize if they play the healing game. So I think this is the thought process that they have in mind. So they're like, okay, if we're the ones at number 4, then we might not play the healing game. But since we're at number 3 and the pressure's on you, you come to us. We'll play the healing game. Try to catch us then.
It's too far for them to catch them at the back line right now. It's too far off. They're already taking out the blue for the side of Indonesian first team. But the thing is, Myanmar, like you mentioned, it's a really big risk. But if it actually working, then it's totally going to be worth it. It's totally going to be worth it for them because they almost lost a half of the team just now, but definitely the distance between them and the Malaysian team who knocked them down twice caught them by surprise. Definitely they are a bit more careful right now, trying to push a Thai first team. It's going to be coming up from the Face Clan lineup, Straps, Bear and Vintorius. They lost eyes quite early on. So when it comes to numbers, Myanmar definitely have the advantage, but when it comes to firepower, this is the ties we're talking about. They rarely make mistakes. Honda on the other side for Laos, interesting prospect. And in fact, they are separated before, but some of them united again, and they got 1 elimination points. That's, I think, is very successful.
But talking about success, one of the Philippine teams actually got a elimination earlier on against, I believe it was Rabis, one of the Vietnam teams. So looks like it's going to be warfare here as Thailand going up against Vietnam. So Vietnam won, looking to extend the lead here, trying to secure the elimination. But Philippines still have their own interests as well. If they can eliminate Vietnam, a lot of teams will be very happy.
This is going to be really depressing for Vietnam if they're being eliminated quite early. The first few, by the way, we're still on the third phase of the circle, and the 14 teams still alive. We're doing a 13 to 16 placement will not get any point, and they will drag Vietnam first team if they got caught like a guard down. But they realize how at risk they were at. They reposition themselves. That's very smart. But in the meantime, it's very daring coming up from Vitroy with a DBS.
Oh!
Straight.
Of course, now they have the advantage. They managed to get a knockdown to Ventores, so this is something that they should capitalize on. As a Vitroy want to secure that elimination point, the nade will be cooked up, tossed on to the other side, but Shrubs is just too far away. Shrubs will find refuge behind the stone, but Beer is on the other angle. Beer is just behind Shrubs. As now they need to defend this area, and they're on the outside of the circle. 20 more seconds.
Oh, this is very daring coming up from Vietnam first team, and they got one. What a Kobe from Vitroy. There's no way Shrub's going to be alive now. Look at the continuous nades and pressure is on. The Thai first team definitely will have to stop to engaging, because look at how they just cornered. Oh my goodness, this is savage. Lombard hopping out about. They got themselves 2 eliminations secured here, and definitely want to secure that gold medalist in the run, in the race. And they have to bow down for a bit, going for a bit passive play, a bit more conservative. You saw how aggressive the Vietnam team was.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely want to extend their lead, looking at how it is at this moment, because they know that Indonesia too is a big threat. And now look, talking about Indonesia too, they are in the middle of the circle, but now the long range coming from Beer, gets a knockdown onto Vitroy, but Beer, they managed to counter fire onto him. Can they pick up Vitroy? Maybe they can. Oh no, they can't, unfortunately.
Oh man, and also the circle, we kind of predicted it will be on top of Quarry, and this is going to be a tricky one right on top of Quarry. Might be inside of it, but now Lao going a stand against Philippines second team. Shazam, Range, and Ramon taking the same compound, while Starlord and Honda have more spaces to play. But in the meantime, in the same house, seems not really a good idea. They need a flanker to go into it, Philippines, if they want to go for engagement. But Philippines second team, they are on the run for the bronze. If they want to, they can. They need to hang on.
Yeah, and plus they're going up against Laos, who has nothing to lose if you can think about it. But then again, Laos, they're now down to the last 2 players. Philippines, maybe they don't have that information, so they're not too sure how many people are on the other side. But what we're sure is that Damru will be knocked down by 1 sec. 2 teams that still matter in this competition, in this round. Honda now need to pick up Starlord. If not, ooh, that's super close. 10% health left for Honda, and he doesn't have a first aid nor a bandage.
He got himself a DBS. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for him. But at the same time, Cheeky Ryzen does his best. It's going to be stealing away any team that he can. And we have 5 elimination for Myanmar first team. And Vietnam's second team got themselves the center of the circle. They have nothing to lose here, but definitely they want this chicken for themselves. They haven't landed any chicken. They want the debut here, and this might be it if they can defend the circle.
Oh yeah, everyone wants the glory, regardless whether you're still going for it or not. But now Ryman gets one onto Starlord. Starlord will be finished off, but Ryman bows down to the DBS, but Range is there to help him up. And now Laos will be eliminated at 13th place. Ryzen tries to get one onto Philippines, trying to get advantage of that. And yes, Ryzen will be able to with the nade onto Shazam.
Cheeky Ryzen, and Jaden, out of nowhere, he just happens to be there as well, taking out most of the Philippines team. They thought they got themselves that victory, but they're being stopped here. Shazam cannot possibly be saved here. The moment they try to go out of their compound and try to save Shazam, it's going to be too much at risk for the side of Philippines. They need to save their spot for survival here. For Indonesian second team, going all out aggressive. Range taking down one of the Indonesian players. It's going to be Michael Boy, the first team here. And Range trying to run away, and the blue is burning him out. Range, can he save Shazam on time, or will he just transition himself into the circle first?
Oh, there will not be enough time. Rage will need to bail Shazam, unfortunately. But look at this Choo-Choo. Vietnam 1 has been eliminated. This is an opening for Indonesia 2 as they still maintain a full squad. Maybe, just maybe, they can overtake Vietnam 1 after in this round.
Jumper heard footsteps straight away, proning down as both Indonesia and Malaysia on alert mode. They're trying to siege over this compound, but it's so hot with so many eyes on to this, particularly this one player, IGL. They lost themselves Frankie earlier, so this not be an advantage for them. Well, Magix, I'm not sure the healing game can actually side up with him. He only got himself like 11 first 8 after he's done with the 12 just now. Jumper on the other end trying to open up the space for the rest of the team to transfer into the circle, but the problem is, it's not just them. Right, left, and center, everywhere, every angle of the circle, there's somebody there occupying that spot.
Oh, yeah, it's just so tight at this moment. Plus, it is the quarry circle, right? So you have lesser room to play with. Now, Yuhai, he's still on the outside of the circle, and he's kind of caught on the bottom of quarry. He needs to climb back up, and the choking point is this. The choking point is that he'll need to meet up with Vietnam 2, and Vietnam 2 knows that somebody's at the cliff, and there's going to be Snipes together with Yuhai, the dynamic duo again for Malaysia 2.
Ryzen. Jaden's always the first one to push forward, by the way. Vietnam first team is already out. So Indonesian second team, this is their chance to get themselves that gold medal placement. We're down to 2 more games. This is one of it. And now down remaining to Myanmar, the biggest map. And this is the opportunity they want to take to get a high kill participation and high elimination volume. The opportunity is there. Well, Indonesian team down to 1 person to actually play the healing game. I'm not sure how things work out for them as Myanmar already kind of want to get already out, so they can be secured themselves at third place like you mentioned before. But Jumper on the other hand tried to take chances here against Vietnam second team, but I couldn't spot the rest of them.
Yeah, it's tough. Just look at the terrains here. Even Jaden finds it tough to try to shoot as he doesn't have a good angle, and he doesn't have the circle. Guess who has the circle? His other teammates. Indonesia 2, they have another representative on the other side, but unfortunately that representative is Ryzen, who will be gunned down, and Ryzen will be figured out by Snipes, and now it's down to Jaden without the circle.
The Malaysian got themselves the most solid compound for now in the circle, but Malaysian second team, on the other hand, tried to cut across Vietnam's second team. Porsche is on the ground, but the bridges of smoke giving him so much space to move forward towards his teammates so he can be picked up.
Oh, here we go. The zone is currently unkind to Brunei 1 as the zone takes out Colt. Ferrari from Vietnam 2 tries to spot out his opponent as Malaysia 2 will be eliminated by 6 elimination points here for Indonesia 2. Jaden is still alive. Jaden is starting to move in, but not much room for him to play with as Jaden will be eliminated by Malaysia. And now Vietnam 2, they need to move further forward, but Ferrari will be gunned down.
Oh my god, this just means they might just can't get themselves into the medal. Let's run again for Malaysia. They might win this with 11 eliminations, double digits. They are taking the conditions all box ticked here. We're talking about getting double-digit elimination, getting the chicken dinner, and the circle is on their side. Now remaining with only Mott playing the healing game. 29 first 8. He can't stop pushing the healing button for Mott. While the rest of Malaysians are in triumph, they will actually celebrate this because currently they are staying at 8th place. But based on this, Malaysian second team, they might actually got themselves the top 5 and still have a shot for the bronze medalist.
Yeah, there is a possibility for them to climb up onto the podium spot after this round. Considering that they have what 12 elimination points already, they're gonna get 27 points. 27 points can boost them up like a lot. And let's put aside the placements, right? Put aside the placements. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Put aside the placements. The points are so close.
Jumbo was trying to find Mott so bad. We heard he tried to toss over the Molotov. He tried to actually give the pressure with the grenade, but it just didn't work out. Mott knows exactly which corner to sit on, and he's just gonna stay there forever. Well, Jumbo's still not satisfied with this. He wants to go for it, but he doesn't want to give away 1 point towards the side of Vietnam's second team here. It's a bit of a risk if Jumper just goes in and tries to shut him down. But that 1 point will mean a lot for the Malaysian team. Well, Mott just gonna heal it up. We have so much time, but finally, winner, chicken dinner! The Malaysian second team again hitting double chickens in a day. And this is it. They might just get themselves another chicken for today. What a way to get themselves back up for the medalists.
They would have wanted that point over Mark, definitely.
Malaysian
for sure.
one.
Yeah, definitely. Malaysian one would have wanted that extra point over Mark. But then again, well, Mark is in the position that you can't possibly go and get that point. So I'm pretty sure they'll be happy. They'll settle down with the 12 that they currently have. And with this chicken dinner, 27 points in the bag. But we must consider as well, Indonesia, they did fairly okay. So they moved as well. But what's important is that because there's still one more game, it gives the hope. It gives Malaysia hope of landing at least a medal in the SEA Games.
That's true. This is a very, very risky time for them to actually fooling around. We're talking about there's no room for error of mistake, and this is the debut actually for Malaysian first team to get themselves that chicken. They never got any chicken before, and they are catching up to their brother team or sister team, Malaysian second, which going to be swapping over with their places here definitely. And also speaking of Vietnam first team and Indonesian second team, the gold medalist is not determined yet. We're talking about nothing is fixed here when it comes down to the last game later in SEA Games, the 31st in Vietnam.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go down to the wire, no doubt about that. Even the number one spot as well. Because of Indonesia too, they survived longer than Vietnam won. I couldn't even recall when the Vietnam one actually got eliminated, but I think it's fairly. It wasn't that. It wasn't that late. It was fairly early as well. So there's an opportunity as well for Indonesia to overtake Vietnam one. This is crazy. It may go down to the wire for who might be the first place and who might go up to the podium spot. The last game will determine everything.
It's down to they have to make sure. Yeah, he's good looking. I agree with that. Yeah, Indonesia.
Okay. Nice shirt, bro. Nice shirt.
But the thing is, okay, the terms and conditions applied. These are terms and conditions applied for the teams is that the top 5 team cannot afford to lose any member early on, not even in the first few phases. They have to make sure they remain the top 5 surviving in the last few circles. This is a really tough match for them, for all the teams, especially down to the 10th place.
Yeah, it is crazy tight. Exactly. It is crazy tight at this moment. My goodness. They cannot afford to lose a single member just because of the quality of teams around them. They can bite them back if they lose out early. And we're going to go into Myanmar after this, right? And Myanmar is it's a tricky map just because of the hills, the slopes, and all these the areas that you really need a lot of knowledge to play with. And that also means that your first drop needs to be super careful. But we'll talk about Myanmar in a bit. As after this, here's another thing, right? What are Myanmar one's chances of getting that podium spot as well?
I have to say it's like 90% for everybody. Honestly speaking, it's 90% for any gold, silver, and bronze. It's 90% for everyone. But this time we got Bruneians taking the MVP. Fafu taking with longest elimination 81. Again, one of the shortest there is. But this is a good thing for Brunei. They need this. They need the boost for their last match later.
Yeah, they need it. Whether it's Brunei 1 or Brunei 2, they need it for the final game. At least, I know it's not possible for them to gain anything of a podium spot in the SEA Games right now. approaching the last game, but you want to walk away with your head held high. If you can secure a chicken dinner and go home with that, I'm sure the fans will be happy enough.
Oh man, my heart can't really take this. This is just too much because any team, any country can sit up there. But in the meantime, MVP, I love the Bruneians. They're really solid for this match, but I wish they're starting off like this a bit earlier. But hopefully for the next one, we're going to see a bit more towards them. The thing is, I'm worried about this last match later, Cloud, because, it's just,
Yeah, it's just I know what you mean, and plus because it's the last match, you will see a lot of teams just going all out, fearless, because some of the teams have nothing else to play for. So
exactly,
yeah, it will be a crazy war zone as we go into the final match. But let's check out the match standings from the previous round. We all know 27 points for Malaysia won. Brunei actually slipping in, getting 15 points in total, just because they got 5 elimination points, followed by Indonesia 2 with 14, and then followed by Vietnam with 13 points, and Malaysia 2 as well, getting 10 points in the bag.
Oh boy. Now the thing is, Indonesian second team do get more eliminations, more better placement, and also they are having way more points when compared to Vietnam first team. Are we looking over the race towards a gold medal till the end of this? Is still unsure. But the Philippines 1 and 2 is closing up the gap as well. They want it for more as we're looking over for overall rankings later. But for Brunei second team, they still have nothing from this. Cambodia didn't work out quite well. They got themselves 15th place. 2 teams that are being ousted quite early have to really go all out next one. It's going to be fighting for the pride of the country, but here comes elimination and damage output. Malaysia taking that compound. It was a nice judgment call, and it was the precise last circle as well, giving it so much points.
Yeah, and also a lot of damage being dished out by them as well. So that's the Kuala Lumpur Tower, we call it, with 12 elimination points for Malaysia, followed by Myanmar 1, which is still in the running for the podium spot, netting themselves 7 elimination points. With that, it looks like they still have a decent amount of chance to actually get into the podium spot. I mean, this just even think about it, right? There are so many teams who is still able to get into it, but we'll need to wait and see what are our points as the current match standings are like. But of course, before we go into that, let's check out the overall standings. Oh my goodness, Indonesia too, now officially at first spot.
My God, they overtake Vietnam first team. Vietnam first team must be devastated by now. They're so close to getting that goal and now sitting on silver. While we have Indonesia first team, both Indonesians now sitting on the podium spots as we speak. While Malaysian first team are striving to snatch it away, but they have to cut across Myanmar first team, who's really close towards the third place as well. Same goes for Philippines, Malaysian second team. All those two are actually on top 10 is in the run for the medals.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy, right? So just look at how tight the points are. So even for Myanmar 1, it's 4 points difference than Indonesia 1. Moving over to Malaysia 1, the difference is 10 points. It's still possible. Philippines 2 is 11 points, and so on and so forth. That means there's still a good number of teams that can still eye for that podium spot at least. At least the bronze medal is still up for grabs for a lot of these teams. But for Indonesia, we might see a double Indonesia finish. I don't know, because the points are just so tight.
That's true. And if you're in Vietnam first team place right now, do you want to go really aggressive next one, or do you stay a bit conservative earlier?
I don't know. This is hard. It's hard. But I think they should play with whatever they're comfortable with. If they're comfortable playing aggressive, just go. But let's hear it out from Malaysia. Take it away, Miss Host.
Trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng lắng nghe chia sẻ của anh ấy nhé. Xin chào Magic, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Bây giờ thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào? Bạn có muốn nói lời gì đó để thể hiện sự quyết tâm của mình khi mà chỉ còn một game đấu cuối cùng nữa hay không?
So hello Magic, congratulations on your victory. So they will only have one match left. So do you have any word to say to show you're dedicated to the medals?
So kita orang dah tak fikir dah siapa lawan kita orang. Lagipun dah tinggal baki satu map lagi. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik dan akan collect point yang sehabis banyak lah untuk baki satu map lagi ni.
Okay, there's only one chances left, only one match left. We will do our best and we will try to collect maximum point that we can do. Yeah, and take the chances very carefully. Yeah.
Okay. Magic nói là tại vì chỉ còn một trận nữa thôi, cho nên là chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức để collect được bao nhiêu điểm, để thu thập được rất là nhiều điểm và tận dụng cái cơ hội đó để trở thành nhà vô địch của ngày hôm nay.
Hy vọng là các bạn sẽ gặp may mắn và thể hiện tốt khả năng của mình và chúc cho bạn sẽ thi đấu rất tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn bạn. Thank you and good luck. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ tư của ngày hôm nay. Chỉ còn một game đấu nữa thôi là chúng ta sẽ biết được chủ nhân của chiếc huy chương vàng tại SEA Games 31 bộ môn PUBG Mobile. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, ziplines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded a rainbow. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can...
This is the last game here, ladies and gentlemen, in the 31st Southeast Asian Games, Southeast Asian Games. Oh my goodness, I'm already fumbling it because I can't stand it, you know. This is of course the PUBG Mobile category for the team. And thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Livestream and Quantum Studios for having this amazing game for us to enjoy. And thank you to Verissa as well as VNG Games for organizing this tournament as well. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. Can we just get it started? I can't stand it anymore.
I'm scared for it to start, actually. It's really nervous for me as well because we're looking over the first place is not secured. The gold medalist is unknown at the time being. Vietnam first team. Indonesia might take 2 medals in this tournament as well. Myanmar, Malaysia, Philippines, and also the Thais might have a run for the bronze or silver, even gold, because everything can happen. You can see the Vietnam first team just now, they are pretty nervous. They've been pushed down to second place here with only 4 points different.
Yeah, 4 points differentiates the gold medal for now. And then let's say if Indonesia wants to go up to the gold medal, it's a bit far. It's 23 points. So maybe that's a bit far. But the gold medal can still be between Indonesia too, as well as Vietnam. Now, the second and third spot, the third spot at least, it's open. It's open until, say, Malaysia has a difference of 10 points. And I know that face. I'm just saying. I know 2 of them. I'm just saying. But Malaysia has like what, a gap of like 10 points. Philippines 2 has an 11-point gap. And then you have Malaysia 2 has a 14-point gap. So that it's still open for these few teams.
Yep, especially for the bronze. That's really a tough one because there's 9 contenders for this spot only. And not just that, I can say even this first and second place is not secure here because we do know the third, fourth, up to the 5th place, down to the 6th, the Philippine second team even can reach up to the second or the first place. It depends on their performance. Definitely they need a lot of eliminations, but at the same time, they need to secure the position. So this is very hard to balance it out, to survive and to get eliminations. Working the impossible, nothing is impossible in PUBG Mobile.
It's hard. It's hard. It's very hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. I'm going crazy right now. Okay, but just for the record, let's see here. I'm just looking over at my data sheet, and it seems that Vietnam they have gotten a chicken dinner in Miramar before. So out of all the teams running for that number 1 spot, they have the best achievement in Myanmar, best maximum achievement in Myanmar so far. I'm just saying statistically. So the numbers favor Vietnam just saying.
But at the same time, Indonesian first team are so desperate to get that spot as well. They might have the bullseye behind the back here. All the top 3 teams are not safe, definitely, because so many teams are dying to get them that spot as well. And we're down to the Miramar, the last map here, to determine who will get the medal, the silver, and the bronze to contribute and tally up with their fellow contingents to their respective country.
Yeah, there's basically, okay, we count nations, right? There's basically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, six different countries at least can go for the podium spot as of now. 6 different countries. It's crazy. It's insane. And we could see a double podium spot for one of these teams or one of these countries. But let's head into our final map here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be in Myanmar, the 5th game, and the flight path. I can't wait to see it. But this is the last game for the PUBG Mobile Team C Games.
It's gonna be the last one, and this is gonna be the last chance if they want to earn it. They have been breathing PUBG Mobile since its birth, and this is the time for them to prove they have the gold medal for their entire life. For their entire life, they get to have that proof. It's pure gold, by the way, and it's gonna be really tough for these guys on the top 3 to maintain their spot.
Ooh, it's gonna be crazy. And considering that the flight path, okay, analyzing the flight path is on the left, it does not favor the Vietnamese teams. The Vietnamese teams, they generally like to drop in Los Leones as well as Impala, so that's more on the right side, not the flight path that they would have wanted. But for Malaysia teams, they're okay to drop on the left, that's okay for them. Brunei one, interestingly, they changed their drop spot from El Azhar to Ruins, considering that the flight path is really far away, so that's okay for them as well. Same goes for Brunei too, dropping into La Coberia, so a slight change for these two teams, these two Bruneian teams. But of course, again, the focus is on those teams eyeing for the top spot.
Well, we have to expect unusual drop spot here. Oh, the circle is just Chumacera.
Whoa!
This is going to be really important as Laos placing themselves on top of that Chumacera mountain, which is the most important prime spot. Whoever wants to get it will be really tough, including the top 3 nations. We're talking about the top 3 teams here. Definitely a feat for the ending. Goodness me, we haven't got Southern Circle. It has to be the last in Miramar.
And this circle actually favors Malaysia 1, who still have a chance of climbing onto the top 3 spot. This is insane. So they have a good start, at least. They have a good flight path. They have a good first circle. Now, that doesn't rule out Vietnam 2 as well. Los Leones is not too far away, but you cannot doubt that if you make that rotation based on the logic of timing, Malaysia 1 would get their preferred spot first as compared to other teams with this kind of circle.
Thing is, you're in the center of a circle, but how long can you defend it? That's another thing, another challenge for these guys, not just adapting to its a flight path of the circle, but if you're inside, how can you defend? And Thai second team, they're all crammed in, tuna crammed in one vehicle, but Ramon trying to blow it up, but it's impossible for one person to shoot one vehicle down unless you have your teammate with you. And Fluketh, the moment they heard the gunshot just now, they're just gonna go in for Ramon. Ramon just gonna run, because right now he doesn't want to be the one that actually have to sit one last game out. And he was spotted out by Nier with a pistol.
Oh no. Oh no, this is not the case that Philippines 2 want to face, as Raimon now, I'm not too sure what he has, but he's super low at this moment, fighting against Nier, and he will go down. The first blood will be given to Nier. This is bad news for Philippines 2.
Oh, they are in the run for the bronze. They have to start off a bit at disadvantage here with one man short. For the sort of Thai second team, they're definitely happy. They're still in the run. They hit the 100 marks here, and they still can if they got themselves secure the 3rd place. But conditions are the top 3 teams have to go out first.
Yeah, that's quite a tall order. It's at least 32 points that Thailand 2 needs. Putting aside the fact that the teams on top will also gain points, is 32 points needed, bare minimum for Thailand 2. It's a tall order, but well, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. But I definitely do know how to feel about Philippines 2. I feel sad for them.
Oh boy, really close yet so far. But in the meantime, for the other teams, a lot of teams are playing this very safe. It's not usual, but the teams that actually have a long shot to actually get the medals, starting from 11th to 16th place. They just go wherever they fancy. They have a lot of pride on them. They want to bring home at least chicken dinner glory for their last match towards their country, even though they having a tough run for the medals. But it's all about the moments that can they live in for the future. Marnet, Myanmar first team, definitely want to go for the bronze or even the medals for the silver. They can, but they need to keep it going and keep breathing and be sure that they will survive till the very last minute.
Only 4 points differentiate Myanmar 1 and Indonesia 1 at this moment for that top spot. Tiebreaker, it's hard to tell. We'll leave that for another discussion. But a minimum of 4 points, 5 points if you don't want to go through the tiebreaker. Putting aside, of course, the other teams still can gather points. But Myanmar 1, they have been not as consistent. They're okay ranking in the elimination points, but when it comes to placement points, it's not their strength. So it's something that they need to consider as they're still eyeing that at least a number 3 finish.
That's true. Very true. But for the side of Brunei, second team, they don't want to place themselves last here, so definitely they want to get more eliminations as well. Nobody wants to be last in any tournament, but somebody has to be, and they won't be it the way they are so proactively going around the corners, even running in an open road. Who cares? Galaxy can do that. The Galaxy is his to take. But for the side of Indonesian second team, this is everything for them at stake. They definitely go and find themselves the highest vintage point there is, or any compound that works safe for them. Their checkpoints will be definitely very crucial here. Not just making sure not to be ambushed by any teams in the last minute. Indonesian first team, on the other hand, risky buggy. They almost explode. If they got caught when transferring to a different compound here, they might lose at third place.
Well, the good news is that they managed to swap into another vehicle, so that's going to be okay for them. And looking at where they are at this moment, I think they're somewhere around the southern side, so they're currently somewhere in the middle of the circle. Now, Malaysia one, who had an advantage because this is basically their drop spot. They have this prime position at this moment. This is where you have a lot of elevation, you have a compound. This is where it's really, really sweet at this moment. And with this kind of elevation, you can get lots of information. You can see where your opponents are moving, and at least you can predict that, okay, there'll be more people in this area and less people on that area, so you can make your decisions wiser from there. Indonesia too, definitely at the forefront at this moment, just next to Myanmar too. And good news is that they did not lose that one player who is all alone in that compound.
Just remember the circle just now is right on top of Chumacero, by the way. A lot of teams that we witness are not actually inside of that.
No.
Indonesia's second team. Oh, they are at number 1 spot by being ambushed by Myanmar second. Jan Force clammed in between Monkey and King. Where would he run? There's nobody else to save him here. Oh boy.
Okay, his teammates need to come quickly. He need to buy time for himself. His teammates, we can see they're starting to approach. They need to win the fight against Myanmar 2. Myanmar 2, pretty much nothing much to play for except for pride, except for glory. As King will be needed, but also they needed their own teammate.
This is a bit of a problem for Myanmar. They had it going, but finally Jamforce is down, but it's 1-to-1 trade. The rest of the team is here. They move in second units and they got cornered there. Myanmar walks straight into the tap. Jamforce has been planning all along.
And somehow Jamforce, okay, yeah, he planned to not give the point away to his opponent, but of course, if you're playing, you won't know that it's Myanmar too. So I guess as overall, it doesn't really matter. But unfortunately for Indonesia too, you did talk about like these top teams, they cannot afford to lose members early on. And it happened to be Indonesia too. Vietnam will be looking at that elimination feed and will be telling themselves that, hey, this is a newfound motivation for us.
What's not motivating is the circle right on top of that Chumacero. Whoever didn't get themselves that high ground, it's a bit of a problem there. Because we do know Chumacero mountains are so crucial. There's so many valleys in between as well. If you can land yourself in that position, it would be great. But the problem is, you have to hide all the way. You can't get eliminations there. But on the side of the Thais, they're taking a fight against the Vietnam team. So this is going to be crucial as Vietnam's second team will be rushed in by the side of Thai first team. Victorious where MR5 is playing this time. Ferrari, kind of quite far. I don't think they want to go all in, are they?
Well, they may do that because they have an advantage now that they got the first knockdown onto Vietnam too. And Thailand one, if they want to go up to the podium spot, they need to collect the elimination points. They still stand a chance to do that though. But Vietnam too is not going to go down without a fight because if Porsche is starting to come in and Porsche having the high ground. But at the same time, McLaren will need time to pick up Mart. Mart, is he already up? Oh, yes, he is. So he's recovering himself. They just need to buy time for Mart.
The moment the smoke dissipates, already done here. Thai tried to corner them around. Look at the flank side. They're trying to get even the flank set for the Thai teams. But Porsche spotting them out. Bear will be shot down first, connecting the dots here. But the buggy just drive him so fast. Bear's just gonna go for this engagement. But Porsche spotting him out. He's really close to knock down. But he managed to just in the nick of time covered himself behind a small hill and just reset again.
Okay, Porsche. Oh no, not looking good for Beer as he's caught out alone. Porsche knows exactly where he is. And for his teammates to come pick him up, it's going to be tough, but he needs to somehow survive it. But unfortunately, as just we were talking about it, Beer goes down. H2R goes down to the zone as well. It's just the second circle.
Now, this is really depressing to watch, honestly speaking. Myanmar first teams are actually in the run for bronze, but their fellow countrymen just spotted them out. They have no clue they're fighting against. Ozone trying to take out Baby Loki, but Baby Loki shot him straight in the head, almost shredded his helmet and vest. But Myanmar's second team will have to relocate themselves in a different angle if they want to climb the hike. Wow, this is the longest hike with a minivan.
Oh, yeah, it took a while. But what's not going to take a while is the fight between McLaren as well as Schreps. On the other side, McLaren is going to toss a nail onto Schreps. Will it land? It will not. Schreps still survived this, but Ventores took the bait instead. And now we have Ferrari. He's still down on the left side as Schreps tries to cover. As Schreps gets his first knockdown in this round. And there'll be one more that he'll need to deal with, at least from a close range.
Knockdown for Vietnam second team, but Thai first team. They really want to try to get the points, but the thing is, things didn't go their way yet. And Mark trying to go up and down. Clutch this might be the clutch. Vietnam second team trying to pull off, but MR5 coming and running quite far off from the rest of the team. Can he make it on time?
Oh no, Thailand, they are in trouble down to MR5, but Mart as well as McLaren, they are resetting and they'll reset quicker than what MR5 can do to pick up his teammates. Now McLaren is starting to move in, Spray coming in from the top, McLaren 1v1 and Thailand 1 is out. That means Thailand 1 will not be able to take that podium spot at all.
Oh boy, we're not done. Thai 2 taking out another team, which was the Cambodians. Have to bow out. They are actually will be resting for now. And thank you so much for participating for the Cambodians. But we're not done yet as the Circle Heart shares towards Picardo. All those actually on their high horses have to climb down. Now, the one that actually fighting for their life is going to be Myanmar first team. They're in the runs for bronze. And they're fighting against the second team of Myanmar as well.
Oh, it's a civil war here as Myanmar 1 will be tossing the nades onto the other side. Myanmar 1, can they secure those elimination points? They definitely need the points in the back to go up to the podium spot. 2 elimination points for them at this moment as Loki tries to finish off them. And yes, Myanmar 2 will be eliminated. 4 points in the back for Myanmar 1.
But Indonesian first team, they got taken out by Laos. Potato just gonna leave it be. They are actually holding on to the 10th place. And Myanmar just cut them off. With 4 eliminations taken out on Myanmar's second team, they're definitely on the spot on the 3rd place. Indonesian first team losing the 3rd spot really quickly here.
Oh yeah, Indonesia, they need to be aware, they need to be careful of their challenge. As now, look at this, Potato is the last man standing for Indonesia 1. Like what you said, they could lose that spot, but it depends now on how long Potato can last. How many placement points can he get as the circle moves up north? And look who's in the circle. Check out the right side. Vietnam 1 will have an easy entry into it.
Southern part of the circle is really saturated. Southwest to be exact here. But in the center of the circle, nobody dares to actually enter it yet. Indonesians actually in there for the second team who's placed themselves in the first place. But they are running low in terms of firepower and men. They're down to 3 people here for Vietnam first team. They're trying to climb up, while Malaysians are thriving for the third place or even the second here. Baby Loki, Myanmar first team, trying to take them down, but they managed to get away from this. They don't want to jeopardize too much for Malaysians. Damn Root being the bait, while the rest of them trying to go for the flanks.
Malaysia 2 can still go for a third place finish, so they cannot give up just yet. 1 elimination point already in the bag, but unfortunately not a good start for them, as Damroot will go down to Myanmar 1, who also won those points, and if they can secure that elimination, they will be on top. They are currently at number 3, but they will need to pull away from Indonesia 1 as they still have Potato to gather those placement points.
This is very smart played by Baby Loki, but you have to be careful. Laos is actually watching over here as well, tapping over from a very long distance. He wants to secure that 1 elimination point, but Damru already walked himself into that smoke.
Ooh.
But Picardo, Thai second team, got themselves there first. Another Thai is going to joining in there. Maybe not just yet. It's going to be Vietnam second team. While Vietnam first team is quite far off. Indonesia's second team but fell. And also the rest of Indonesia first team already tried to park themselves in the center. They want their compound so bad because that's going to be where the last few circles are.
At Malaysia 1, I see Malaysia 2, but okay. Malaysia 1, we need to wait and see as Indonesia 2 starts to move. Oh, but speaking about Malaysia 1 going up against Philippines, now Demigod will be gunned down, and H2R, he's still alive, but he'll need to pick up his teammate. Philippines 1, they still stand a chance to go up to the third spot at least, but they cannot lose this fight, as the fight will be lost to Malaysia 1. Philippines 1, they fell from glory from day 1. They fell out of the top 3 spots, and now they will be eliminated without a medal.
They're not out of the jungle yet for the side of Malaysian Team 1, as Jumper don't have any first aid to actually help himself. They're really low when it comes to resources, taking a toll with the fight against the Philippines, who have to bow down. They can't run for their medals anymore. There's still one more team for the Philippines. It's going to be Philippines' second team here. While they try to park themselves in the center of the compound of the circle right on top of Ricardo. But Indonesian second team already arrived, and they will try to conquer this as much as they can. Same goes for the Philippines and Myanmar first team. They try to defend this as long as they're able to.
Oh, Luxy now trying to get those elimination points because he needs those points to go up, to hold on to that number 1 spot at least. And now Luxy tapping away onto the ties as he's not able to secure those elimination points just yet, but at least he's able to power play himself to secure this compound.
Myanmar first team and Indonesian first team, just 1 point of a difference will make such a huge call here. Fluketh, Thailand second team, trying to fight themselves up for the bronze placement. Nair and Stone placing themselves right across the Malaysian first team, who's struggling to get into the top 3. Not too far off, but not impossible. Stone and Nair now slowly trying to corner them down. For the Malaysian second team, they are fighting against the first Brunei team. Colt is right across them, giving them the warning shots, almost taking down on Snipes. Really close, and they've been cornered. They cannot enter the circle.
Oh yeah, and there's not enough time as the zone is starting to close in. Yuhai tries to get a shot onto Brunei 1, able to connect it onto Global, but not able to take it down just yet. Global is still alive behind the tree, and Brunei, they have the advantage because they are playing by the rim of the circle. Snipes taking the vehicle, starting to make his move. Is he going to go across? Yes, he will. He will force his way to the circle, but he plays a risky move as Myanmar will be shooting on the Snipes, and Myanmar will be eliminated. Malaysia 2, unfortunately, they cannot contest for the top spot anymore, but Myanmar 1 will be happy with those points.
What a nice shot coming up from Marnet, way far off the radar. You can see everything through and through. Malaysia first team taking a shot and head-on challenge against second Thai team here. Tony, Stone, Nair and Fluketh. Magix, on the other hand, being the entry fragger, try to open up the space for the rest of the team, hoping if he can land any nades, probably. Jumper will be burned by the blue if they're taking this way too long. Fafu, on the other hand, taking the fight against Lao. This is just really hectic right now. All the teams are so desperate for any points they possible can take. Honda, on the other hand, randomly just shot, and Brunei's across that. Lao, they still want to survive as long as they possibly can be, but Galaxy is right across them if they want to secure the elimination point.
Oh, but Kizo will make a run for it as he doesn't have the circle at this moment. Honda will need to consider his movement right now as 20 more seconds on the clock. Beruan will be eliminated, will be knocked down by Romeo. And look at the circle. Looks like it favors Indonesia too. Indonesia too has the circle. And Vietnam 1, they do not have the circle. They still need to move further forward. But look at this, Choo Choo. Malaysia 1 managed to make it into Picado.
These are top contenders all inside the circle right now. I'm not looking at anyone from Vietnam first team trying to fight for their goal position. They are rotating very late. Lambo playing at the back line, but Philippines, they are just trying to defend this. But the Thais coming in strong. Newbie and Rage trying to go for the top floors, while Rage trying to buy time for Newbie to go up. Both of them trying to climb up to the story, the highest story there is. And it's going to be 5 elimination coming from Vietnam as well. And they are cheering for the audience. Myanmar first in taking on Brunei, but Indonesians still taking it very slow. They lost 2 men yet. They might lost the gold.
Okay, it's crazy right now with only Luxy left and Indonesia, their first team have been eliminated. That means Myanmar 1 definitely will go up. And now we put focus onto Vietnam versus Luxy. Luxy now the last man standing. Can he clutch a 1v2 against Vietnam? Yes, Porsche to deal with. Porsche now 80% health. Porsche moves in and Porsche, yes he will! The clutch 1v2 and Indonesia too. Luxy with the last tick of health will survive this.
There's not even 1 HP left. That's 0.0001 HP on Loxy, and he clutched that for the entire team. Now he needs to stay there as long as he can, while the others are actually on crossfire. And Team Malaysia taking up the fight as well. They're in the run for bronze. While Vietnam first team down to 2 men. The first placement and the second is at jeopardy as Myanmar slowly climbing up with a hectic amount. 7 eliminations by 4.
Oh my goodness, this is just going crazy right now. Vietnam will be looking at the elimination feed and saying to themselves that Luxy is still alive somewhere. If they can take out Luxy, that is it. Vietnam could overtake. There's still a possibility, but nevertheless, Vietnam, they also play with 1 team member left. Luxy just need to survive above Vietnam at this moment.
Now everybody trying to get most elimination points. Laos is still there, but look at the circle. Myanmar first team, the one actually frowning on this because they're not in it. While Malaysia still covered in it. Philippines second team is still there. Thai second team is still there. Luxy still praying, hoping nobody walks into his compound. While Lambo, the last remaining member for Vietnam first team. This is not great for both first and second placement teams so far.
Oh, Myanmar, they are still in it though, so it's going to be Myanmar versus Malaysia for that third spot at least. And Philippines too, they still can't do it though. It's only 2 points difference than Malaysia won. And it's only 10 points with Myanmar 1, but they need to do the business here as now the circle will close in about 8 more seconds. Laos is still on the outside, nothing much they can do, but look at this, Vietnam 1. If they got eliminated before Luxy, definitely the gold medal will be towards Indonesia.
Philippines try to rank up their ranking right now. Honda! It's a top! Honda! Clutch! It's trying to play around the walls! But retaliating here! 1 trade to 1! Thai versus Lao! Honda and Nair! Both of them really far off! Kind of far from the circle, even though it's very close, but it looks so far. Star-Lord trying to hold on with so many shots, being pressured behind. There's Lambo as well, who just came in. He got his focus. He's being burned, possibly not yet. Star-Lord holding on his breath, his survival with just 1 rock.
Oh, and Vietnam 1 has been eliminated. That means Indonesia is very likely to take off the gold medal. And now it's the fight for number 3. Myanmar 1, they are still alive. Myanmar 1, look at this. They still maintain a 3-man squad. Malaysia 1, a 4-man squad. But Malaysia 1, they need to rank in the elimination points because Myanmar 1, they have 7 elimination points to their name. Noah will be gunned down from afar by Stone. And Starlord will take out Stone as a counter. Starlord will start to move in.
Oh, they're securing more eliminations for Starlord. Lao taking on 4. Now they're down to 3 more members of Thai they have to fight against. Starlord trying to do the clutch, the miracle run, but Noah will not be picked up by his members. While Malaysian first team already secured themselves in a very solid compound. Myanmar, same goes for them. Who will spot out Luxy first? Problem is Luxy really at the rim of the circle, praying and hoping. And now Lao bowing down towards the Thai second team who secured that kill, secured the elimination. Can they make up for this third spot. It's kind of tough, but it's never impossible if they can just take down on the first 2 spots there, which are going to be Myanmar first team and also Indonesia second team.
Okay, 8 points. Is it 8 points? 7 points difference between Myanmar 1 as well as Malaysia 1 right now. Not counting the placement points just yet. Newbie goes down. Malaysia 1 just next to Myanmar 1. This is crazy. Okay, they need more than the first and second place finish in this round. They need to eliminate each other in order to secure at least that third spot. As Newbie goes down to Gatuni. Philippines 2, they are falling apart as well.
Martinet spotted out Philippines second team. It's really close for their points as well. But Monet, he will be actually closed out by W, will be burned. It doesn't have that much scope either. For Malaysian versus Myanmar, they have to take each other out. It's very important so the other team don't get any extra points in terms of eliminations as well. And also the position ranking points. Thais, on the other hand, they're still inside of a circle holding on. Saying good for Malaysia, but the ones really have to move is actually Luxy. He doesn't have a choice here.
Oh, Luxy, yeah, he doesn't have a choice. But at this moment, Luxy will be okay because his nearest opponent, that is Vietnam 1, has been eliminated. So I don't think they can catch up to him at this moment. Anyone else can catch up to him. But let's put our focus onto Myanmar versus Malaysia. Malaysia still has a full squad while Myanmar is going to play with 3 players at this moment. Now the circle will start to close in. The circle is just super small. I can't really tell who's in it. But Opti is looking for a way out.
Oh, there's no way out unless he tries to pressure and get down Myanmar. Having in a tough run, they might lose this spot. 1 down on his knees. The Thais, the Philippines, all having the same compound to share. The problem is not enough for everyone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not enough right now. So Opti is out, but then again, Myanmar, they still have 2 players left. So it could still happen if they can hold on for continuing points just long enough. Maybe they can get it. But Flex gets one of the Opti. Not securing the elimination point just yet. But Gatuni had to steal it away. Gatuni stole it from Malaysia.
Oh, Malaysian, do they have enough points here to take the third place? Myanmar still down to 2 man. Indonesian Luxy still breathing. He managed to squeeze in the last minute here. Magic's on the other hand tried to take down on Fluke and the rest of the Thai second team. But they have range behind. Philippines second team is still trying to make sure he survives as long as he can. The last member there is trying to go for as long as he can for that position placement points. Jumper! He dodged! He didn't dodge it! Luxy nailed it straight on the dot! Even a one-man army, no problem for Luxy.
Luxy, he's definitely a one-man army. And look at this, he's still not out yet. He still wants to secure. He still wants that insurance policy of netting in as many points as possible. But Gatuni, together with the rest of Thailand, is on the left side. While Philippines too, they are still alive. He's still in this. Who is that for Philippines too? That is the last member around the team members, around the players of Thailand.
This is the most players in the last circle we've witnessed here today. With only 10 more seconds, it will be the last of it. They have to fight it, like it or not. There's no more healing game for this. There's nothing can stop them from moving forward. And they have to. There's walls in between. They have to make sure that they move in unison and strategically place themselves the place where they can shoot everybody else and have a wide view. But nobody's willing to move even an inch.
Oh, not at all, not at all. How are you going to move from this? Marnet, he just needs to hold up for position points. If he can get like a second place finish, there is a possibility that they will get that third place. But now Luxy, he gave himself to the blue. He's not going to give any more points to his opponents. He knows that every point is crucial. He cannot give them away as Gatuni tries to secure another one. But Frankie will get one onto range. And that's going to be 1 more point for Malaysia. As Thailand, they still have 2 more players still like them. Magic will take down here, but not able to secure that point just yet. Gatuni will not go down without a fight. And Flukev, 1,008 on the side of Frankie. Frankie maybe laid it down as Flex secures the elimination point of the deal. Frankie goes down to Flukev. Malaysia, they're starting to go in. Can they secure as many points as possible? Jumper will be alive. Jumper will take that one. And Jumper, can he get 1 more left? And Jumper, can he will? Yes, he will. But second place finish for Myanmar. Is there enough points here for Myanmar to get that third place? I don't know.
There's only 7 eliminations. I'm not sure. That's quite a number. Well, Malaysian team, all of them is going to survive this one last circle. And Marnet clapping his hands off. That's gonna be hats off for the performance of all the teams in the SEA Games. And congratulations, Malaysia first team, taking the last chicken dinner. But will it be enough?
Will it be enough? I have no idea. It is that tight. It is that tight. I have no idea will it be enough. But what's for sure is that Indonesia definitely crowned champions here. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the kings of Southeast Asia. This is Indonesia. Oh my goodness, Indonesia too. They made the miracle run. Day 1, they didn't really perform. Day 2, they start to rise. And day 3, they held on to the gold medal.
Definitely that's to take for now. Loxy, that wonderful man, he managed to work wonders. It was a miracle he managed to clutch that one out and survive till the end. That just managed to drag the team, the entire nation, the entire country of Indonesia to secure that gold. They are crying with joy. They tried so hard, and finally it was well worth it.
Oh, I have no words to describe this. This is a mixed team, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia too comprises of Swabel from NFT Esports, Ryzen and Luxy from BTR, Gen Force hailing from Ion Esports, Jaden hailing from Aura, and their coach Sinyo from EVOS. They have made it. They did the miracle run. This is the comeback moment. This is what in Indonesia they call ngeprek, ladies and gentlemen.
Under the banner of Garuda, coming from Indonesian teams. But both teams are crying because they are celebrating. Coming up from Merah Putih, Indonesia first team, even crying for their team, celebrating with joy. But the side of the Vietnam, so close, so close, so close, placed themselves in silver. But that was a remarkable ending. This is the man, Loxy, Lambo, and the rest of the team really devastated as well. Coming up from the side of Vietnam, they tried their best, but it's not enough for the gold.
Imagine Swabel. It's the first time that he feels this kind of glory, especially at a big stage like this. Swabel, we have Gen Force picking him up. It's the first time they feel it. Just look at their reaction. Even I feel it. It's crazy knowing that you came back from behind. You fought for the glory of your country. This is the first time you feel a first place finish, a gold medal for the game that you have been training, the game that you have passion, the game that built your career all this while. This is just Indonesia got full. Oh my God.
The manly tears coming off the players of the gold medal. But can we say it's sure for the second and third place? For the Vietnam, definitely they are devastated. It's just such a tight run. We can't say we expected this, but this is just incredible play coming up from all the teams. I have to congratulate all the 16 teams participating in the stage final here for PUBG Mobile Team Division. Every single country, Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, and Philippines. We're crying with you inside.
Oh my goodness. Now I'm wondering. Okay, first and second spot for sure. Now I am really wondering the third and fourth spot. You just look at this. Even the players don't know. They are waiting for the official results. As the players, you wouldn't know how many points that your opponent gets, so you can't do the math. Yeah, maybe your managers can, but everyone's like, it's that tight, it's that close. Like, how many points did they get? Nobody knows. That's why you can see that even Myanmar, they are not celebrating just yet.
I can't pipe down for the audience that say, pipe down, Costas, or pipe down, Chucho, calm down. I don't care. Because right now, this is it. This is not like your usual pro league, you know. There's only a couple of years once, and this is it. It's gonna go down the memory lane. Who got the third place? Who can get the souvenir, that medal? Who got the second? Who got the third?
Who
is
can
it?
pipe down? Who can pipe down? Definitely not us. No way. This is crazy. This is insane. This is dumb feels, we call it dumb feels. Indonesia, rightfully so. Happy to see them. I've interacted with Sinyo personally. He's a great guy, and I'm happy to see him bringing back gold, the glory for his team, for his country. Amazing, amazing. Congratulations for Indonesia. They are definitely the champions. And if you think about it, Vietnam, they had a gap. They held on to that number 1 spot. They were amazing yesterday, super consistent. But today they dropped the ball. They dropped a few rounds. A few rounds is enough to what it takes for Indonesia to take over them and clinch that top spot.
Just to remind you what really happened in the game again, Cloud. Indonesian second team lost so many members early on to maintain to get that goal. Imagine that they flipped the coin within 2 games. Here comes our players coming up from Vietnam, devastated, but it was well worth watching. I have to say, they gave their all. They gave everything. That silver means everything right now. They are crying. It's so close. I'm not sure how many points in between the first and second place, but they definitely worth respect to every single team fighting at this stage is just incredible.
Yeah, it's just incredible. It's just incredible. I think that it's fairly tight between Indonesia 2 and Vietnam 1. And it's also fairly tight between Myanmar 1 as well as Malaysia 1 as well. Oh man, why are we back to casters? Why can't we show the results? Why? Why? Show it to us. We need to know.
You know what? I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm reading the chat just to know what are the points right now. Who got the second and third place, because it's so close between Vietnam. Definitely they got themselves the silver. It's that secured for Vietnam first. But between Myanmar first, Malaysian first, and Indonesia first, who got themselves that third place? Who got themselves that third place? That bronze? You have no clue, aren't you?
I have no clue. Even the math doctor is like, okay, my math is all gone. I can't do it anymore. Not like this, not like this. But for Indonesia 1, it's very unlikely because they went out early. I would say it's still between Myanmar 1 and Malaysia 1, considering that they were the last 2 teams. Pretty much the last 2 teams. Yeah, they were the last 2 teams there. It's just a matter of, were there enough eliminations for Malaysia 1 to catch up? That is the question.
That's the thing. Why is the result so long this time? It
Why?
very fast.
I know. This is the result that, you know, we're always very patient result. We can talk about things and all that, but this is the time that I cannot. Just show us the result. Cannot. Producer, don't scam anymore, please.
I want to know what's the point difference between the first and second place as well. Is it that far off? Because definitely the last time we saw is 155 and 151. But here comes our MVP. Maybe a hint about something's going on here. Who will it be for our last match? It's gonna be Got Tani from Thailand, second team. They fought their way in there in the last minute. I'm loving this.
Yeah, they showed sportsmanship. That's what I can say. They showed sportsmanship and definitely well-deserved of the MVP as well, just because of that sportsmanship. My WhatsApp groups are ringing. I'm not going to read it just yet. Let's look for the official results. I need the official results. But what's official is that God Tuni will take home the final MVP for the SEA Games. Definitely, he's a very, very good player, hailing from the Infinity, one of the best teams around. And yeah, I mean, God Tuni, 36 longest elimination distance. Is that the lowest so far?
If you compare with you, I think this is the new record for the longest elimination distance. And we haven't got our record broken by the Philippines with the 20 elimination points in one single match. So I think that's the record holder for the shortest elimination distance.
Yeah, let's not count the 0. That doesn't count, right? But here we go, the match status. Even this is slow. Come on. So 26. Okay, 26. And
you're adding up everything, right?
Any spoiler? Yeah, can I do the math? Okay, so
Can you not do the math? Just
Okay,
pretend that you don't you
okay.
don't have brain now. Yeah.
I pretend that I don't know how to do the math. No.
Yeah,
No.
we can't count. We can't
Yeah,
actually read.
I
So we
can't
just
count.
gonna read.
I don't
But
know.
thank you so much for all the team coming up from Philippines, Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. There's also Vietnam and also Laos. We have Philippines, the Thais, everyone, Malaysia, also having such a good. I have to say, this is the best tournament. I'm loving till the end of it.
I'm loving the surprises as well. Such drama, right? Like day 1, day 2, day 3, day after day is just crazy. But let's check out. Oh man, we have another graphic to go through now. Okay, let's just go through the formalities, right? So Malaysia won, topping it. Just next to them is Thailand too, with 10 elimination points as well. Unfortunately for Cambodia, Philippines won as well as Indonesia won. They go home without anything, and because Indonesia won did not get anything, at least in terms of elimination points, it is for sure that Myanmar one will overtake them in the overall charts.
Yep, when it comes to damage output, Myanmar first team really giving their all there. We saw how actually they fought their way into the circle. But I still have to give it a go. Even though Indonesian second team didn't perform as like previous matches, but because of that one person, Luxy managed to survive till the end. Props to him. They got themselves 2 elimination points. Now it got me really curious about how many points are there for them to make the difference between the gold and silver. Here we go, Cloud.
Oh! 1 point! 1 point difference! Malaysia will take home the 3rd place bronze medal! And this is a comeback for Malaysia! Myanmar won just 1 point difference. Even if it's the same point, the tiebreaker would still favor Malaysia one. But here we go. Congratulations again to Indonesia too. This is official that they will be the gold medalist. Vietnam won, silver medalist, 156 points, and Malaysia won, came back from behind.
All the way from bottom 16 within 1.5 days. Make it 2 days. Definitely 2 days. But I say 1.5 days because Malaysian one has been struggling in the 16th spot. But congratulations to all the teams, including Myanmar first, which is going to be on 4th, Philippines second team on 5th, Indonesia first team on 6th, Malaysian second team on 7th, Thailand second team on 8th, and Philippines first team on 9th. We have Thailand first team on 10th, Vietnam second team on 11th, Myanmar second team on 12th, Bruneians at 13, Laos first team at 14, Cambodia and Brunei at 15 and 16 respectively. But what a day, Cloud.
What a day, what a day, what a week it has been. This is one of the craziest PUBG Mobile that we have seen, Chichu. We have casted a lot of games. This is the most insane tournament for PUBG Mobile that we have seen in our careers. Beat this, beat this.
Who would have thought the one that actually holding the crown for 2 days straight can't secure that medal? The Philippines, they lost it on the 3rd day. Everybody's just crazy on the 3rd day.
Oh.
We thought it's going to be a different team. And now Myanmar, out of nowhere, they're just 1 point away from bronze. How is that happening?
How is this happening? Philippines dropped the ball. Vietnam also dropped the ball today. Indonesia, we weren't really talking about them in day 1, and all of a sudden they show up on top. They show up as a gold medalist. It's almost the same story as when Alan came back on day number 2 for the individual category. He was nowhere in day 1, and all of a sudden he came up to number 2 spot in the individual category in day number 2. That was, oh my God. Indonesia, the king of comebacks as well.
Oh my. Oh my. I just have no words to express anymore. I'm speechless at this rate. Just Indonesia, that was a beautiful game. You well deserve that goal. They have to celebrate today. They deserve to celebrate. Singers for Vietnam first team. They played so well entire day, today and yesterday. But that one last game turned things over. We saw them devastated because they lost the goal for the country, but they're still golden in our hearts.
I know, right? They put up such a fight. Myanmar one, really, you can see the player. He fought until the final moment. I mean, all of them. In fact, you kind of think about it. All of these teams, they fought until the final moment. They're showing sportsmanship in this tournament. So it's really magical. It's really something. If you look at most other tournaments, like the final game is like it doesn't matter for some teams. They just do whatever they like. But if you look at here, everyone really plays into the final game, even though if they have nothing to play for. So we gotta give it up for all these teams for having good sportsmanship in the SEA Games.
Clap, clap.
Clap, clap. Yeah.
But I do want to thank all the audience as well. I know it might be really ear-breaking for you guys when I shout or he shout or whoever shouts in the shoutcasting desk. Definitely just two of us, but still. Thank you so much for being all the way with us, and thank you so much for your support and also your so much love. Even if it's the bad one or the good ones, we accept it equally. And also, you guys have been watching entire day, hoping and fingers crossed for your country. This is your time to spam over for your country. Tell them how much you love them, because they will read the chat later. Definitely they will do that. They want to know your response and your reaction when they got themselves that gold, and your reaction when you're devastated as well, because you are part of the community and we all in one PUBG Mobile as a whole. And of course, Cloud, thank you for being with me, just in case we've been cut off or anything. And thank you so much. It's an honor to share the desk with you as always.
Yeah, it's an honor as well. Glad to share the finals, and of course, we don't know whether we'll pass it on to the host or we'll come back. But yeah, what's going to happen next is that just to let everyone know, will be the prize giving ceremony. So we will have a winners interview after the prize giving ceremony. So the prize giving ceremony, I'm sure they are prepping up for it, because you need to set up the podium and all that. So it's getting ready. So it takes a little bit of time, but do stay around for the prize giving ceremony as well, because we want to see how awesome the medal is and how awesome their reactions are. And one more thing to point out as well, the Indonesian national anthem will be played. Oh, that is so cool, right? That's such a touching moment. Oh my God.
Make sure you have your phones or all your devices. If you're watching on TV, just make sure you record that moment, because that's where your national anthem will be sing, and it will be just echoed in the hall for everybody to listen to, because your country has won. And all three countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, will have their flags. I'm not sure, is it going to be the usual ceremony where they have the flags start to rise up as the national anthem being played?
Well, I think it's done digitally. Yeah, I think it's done digitally. Yeah, I've seen other esports, they did it digitally. Oh, there's one more thing to point out though. Indonesia too won this without a single chicken dinner. No chicken dinner at all. That was crazy. So it was one thing is to win this, right? Another thing is to win it without a chicken dinner.
Oh, who cares about chicken?
Yeah.
They don't care. They just care about the medals. But again, this is just I'm gonna record. I want to record myself that screen later on when it comes to the prize giving ceremony. Are you guys ready to listen to Indonesia anthem later, guys? But thank you so much again from my side. You guys are awesome, and Cloud, always amazing. Any last word from you, Cloud, as well?
It has been an amazing journey as well together with you, Choo Choo. And I also like to thank everyone in the audience as well. Thank you so much for watching. You have been supporting the show from day one, even from the individual stages as well. And we also like to give a shout out to our colleagues as well who casted it earlier today, Contra as well as Sis Jenny. But that will be all from us, ladies and gentlemen. Do stay around for the prize giving ceremony, and we'll be seeing you in the future. Hopefully, that'll be all from me, Sir Clark says Choo Choo. Bye.
Bye. I'm in SEA Games.
Đã đến với lễ trao huy chương, nội dung thi đấu đồng đội, bộ môn thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile tại Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31, Việt Nam 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome you all to the victory ceremonies of the team category PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021.
Kính thưa quý vị, có mặt tại lễ trao huy chương của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu các quý vị đại biểu khách quý.
Attending today's event, we are extremely honored to introduce.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Nguyễn Hồng Minh, Phó Tổng cục trưởng, Tổng cục Thể dục Thể thao, thành viên ban tổ chức Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31.
Mr. Nguyễn Hồng Minh, Vice Chairman of Vietnam Sport Administration, members of Vietnam SEA Games Organizing Committee.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Đặng Danh Tuấn, Phó Vụ trưởng Vụ Thể dục Thể thao Quần chúng, Tổng cục Thể dục Thể thao, thành viên ban tổ chức Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31.
Mr. Đặng Danh Tuấn, Deputy Directors of Sport for All Department, Vietnam Sport Administration, members of Vietnam SEA Games Organizing Committee.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Ferry Kono, Tổng thư ký Ủy ban Olympic Indonesia.
Mr. Ferry Kono, Secretary General of Indonesia National Olympic Committee.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Ato Ana S. Nathan, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao điện tử Malaysia.
Dato Anand S. Nathan, President of Malaysia Esports Federation.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Hagu Kao Miasan, Phó Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao Myanmar.
Mr. Hagu Kao Miasan, Vice President of Myanmar Esports Federation.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Santi Lothong, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao điện tử Thái Lan.
Mr. Santi Lothong, President of Thailand Esports Federation.
Xin được trân trọng chào đón ông Hawaii Ye, Tổng thư ký Hội Thể thao điện tử Brunei.
Mr. Hawaii Ye, General Secretary of Esports Associations of Brunei.
Xin được trân trọng chào đón ông Nguyễn Xuân Cường, trưởng ban tổ chức môn thể thao điện tử tại SEA Games 31, Chủ tịch Hội Thể thao điện tử Giải trí Việt Nam.
Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Cường, Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021, President of Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sport Association.
Xin được trân trọng chào đón ông James Zhang, Giám đốc toàn cầu thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile.
Mr. James Yang, Directors of PUBG Mobile Global Esports.
Thưa quý vị, cùng với đó là hàng ngàn, hàng vạn khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh sóng online của PUBG Mobile. Chào mừng tất cả quý vị.
And welcome all the audience from the PUBG Mobile platform all over the world.
Thưa quý vị, và ngay bây giờ, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời các vận động viên đạt huy chương di chuyển lên sân khấu để nhận huy chương của ban tổ chức.
And now we would like to invite all the medalists to come to the stage for the victory ceremony.
Xin được trân trọng kính mời các quý vị đại biểu di chuyển lên sân khấu để trao huy chương cho các vận động viên đạt giải.
We would like to invite all the delegates to come to the stage for the ceremony.
Thưa quý vị, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng giới thiệu và kính mời ông Dato Nathan S. Nathan lên sân khấu để trao huy chương đồng cho đội tuyển Malaysia 1, đại diện quốc gia Malaysia. Xin mời đội tuyển Malaysia 1 bước lên để nhận huy chương, linh vật và hoa.
The bronze medal will be presented by Dato Anand S. Nathan, President of Malaysia Esports Federation. And Team Malaysia 1, please take a step up to the podium to receive the medal, mascot and bouquets.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương đồng được trao cho đội tuyển Malaysia 1, đại diện quốc gia Malaysia, với thành tích hạng 3 tại nội dung thi đấu đồng đội.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist, Team Malaysia 1.
Xin được chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Malaysia 1.
And that is the bronze medal, mascot and bouquet for Team Malaysia 1.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn ông Dato Ana S. Nathan, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao điện tử Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Dato Anand S. Nathan, President of Malaysia Esports Federation, and congratulations to Team Malaysia 1.
Thưa quý vị, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng giới thiệu và kính mời ông Nguyễn Hồng Minh, Phó Tổng cục trưởng Tổng cục Thể dục Thể thao, thành viên ban tổ chức Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 lên sân khấu trao huy chương bạc cho đội tuyển Việt Nam 1, đại diện quốc gia chủ nhà Việt Nam.
And now the silver medal will be presented by Mr. Nguyễn Hồng Minh, Vice Chairman of Vietnam Sport Administration, members of Vietnam SEA Games Organizing Committee.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương bạc được trao cho đội tuyển Việt Nam 1, đại diện quốc gia chủ nhà Việt Nam với thành tích hạng 2 tại nội dung thi đấu đồng đội.
And the silver medal will be presented to Team Vietnam 1.
Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho các chàng trai đến từ quốc gia chủ nhà Việt Nam.
Congratulations to Team Vietnam 1 from the host country, Vietnam.
Thưa quý vị, và đó là những tấm huy chương bạc, linh vật và hoa dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam 1.
And that is the medal, mascot and bouquet for Team Vietnam 1.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn ông Nguyễn Hồng Minh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyễn Hồng Minh.
Thưa quý vị, và vô địch tại nội dung thi đấu đồng đội, bộ môn thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile tại Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 Việt Nam 2021 là đội tuyển Indonesia 2, đại diện quốc gia Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalists and the champions of team category of PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021 is Team Indonesia 2.
Ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Ferry Kono, Tổng thư ký Ủy ban Olympic Indonesia lên sân khấu trao huy chương vàng cho các vận động viên đến từ đội tuyển Indonesia 2.
And now we would like to invite Mr. Ferry Kono, Secretary General of Indonesia National Olympic Committee, to come on stage to give out the medals for team.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương vàng danh giá được trao cho các vận động viên đến từ đội tuyển Indonesia 2, đại diện quốc gia Indonesia.
And that are the gold medals, mascot and bouquet for Team Indonesia 2.
Xin được chúc mừng cho các chàng trai tới từ Indonesia 2 và quốc gia Indonesia.
Once again, congratulations to Team Indonesia 2.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn ông Ferry Kono.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferry Kono.
Thưa quý vị, và ngay bây giờ, xin mời toàn thể quý vị đứng dậy làm lễ chào cờ của nước Indonesia. Xin mời các vận động viên cùng hướng mắt về màn hình để thực hiện nghi lễ chào cờ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthems of Indonesia. We would like the medalists to turn to the screen for the national anthem. We would like to invite the medalists to turn to the screen for the national anthem. Thank you very much.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn quý vị. Mời quý vị an tọa. Mời các vận động viên quay trở lại sân khấu.
We'd like to invite all the delegates and audience to take their seat and the medalists to turn around for the audience.
Ngay bây giờ, xin mời các quý vị đại biểu cùng bước lên sân khấu để chụp hình lưu niệm cùng các vận động viên đạt giải.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to welcome our distinguished guests to have a photo with all the medalists. Please welcome.
Một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng các vận động viên đạt huy chương tại hạng mục thi đấu đồng đội bộ môn thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile tại Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 Việt Nam 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the medalists of the team category PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st Southeast Asia Games, Vietnam 2021. Congratulations! Once again, congratulations to all the medalists of the team category PUBG Mobile 31st Southeast Asia Games Vietnam 2021.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn quý vị. Một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng cho các vận động viên xuất sắc của chúng ta.
And now, let's invite Mr. James Yang, Directors of PUBG Mobile Global Esports, to come on stage to give out the present.
Ngay sau đây, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời ông James Yang, Giám đốc toàn cầu thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile, lên sân khấu để tặng quà cho các vận động viên.
Once again, we would like to invite Mr. James Yang, Directors of PUBG Mobile Global Esports, to come on stage to give out the present for all the medalists. Please welcome him. And now we would like to invite Team Malaysia 1, Team Vietnam 1, and all the audience to come back to the stage to celebrate with their teammates and their fans and give back the stage for the interviews of Team Indonesia 2. Once again, we would like to invite Team Malaysia 1, Team Vietnam 1 to come off stage with the audience to celebrate with their teammates and their fans and give back the stage for the interviews of Team Indonesia 2. Please welcome.
Xin được trân trọng kính mời ông James Zhang, Giám đốc toàn cầu thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile lên sân khấu để tặng quà cho các vận động viên đạt huy chương.
Once again, we would like to invite Mr. James Yang, directors of PUBG Mobile Global Esports, to come on stage to give out the presents for all the medalists.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn ông James Yang. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho tất cả các vận động viên của chúng ta.
Once again, congratulations to all the medalists. And now we would like to invite Team Malaysia 1 and Team Vietnam 1 to come off stage to celebrate with their fans and their teammates and give up the stage for Team Indonesia 2 for the interview.
Xin mời các vận động viên đạt huy chương bạc vào đầu. Các bạn có thể di chuyển xuống bên dưới để chung vui với những hâm mộ của mình. Một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng các bạn. Và thưa quý vị, có lẽ là ngay lúc này quý vị cũng đang rất nóng lòng muốn được gặp gỡ nhà vô địch của chúng ta, Indonesia 2.
And now we're with the victory team, Team Indonesia 2.
Xin mời các bạn tiến lên phía trước để cùng gặp gỡ những hâm mộ của chúng ta.
We'd like to welcome Team Indonesia to come to the front of the stage for the interviews of the winning team.
Xin chào các chàng trai của Indonesia. Xin được chúc mừng các bạn đã trở thành nhà vô địch của SEA Games 31 bộ môn PUBG Mobile nội dung thi đấu đồng đội. Ngay lúc này thì các bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
First of all, congratulations to being the gold medalist. How do you feel right now?
Selamat juara umum tim Indonesia 2. Bagaimana perasaan Anda sekarang ini?
Wonderful.
Very happy.
Wonderful is wonderful.
Only wonderful?
I can say nothing but the medal for Indonesia.
Đúng là hiện tại thì anh ấy không còn từ nào khác ngoài là tuyệt vời và chúng tôi đã mang về tấm huy chương vàng cho Indonesia.
Vâng, các bạn đã trở thành nhà vô địch của SEA Games 31 rồi. Ngay lúc này các bạn có muốn gửi một lời nào đó tới các khán giả, những người hâm mộ tại Indonesia đã luôn ủng hộ cho các bạn tại hành trình này hay không?
Being the gold medalist, what do you want to share to all the fans or the audience who have supported you throughout the years?
Bagaimana pesan Anda sekarang kepada supporter dari Indonesia dan Vietnam?
Terima kasih yang sudah mendukung kami, supporter dari Indonesia. Saya mau tidur.
Chúc mừng các bạn đã trở thành nhà vô địch của SEA Games 31 rồi. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là SEA Games 31 bộ môn PUBG Mobile đã chính thức khép lại tại đây. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn quý vị và các bạn đã quan tâm theo dõi và ủng hộ cho chúng tôi. Xin chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PUBG Mobile esports competition is officially ended. And now, thank you and see you again.